All right, hello and welcome to the Game House's 2023 NFL Draft Watch Party. Day 2, rounds 2 and 3 are very exciting as always. I'm here with Cecil from the Third and the Non-Football Show. Last night we wore our Bengals jersey. Today we're changing it up, wearing our second favorite teams, I guess, jerseys for the second day of the draft.
Yeah, who are you wearing today, Joe?
I'm wearing Dak Prescott.
Oh.
We had some rough times, but it's all right.
Oh, it's great. That's awesome.
And who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Aaron Rodgers, or the artist formerly known as Aaron Rodgers.
So, that's. What do you think about the Jets trade? I mean, you need to buy a Jordan Love jersey now, or?
Oh, I'm not buying a Jordan Love jersey. I think he's probably going to flame out. I think at best we're looking at best case scenario he's an average quarterback in the NFL. And the Packers have not done a good job of building a great team. Like their defense, this is something I saw on Twitter last night. They seem to always get all these defensive picks, but it doesn't seem like their defense ever gets any better. It's kind of a weird situation. I don't know. And they never draft enough offensive players to make their offense score enough points. So I think the Packers are finally maybe going to miss on a quarterback for a couple of years instead of just going from quarterback to quarterback, Hall of Fame to Hall of Fame. So see what happens.
All right, so just to remind everyone, we'll be on our phones, we'll be updating stuff on the laptop as we go. It's more casual this year, and be leaking picks when we get them as well. Producer Ben's gone. He's
been fired.
He's off to a better place, Vegas. Producer Rob's filling in. We'll have producer Greg here as well, giving us questions, talking points, whatever. We'll answer any questions that go into the chat. But we're up with Pittsburgh Steelers are officially on the clock for now, I guess. I mean, there's people on stage, but I guess the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. And you know what, I'm kind of mad because they traded up to get Broderick Jones in a good move, and now they're just going to get Joey Porter Jr. with the second pick, which they should have had to get at the first pick.
Right. I mean, it is, if that's the pick, that's an A pick at this point. You know, Steeler bloodlines, that position of need, a guy that's pretty much a steal at this point on the big board. There have been talks about them looking to trade the pick, though. I mean, nothing's been official of that it means. I don't think it's going to happen at this point. But yeah, I mean, they are on the clock. I think either Joey Porter Jr. or Brian Branch are probably the top two choices to be the first pick of this round. So we'll see what happens shortly once, Roger Goodell decides to start the NFL draft second round, because God forbid we start on time.
That's right. We're going to be here all night because that's how these things go. We also have one of the teams looking to trade up for the pick is the Chicago Bears, who originally owned the pick and traded Chase Claypool. Traded for Chase Claypool with the pick. They're trying to get the pick back. I think you just swap him back. I think that's what you do. Chase Claypool back to the Steelers. Just take him back. We'll take the pick back. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, you can renege. Like, it's a give back. Like, Did they say no give backs when they did the trade?
I don't know, but wouldn't that be fun if you could trade someone for the home stretch of a season when your team stinks and then get him back the next year?
Is that what soccer is?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. You know, a little loan deal.
They loan them?
Yeah, loan them.
Yeah, that would make the NFL actually awful if you could just loan players. Imagine how awful and annoying that would get. Like, you could just, like, you're the Kansas City Chiefs, you could just loan for Tyreek back from the Dolphins or something.
That'd be bad.
Or DeAndre Hopkins, just put him on loan. You don't have to even commit money to him long term.
That doesn't sound fun.
No, you know what else isn't fun? Having to watch Steelers fans on my stream. So
that is sometimes tough. We talked yesterday. Kenny Pickett had a solid solid rookie season. I think better than maybe I expected, honestly. And he still ranks as maybe the 13th best quarterback in the AFC, 12th.
Yeah, he didn't fumble the bag, so that's good for him. I mean, he had a better than expected rookie season, but the thing is, I don't feel like the ceiling's really that much higher, Mm-hmm. Like, I feel like, he didn't hit his floor, and honestly, the floor wasn't horrible. So we kind of talked about it, we kind of know what Kenny Pickett is at his age, at the tape we saw out of Pitt. Like, he's not the worst quarterback prospect ever, he's just doesn't have the potential to be amazing. Like, he can be a serviceable guy. Like, he can be basically Ryan Tannehill his entire career. Like, if he stays healthy, I mean, that's not horrible. I mean, the Steelers have always built a good defense. You don't have to pay him top market value. They can win some games with him. But, yeah, Kenny Pickett had a better than expected rookie year. I don't think year two is going to really be better. And if anything, we've seen some year two quarterbacks through time that have regressed, actually, that hit the ground running.
All right, well, the Steelers should know who they're taking. Maybe they're fielding some last-second calls here. They're showing a graphic on ESPN of the 32nd overall picks who actually turned out to be good, be all pros. There's a lot of them. That's good news for maybe if someone trades up for Will Levis or Michael Mayer or whoever the Steelers take. That's probably bad for us, but that's all right. What do you think? I've heard a lot today about the Rams taking Will Levis because they're up at pick number 36, their first pick in the draft, and Matthew Stafford's arm looked like it was dead at the end of last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Rams taking Will Levis will be a good pick by them. I mean, they need a quarterback of the future, honestly. Matt Stafford, they're saying he's not considering retirement. I mean, I'm thinking max he plays this year and next year. I don't see it going any more than that. I mean, the guy has had elbow surgery, they've pretty much had to shut him down from throwing multiple times. He's like an old MLB pitcher at this point, where you're just like, his arms... I mean, how much longer can his arm hold up? And that's kind of his big thing, is his big arm. If he doesn't have that, I don't think Matthew Stafford's really that special or what the Rams need to get to the next level. Now, he's got experience. You get someone like Will Levis. You get Sean McVay with him, who showed he can make a lot with just average players. So I think it's a great fit for him. Real question is, how much are the Rams going to give up to move up? And considering how little draft capital they continue to have, is it worth it to them, or do they just stay put and hope Will Levis falls? I think there's a chance he falls.
Yeah. I think you probably just stay put, and if he falls, maybe take him, and if not, then take something to get some sort of talent on this roster after a lot of it's been depleted. Be nice to do that, and it'd be good for Will Levis to not have to go into a team and just get killed right away. So, another note, we'll have Rondo come on the stream, the Game House Employee of the Month for 5 years, 6 years running.
That's right.
He's going to make some picks for us. He's always the best at that. They're also showing the Steelers draft room.
It's horrible
and it's still just a terrible arrangement.
Like,
the one dude got caught in the middle of the table. He just couldn't get himself out. He was stuck.
Like, how are they, what is those offices on the wall there? What is going on
They
there?
got cubicles going on.
Yep, that's a reference. An OCIP room in high school. Now, I don't think anyone besides the people from our high school know that joke, but if they are listening, they will appreciate it.
Yeah, Paris Johnson gets that jokes.
Yeah, Paris Johnson, maybe not. They may have changed it around by then.
Okay, that's true. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Can we discuss how Mike Tomlin has yet to be on the television?
Mike Tomlin has been on the television. That's true.
No, he is not.
No, he's not. It's true. Yeah.
That is correct.
Why is he not in the war room?
I think he just knows. He knows what's going on. He just
doesn't
they
care.
had to be there, though.
He knows whatever happens, they'll be 9-8. So.
When's the last time that you saw a head coach not in the war room?
It's been a minute.
COVID.
Well, that's cheating answer.
We saw Mike. We saw Mike Vrabel hit his son on the
All the
pooper.
people who are watching this,
Yeah.
boo Joe.
That's true.
Okay, Rondo's not booing you.
Man, it'd be great if they just announced the pick. It's like they haven't had all this time to.
Oh, we got to milk it for the commercials, right? And we can talk about the commercials here too. We have Jake from State Farm coming back. Probably have Whopper,
Couple
Whopper,
bath
Whopper.
bombs, throw them in there. Pat Mahomes, State Farm. Yeah.
Joe, I am hearing Joey Porter Jr. potentially.
Rumor is Joey Porter Jr.
I mean, that's the pick we all have kind of telegraphed for a day. I think that's a good pick.
Yes, it is official.
I'm sad that that's the pick because I really just don't like having another Joey Porter on the Steelers. It just seems like a formula for just horrible interactions between the Bengals and Steelers yet again. So, I mean, it's an A pick for them. I mean, guy they could have taken before. They wait. They still get the guy. I mean, it's a home run pick for the Steelers. It's an A.
It's an A for him. Extreme value, fits a need. You add on the fact that it's a good story. That's cool for them for getting the same person. Don't like that. Don't like the Steelers got better and had a good draft, but we'll see what the Bengals do. We still got a lot of hope.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the Steelers can have some good picks here, and that's great. But again, Kenny Pickett is not good. I mean, AFC is quarterback driven at this point. I don't think the Steelers are going to suddenly have a just all-world defense all of a sudden, or prolific offense around Kenny Pickett. They've had an offensive tackle, which they sorely needed. and Joey Porter Jr. is an above-average corner. Now, there's no guarantee he even becomes a shutdown corner by any means. The Steelers have had some issues drafting cornerbacks in recent years, and a lot of people seem like they didn't want him. So there's a chance this pick doesn't turn out the way they're hoping, which I'm hoping for the Bengals' sake. But ultimately, I mean, the Steelers get a little better. I don't think it's going to matter that much in the greater perspective of the AFC as long as Kenny Pickett's the quarterback.
Yeah, I will need to see how Kenny Pickett plays this year, honestly, to see if he takes that step forward, because the offensive line's improved. They have receivers who are talented. Deontay Johnson, George Pickens. They get Calvin Austin, who really didn't play much this rookie year due to injury. They get the corner short. They really need both positions they got, and that's what stinks is they get two premium players. I mean, two guys who I think are both top 25 players on my big board, and they just had to give up Chase Claypool to get this pick, and I'd take that deal any day of the week if I were, I don't want Chase Claypool.
Which is crazy to think the Bears were. I mean, they didn't know they were going to be picking first overall, but do you think looking back, the Bears would have still made that trade if they knew it was going to be the first pick of the second round, or a top 5 pick? You think they would make that trade still?
I think they had to have known, right? Like that it would be
at that
somewhere.
point of the season, right? I mean, it was pretty late. Like they knew they were going to be picking early in the second round.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you give it 2024 second in that case and just assume you'll get better, something like that. But I guess the draft class next year is supposed to be better. Will see. That everyone always says the next draft class is better than the last one, so that's how it goes. So this one was supposed to be great.
This year is always weak, and
yeah. I mean, honestly, there's less blue chip players. There's 3 blue chip players in the class, and that's whatever. But next year there's guys we could be sitting here next year being like, oh, everyone said Drake May and Caleb Williams are great, and then they get hurt or they just have a bad year, and then we're back to square one again.
Right. The Steelers draft room did not seem super hyped. You got to seem super hyped, especially if you pick your.
It's like an obligation.
Yeah,
like
especially
we have to take this guy.
Yeah, they kind of were like, yeah, it's Joey Porter Jr. We have to do this. But
all right, we have a request from Skippy to get Rondo on the air. Rondo is sleeping in the chair.
It's been a pretty boring 15 minutes of the beginning of the draft. We are at 7:18 and we are through pick 1.
Yeah, this is like the opposite of a Fast and Furious movie. Like I'm actually really interested in this, but it's going slow.
It's kind of like Gone with the Wind.
But Fast and Furious, like it's a bad, objectively, we're getting to bad movies, which I know you've not seen, but it's just action, 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 and it's like, okay, I don't need this.
Cardinals are talking trade.
Of course they are.
Cardinals are talking trade. I love their strategy so far, trading down and getting Paris Johnson, even though I don't really think it's a fit right now. It's a fit for the future. And then they get a lot of picks back in that trade, and now trading down again would be good too.
I mean, I'm not against it either. I mean, there wasn't an absolute, they've got to have a need, but I mean, we have Brian Branch that some people mocked, in some redrafts over the evening. So I think that, that could be a good pick, especially with the pending they're wanting to trade Buda Baker.
Tennessee Titans getting the pick.
Ooh,
so
probably a Will Levis.
Will Levis, a wide receiver, because Treylon Burks is all they got there.
Mm-hmm.
Or if they're really just saying, hey, we need to get the trenches, and Mike Vrabel is just like, hey, this is my draft, then they're taking another offensive defensive lineman. I mean, I could, if he comes up next to you and says we're taking this, I'd back down.
Yeah, I heard that some rumors are this wide receiver round 2, there's going to come fast and furious off the board, and then so are probably the early corners. Like, we're not going to get to probably, by the time we get to 55, most of the corners that have a second round, third round grade.
This is BS. Sorry to cut you off. They're wearing the Houston Oilers logo. This is BS. I know they're technically the Oilers, but you moved, you changed the logo. Get away with the Oilers thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's one of those. I mean, when the Ravens left Cleveland, they pretty much had to keep the team history. I think the Houston Oilers should stay in Houston. I think they should. I think, honestly, the Texans could become the Houston Oilers. I would be 100% for it. I think it's a way cooler logo. I think it's just the colors are better. I think it just makes the league 1,000 times better. But, that's just not how they used to do it back then.
Producer Greg's on board. Texans fan, producer Greg, very happy with their draft, and he says that it should be the Houston Oilers and the Tennessee Titans.
Maybe the city of Houston should sue the Tennessee Titans. That's how the Browns were able to keep all their history and namesakes.
If And here's the thing: I think we have to have them fight over Jeff Fisher.
Levis.
Will Levis going off
William
the board
Levis.
here. So Malik Willis was drafted last year, but they weren't necessarily high on him because they waited until I believe the third round to get him last year. Now they get Will Levis. As we talked about, I'm not the biggest Will Levis guy. 47th on my big board. Great value here. Ryan Tannehill's not going to be there much longer. Malik Willis, I mean, they benched him for Josh Dobbs, who wasn't even on the roster a couple weeks before that. I love the pick. I give this pick an A because they needed it.
Yeah, I like it too. Trade up and get your guy. I don't know how much they really had to give up. It's a second-round pick, probably 7-8 spots. Yeah, I think that's, usually a fourth rounder, something of that nature. I think that's worth getting a guy that you have a chance to build around because, yeah, like you said, the combination of Ryan Tannehill being injured, Josh Dobbs, and Malik Willis did not work. It was some of the worst offensive play calling I think I've ever seen. It really cost the Titans a great deal. They should have won the AFC South until, they just played like absolute shit down the stretch, just to be frank. So I think this gives them somebody to build towards that they can, maybe if he has a good first year, they can dump Tannehill and see what he has and try to run and play the Titans football that Mike Vrabel has built there and has shown success in the past. So overall, I'm going to give it an A. A guy who some people thought could go in the top 10 picks, tumbles all the way to the beginning of round 2. The Titans make sure they get that guy.
Giving it a day as well. We'll see what they do, but their efficiency was one of the worst in the league, and that's kind of tough to do when you have such a good running back. They shored up the offensive line already with Peter Skoronski playing wherever, doesn't matter on the offensive line. Now you get Will Levis, who I have graded I have him second round grade. Malik Willis I had a third round grade on, so they're upgrading there.
Yeah.
Even for the future.
Yeah, I think this is great. I thought Malik Willis might be a good prospect coming out last year, but the games he played in, his decision making was bad, and teams just pretty much swallowed him up. He would try to evade the pocket way too quickly and just make some bonehead plays downfield. So we'll see what happens on this. Plus a new GM in Tennessee. So
true. Trade details. The number 33 pick went to the Titans along with number 81. In return, the Cardinals are getting 41, 72, and a 2024 third. That's not too terrible to move up, that many spots. That's a good deal for Arizona because you're not going to take the quarterback anyway. So it's good for both teams, honestly.
Right, unless they really were thinking they wanted Brian Branch, which I don't think they did. Otherwise, they would have probably taken him. I think it's a smart gamble to just have and just build as many picks because they have third rounder next year as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's like we said, better draft class, more draft capital. They got holes in a lot of places, and it's good to have that flexibility of an extra third round pick.
You're not going anywhere without Kyler Murray next year anyway. So
yeah.
Cardinals. Who's our bet on this year for the worst team in the worst record in the league? Who's our bet going to be on? Cardinals,
worst
Packers.
Team in the league. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Raiders.
Wow.
I'm going to be honest.
Okay.
I don't think they're going to get better with.
Got a rumor?
All right, hit us with it.
Rumor right now is Sam Laporta.
Rumor Sam Laporta to the Lions.
Wow.
We know they need a tight end. The Lions have been very interesting for their draft. Jameer Gibbs, Jack Campbell. Laporta has been seen as, like some people said, first-round pick. No one would have thought over Michael Mayer. No one would have thought over Darnell Washington.
Nope.
Probably not, maybe even not over Luke Musgrave. I think that's more debatable. But
right.
This would be... It's Sam Laporta out of Iowa.
Wow.
They said he fell because of an injury, too. Like I think he may have gone higher. Some teams moved him way down their board. They didn't move him off the board, but they moved him way down the board. Dan Campbell, the former tight end, gets his tight end here. They needed one after they traded T.J. Hawkinson. I think, it fits a need, but I think because there was better players on the table, I'm giving this like a C.
Yeah, I'm giving it a D because Laporta is supposed to go in the second round. But, you look, and the fit doesn't make sense. He's not really a blocker, which, Dan Campbell's that old school kind of tight end. That was what he was. He was blocker, and, he'd catch some short routes out. That's Michael Mayer. Like, Michael Mayer would be a dream fit for the Detroit Lions here. He's absolutely kind of hard-nosed, high-character guy that Dan Campbell seeks. And Sam Laporta had some good plays in space, and things of that nature. But ultimately, he's like at best he's the third tight end on the board. I've seen some arguments where him and Darnell Washington are very different players.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm okay if someone likes Laporta over Washington. That's fine. But outside of that, I mean, Michael Mayer was by far the most complete tight end, had the production, has the pedigree, and is just a weapon that maybe just because he doesn't have the sexiest raw athletic score and kind of traits. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'll trade that for a guy who, as in a top tier program, is that safety net. I mean, because let's be honest, I'm not expecting my tight end to be a wide receiver. Like, this new trend where some of these guys are just wide receiver types, and it's kind of weird to me. It's like the Jimmy Grahams of the world. Like, he's just another wide receiver. He's a very good pass catcher. Travis Kelce's a great pass catcher, but at least shows a willingness to block. Some of these guys, you got to be able to learn to block a little bit better in the NFL. Otherwise, I mean, they're just a little bit slower receivers, and I guess the size mismatch is what they're looking for. But I just don't see this being a good pick. I just think it's a huge mistake if you are the Lions.
Yep. The Colts traded this pick to the Las Vegas Raiders, so we're going to get into that in a second. My problem with Samuel Florida is he's drafted because he runs routes well and he runs well after the catch. He may not be an inline tight end. Now, the Lions they kind of want to run the ball. They did air it out a little bit this year, but Dan Campbell wants to run the ball.
Yep.
It just does. You're right. Michael Mayer is more of the tight end he would want. You typically think of the Iowa tight ends as being good blockers, not all the time.
Raiders are taking Michael Mayer.
The Raiders are going to take Michael Mayer. They traded Darren Waller away, and they go take Michael Mayer. Producer Rob may cry.
I am already.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an A pick. I mean, great. I mean, they have a needed tight end. Darren Waller's gone. I mean, he's a great all-around tight end. We talked about it. Good blocker, good reliable hands. Doesn't light up athleticism, but he has the minimum floor of athleticism to be good in this league. He's not gonna blow anybody away on a deep route, but he's gonna be reliable and he's gonna be that safety valve to someone. I think that's great. I think that gives Jarrett Stidham a kind of reliable middle of the field option when Devontae Adams is getting covered way downfield. Honestly, that pick right there helps change my idea that maybe the Raiders have the worst record in the league. Just that pick right there, because that is a weapon. That's a high value pick. I think one that will immediately contribute and make that team a lot better and give them another dimension they sorely needed. So, I mean, that's an A pick.
I think Josh McDaniels kind of saw him and did see the baby Gronk. He's a little bit smaller than Gronk was, but he's not like Gronk wasn't the most athletic. He made acrobatic catches, but he wasn't the most athletic. But right. A guy who just can block, line up in line, he can split out wide. He's a good security blanket. He can be a good red zone threat. He had insane production at Notre Dame. Like college tight ends don't usually do anything, and he did. In Notre Dame games, they sometimes just only threw to him because that's the only weapon they had, and it worked out. I think it was a really good pick. The Tyree Wilson pick still confuses me for the Raiders. Like, you have 2 edge rushers already. You probably could have gotten a corner that helps you out way more. Or gotten a quarterback, because I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo's ceiling, especially with the Raiders. With the 49ers, ceiling's a lot higher than it is with the Raiders. I don't think you're winning anything, but this is Josh McDaniels' kind of thing. So
yeah. Tight ends are coming off the board quick at the beginning of this round, and honestly, you got Darnell Washington, and after that, I mean, there's definitely going to be a big drop-off. I mean, there's Luke Musgrave some people are high on. I'm not as much because, the production just wasn't there. It's all just hope, basically. It's all projection, which I usually am not a fan of, especially from a tight end out of Oregon State. So, I think, tight ends are coming fast and loose. I don't think we'll see another one for a little bit here. And there's going to be some high value players right now. Let's go through who are the top 5 left on your board.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So we have Brian Branch. He was number 9 player overall for me. He didn't test well. We talked about that yesterday, but he plays with great anticipation. He's just a good football player.
Yep.
He has one of the lowest missed tackle rates of even for linebackers, if you include them in there. Osiris Torrance, interior offensive lineman, understandable. He's still there because of that. A lot of good power. Started his career at Louisiana, transferred to Florida, and just held up at the SEC level. Darnell Washington, freak size, good blocker, has good enough athletic ability for his size to make it worth it. Keely Ringo, a corner who started. Everyone thought he was a top 10 pick before the season. Really good athlete, sprinter, but just has tight hips, and that might make people turn away. But in a zone scheme, could really work out, I think. Keon White, the edge rusher out of Georgia Tech, formerly played defensive line, but moved more to edge rusher. He's a bigger edge rusher, but he has good athleticism for his size. It's just maybe he's a tweener. Was able to see him live when Clemson played Georgia Tech in Atlanta. That was a fun time, and I think he could be a good player. But all those guys are players I had in the top 30 on my big board overall. I think that shows that maybe this isn't the best draft, but you can get some good value here. And I really do like all the picks so far. So if you're picking in the next 5 to 10 picks, and there's plenty of Drew Sanders, Clark Phillips I like a lot, Ado Tamiwa Adebare, a lot of people thought might go in the first round. So there's plenty of people there to take that I think you're still getting a very good player and can be impactful this year, which,
Yeah, a lot of those would be A picks for me. And, every year we look at this. Honestly, the beginning of the second round is sometimes, I think, some of the most maximum value of the whole draft. Because there are some guys that just inexplicably fall into the beginning of the first half of the second round. And those guys, most of the time, end up being great, high-quality starters for a team. So, and honestly, instant impact players. Where by the end of the second, depending on the depth of the draft, such as this one, I think there's a lot of guys that are going to be either take a lot longer to develop, or if they do start early on, it's because they've already kind of maxed out their ceiling. And the player you pretty much see in the first year or two is the player that you're pretty much going to get for the next 10 years if they stay in the league that long.
Right, so the Rams are up.
Or at least Albert Breer is reporting Steve Avila.
All right.
Rams are going to take Steve Avila, the interior offensive lineman from TCU. He played both guard and center, and actually played tackle, too, in his TCU career. Big part of the reason why TCU made it to the college football playoff. We know Quentin Johnston gets the hype. We know Travius Hodges-Tomlinson, LaDainian's nephew, gets a lot of hype from that team. But that offensive line was pretty good, and the position versatility is really, really big. A lot of power for him, too. A lot of people say they love his center tape more than his guard tape. One of the reasons why the Rams faltered last year, along with those Matthew Stafford injury, was the offensive line just fell apart. Andrew Whitworth retired, and everything else kind of went away. So I like this pick for them too. It's a little bit hot. He's a little bit far on my board, far away, but I think the versatility really got them because they need help several places.
Yeah, I'll give it a B. He wasn't the best offensive lineman Cyrus Torrance was. But the versatility is definitely a benefit, and it does address a need. And the Rams kept saying they were focusing, offensive line was pretty much going to be their first pick. So they will go ahead and get through with that. They get a good football player who can contribute right away, and I think it's a solid pick. Not anything that's going to be out of this world. And I know a guard interior lineman pick is definitely not as sexy as I'm sure the Los Angeles Rams fans, all 5 of them, are used to. But it's a very good pick, and I think a step in the right direction to get a more consistent winner on the field for the Rams.
Yeah, with you on that, I wouldn't be. I was kind of shocked with the pick because the reports yesterday that the Rams were trying to trade up for both Dalton Kincaid and Miles Murphy. So I thought maybe they would target those positions, but I think the Rams are truly just going best player available, it seems like. And while he's not my best player available, I can see why other teams do have him as the best player available. And you got to rebuild that line if you're going to be protecting Matt Stafford, not have him have his arm fall off this year, and you're going to do anything. I wouldn't be surprised if the Rams maybe don't make the playoffs or anything in the NFC. The NFC is kind of weaker, but maybe pull off some pretty big upsets that have implications if Stafford's healthy and that line gets a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone is really sleeping on the Rams right now. But, Aaron Donald's still there. As long as Matt Stafford stays healthy, they got a shot to win some games. Now, are they winning the NFC West? Absolutely not. I'll make that pick any day of the week. But, crazy stuff happens. There's some weak, it's a weak NFC. So, is 7 wild cards, is a 7th seed possible for the Rams? I think if they get going on offense and they can just build something, kind of just piece it together to still have Cooper Kupp as well. They can make enough. You got to win 9 games. Can the Rams with Sean McVay win 9 games if they're healthy?
Yes.
I think so.
I'm with you on that, and I think anything is possible in the NFC. AFC, no, I'm not saying that, but we saw, last year, how many teams we saw that were kind of surprises? Like the Eagles going all the way to the Super Bowl, they had a stacked roster. We didn't know about Jalen Hurts. Seahawks we thought were like one of the worst teams in the league, and they come out of nowhere and just kind of shock everyone. Just NFC, anything is possible. I'd love to be an NFC team right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, all you got to do is be halfway decent. I mean, look at the NFC South. It's an absolute dumpster fire, especially now that Tom Brady's gone. It was a dumpster fire last year with Brady. I mean, you looked at the Buccaneers, you're like, I don't think any of these guys should deserve it. It was literally the worst division I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
And we got the AFC South out there.
NFC Beast is always 8-8 teams too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rumor for the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Seahawks pick is also done.
Seahawks.
Derek Hall.
There we
Derek
go.
Hall. Okay, Seahawks get Derek Hall, the edge rusher out of Auburn. I had better edge rushers on the table, but they do need edge rushing help because they went back and they got Bruce Irvin out of nowhere. Like, he's not been good in years. They got him to rush the passer.
Mm-hmm.
They have Uchenna Nwosu, who's not the greatest. I honestly, had some mocks this year, I mocked them 2 edge rushers in the first round with their 2 first-round picks because that's how bad their pass rush is. It's a pretty good pick for the Seahawks, who've had a pretty good draft so far, even if I don't understand the Witherspoon fit.
Yeah, I'll give it a B. Like you said, I think there's better defensive linemen on the board right now. Some people in the more analytic side of things find him to be a darling because of breakout age and his production at a young age. That was a big thing for him. He's a younger guy who has good pass rushing. When it comes to being a run defender, there's really not that much there. But if you're looking for a guy that's young, maybe you hope, develops into a plus pass rusher in this league, a guy that can be a good rotational piece, maybe develop into more. I think it's a decent pick. Not the best or who I would have gone for at this juncture, but still, he's a second-round grade kind of guy. I think, it may be a little early, but it's still a place they can use him.
We have the details of the Raiders and Colts trade.
Let's hear him.
So the Raiders move up 3 spots. The Colts move back 3 spots and get their 5th round pick.
I mean, for Michael Mayer, I think it's definitely worth it. I mean, a 5th rounders for the Raiders, a 5th round is really where I think it's a real crapshoot for a lot of teams. Especially someone like the Raiders who have shown year in, year out they are not that great at finding talent. Honestly. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to knock it, but let's be honest, one, it's hard to. I think round 4. I've seen a ton of starters to be in round 4, but round 5 is where things really start getting.
Colts have traded back again, apparently. That is the rumor right now with Atlanta.
Yes, that's official from multiple sources. The Falcons traded up to the Colts pick. It started off slow for the first couple minutes. Now everything's happening. Now the trades are going
Finally,
on,
right?
and this is what we're used to. So the Falcons are back on the clock.
You think they're going D-line or
I don't know. So
corner maybe?
the owner wanted Arthur Blank wanted Bijan Robinson, and basically everyone's like, if you want them, you got to sign defensive guys this offseason. They went out and got tons of defensive guys. I don't know where you go from here. I would maybe wide receiver, because what do you have? If you assume Kyle Pitts is still a tight end and not a wide receiver, you have Drake London and you got rid of Calvin Ridley, and you have nothing. And you need to give Desmond Ritter something. I don't think he's going to work out long term, but you got to give him something.
Colts get the 4th rounder from the Falcons to move back.
4th rounder from the Falcons, move back. And that makes sense.
38
Yeah.
to 44.
Yeah, that's about right. 6 picks, 4th rounder. I think, again, that's pretty much fair. I mean, it seems to usually be about this part of the 2nd round. By the second half, moving. So basically, what we're going to see trade value wise here is, if you're in the second half, and this is where things are probably getting interesting. The middle of the 2nd round, there's going to be a couple guys that have possible 1st round, early 2nd round grades left. And there's going to be some, teams that are in championship trying to win something mode that probably are going to try to move up. And pretty much the going rate from late 2nd to mid 2nd to go about 10 picks is a 4th round pick. So be ready to see 1 or 2 of those probably happen at some point today. A team like perhaps the Bengals, Bill, all these teams that, even if they have limited picks, in the 2nd round is where we do see a lot of trades and a lot of flexibility, because guys are desperate to get somebody who can contribute right away. And some people's evaluation boards on certain positions of need are about to dwindle really quickly. So it's worth it, in my eyes and a lot of organizations' eyes, to sacrifice that potential, lottery ticket of a 4th round pick to get somebody they know they can contribute and hopefully build around.
Yeah, I I hadn't thought about the Falcons' second and third receivers. Scotty Miller, Mac Hollins.
Wow.
Yeah. My flag football team has better receivers than the Falcons.
I'm hearing Bergeron. That's what I'm saying.
Bergeron, the offensive
Bergeron.
tackle.
Matthew Bergeron, the offensive tackle from Syracuse, is going to be the pick here for the Falcons. I like him as a player. I think I had him rated around 60 on the big board, but their line is not something that needs that much help in comparison to, I don't know. He's 66 on the
Brady
big board.
Jarrett, right?
Offensive line?
Yeah.
They have Jake Matthews, Matt Hennessy, Drew Dolman, Alec Lindstrom, and Caleb McGarry. And how many first-round picks they use on that? And it's graded out pretty well on PFF. They did have some rough moments, but this is picking for the future, I guess, or maybe moving Matt Hennessy out of there. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's a mistake. I think that's Bergeron. I think is a little bit of a reach. He's more of a late second round guy to me. Probably, honestly, kind of a third rounder before we hit this weekend because there's just been such a run on offensive tackles early on. I think this has really pushed him up way too high. They're not really addressing a need. I think there's corners that they need desperately. I think, a defensive lineman would definitely help them as well. And I think there's some guys that are very plus and high value at this point in this draft. So I'm gonna give the pick a C minus because you're reaching, doesn't address a need, and I just don't see the plan here. Way better prospects still on the board.
With you, I mean, you're picking probably best player available in a situation where I usually like that, but I don't know who Desmond Ritter's throwing the ball to. You're setting him up for failure. Maybe you're trying to get the first pick next year. I don't know. It doesn't seem like a very helpful thing when you have plenty of successful starters on the offensive line.
Absolutely.
So the Panthers are up here. They have Bryce Young so far this draft. That's very nice. What do you think they're going here, Cease?
I think they got to get a playmaker. They trade away DJ Moore, and that was their big, probably top, receiver. That was their top threat. I think it's definitely got to be a receiver, some kind of playmaker, because they got to have somebody to pair with a young quarterback.
All right, the rumor is Jonathan Mingo, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss. He's been a late riser in the draft process. Honestly, didn't produce all that well at Ole Miss, and
he's an older prospect as well.
He's
isn't
an
he?
older prospect, and I'll go ahead and say it, Cease. The reason why he's getting picked this high, it's a little bit bad for wide receiver class compared to the last two or three, but we've had some good ones. So many of the top receivers in this class are slot guys. He's one of the guys who's like 6'2" on the outside and 6'2" and pretty well built. So that's why he's getting picked here. I don't think it's a good pick, personally. I have him 134 on the big board. I actually had the conversation about this player in a group chat earlier. So, I think it's pretty bad.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I'd rather take a high-end slot guy that's still left at the wide receiver position. Or, just if you don't see that, keep building the offensive line maybe. They've got some good pieces there, but maybe another one, or go just best player available. Get Brian Branch or something like that. Get something that is going to be plus for your team. Don't reach on a wide receiver when I know it's a need for you, but it's just the value is not there at this point. And when you're the Panthers and you're picking pretty high every year for the last couple of years, you got holes. You got holes everywhere. Just go best player available instead of trying to address every need in the draft and reaching more importantly for them. Let the draft come to you. Worst case, you do bad next year too, and then guess what? Then you can have your pick of the wide receiver prospects if that's your glaring hole. Just it's that simple.
Guess what? You can suck next year and get Marvin Harrison. If we're going to be talking about all these teams possibly passing on quarterbacks so they can get one of the top two quarterbacks, why don't we talk about them getting the best wide receiver prospects since at least Jamar Chase, but
Right.
probably even more before that because Marvin Harrison is so complete as a player. 6'4", runs routes like his dad. It's going to be so fun watching him play. Good point, producer Greg. Why draft a receiver if you can sign Antonio Brown? I don't know if we can pick him up on the mic or not from over there, but that's what he's bringing to the table with us tonight.
Yeah.
Antonio Brown just said he's signing with the Ravens earlier today. The Ravens don't know about it, but he said he's signing
How
with
nice of him, though. He's like, I'm going to let you have my services. And they gladly said, I think we're going to pass this time. Thanks. It's like when a dude, a creepy dude, says a girl looks pretty, and she just goes, "Thank you," and continues to walk away. Because that's basically what Antonio Brown is at this point, a creepy dude.
Yeah, he's,
He has more arrest warrants than NFL contracts right now.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Is he still trying to hook up with Giselle? Is that happening?
already happened. I don't know.
Maybe it already
Yeah, I
happened.
don't know.
Damn.
He does have a, I would buy that children's book series, though, that he published the cover art for. I would buy them.
That's a thing.
Can you imagine that?
Did you not see those on Twitter?
No.
Oh, man. There was one where Antonio Brown was inside of Tom Brady's house with Giselle.
No
And it's
way.
you're getting a new dad. It was like the title. It was so funny.
That hit, even as a Bengals fan, I'm pretty sure just completely messed him up.
Imagine that wide receiver room, Antonio Brown and OBJ.
No.
They beat each other up.
So we're officially waiting for the Panthers
Panthers
pick
pick.
to be in.
Looks like it's coming hot. Jonathan Stewart. Part of him and D'Angelo Williams had some great years together.
Yeah, smash and dash.
Yeah, I love that. They were great together.
Agreed.
They were right, and then right after that, Cam Newton kind of came in right at the tail end of their careers. So
It was Jonathan Mingo. This was rumored for a while.
Mingo.
We already talked about what we thought about the pick.
See, like,
Good for him.
can we discuss the fans for a second?
What is wrong with you?
Like,
You're
just
going
hear
after the
name and
fans?
They cheer. It doesn't matter who it is.
Well, I think you think they pay for fans to be in
They're not
attendance.
Knicks fans.
I think personally, fans right now in sports are like, and we see it with the Bengals talked about yesterday. Like, oh, CJ Uzama's gone. We hate him now. Like, it's so, if you play for us, you're the best thing ever, and if you don't, we hate you. Same thing with the Chiefs fans and Orlando Brown. It is. I think that is if you don't support the team, you're not a good fan. You know what? Sometimes teams deserve to be booed. And you know what? I don't want to be like too much like a Philadelphia fan in this right now, but like sometimes they do. You can cheer when they're good. You can be patient with young guys. You can have hopes for some of the young guys, but it's okay to boo bad picks. And it's,
also, you want to keep that stuff in-house, though, right?
Right.
You don't want to be, because let's be honest, the draft is every team is their kind of event. Do you want to be, your rep as a fan base is very important nowadays in the world of social media and things like that. Do you really want to be the fan base booing picks out in front of everyone else and be like, these guys suck? Like, we know how bad, like, reputation, the Jets fan base has, the Eagles fan base has at times, the Browns fan base. You can get a bad reputation pretty quick. And, like, do you really want to be one of the guys, like, the 20 fans in attendance inside the actual room where the picks are being announced, booing the pick?
Yes.
As a conversation topic, who can you think of is the best pick in sports history that got booed when they got picked? Reggie Miller is the first one that comes to mind for me.
Don McNabb.
Okay. There's
That's
one.
a good one.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Another good one.
All the Jets picks actually did suck, so they were kind of right.
Yeah, they were right most of the time.
Best.
Yeah, best.
Not what the fans
But-
are right.
Pick is in. Isaiah Foskey.
Pick is in
Ooh.
Isaiah Foskey.
Isaiah Foskey.
Out of Notre Dame.
Out of Notre Dame.
More of a power rusher, not very flexible. But I will say, when he gets to the quarterback, he swipes at the ball. He had so many forced fumbles at Notre Dame. A little bit early for what I would have picked him, but we know the Saints love their big edge rushers. I mean, we see it now, Trey Hendrickson, who we got from them, and Marcus Davenport, and all these guys they've had. Cameron Jordan, too.
Definitely a trend.
It fits what they do. I'll give the pick a B. I think it's decent value, and I like Foskey. I like him. He's not great,
I
but I
like
like him.
Foskey too. Late second rounds where I saw him going. Some people had him mocked to the Bengals before the draft. Obviously, they wouldn't go that way now. I love it. They just flashed Goodell with the clown nose on ESPN. That was pretty legendary.
So the ESPN's going to lose their license to do the NFL draft. Gamehouse will bring in the NFL draft next year live.
Well, someone slapped the shirt away, but it got about 5 seconds of airtime, which I'm amazed and so happy that somebody brought that. And honestly, hats off to the NFL for not confiscating it, because if this was the MLB, they 100% would have done something.
I kind of expected the NFL to do,
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But hey, it's okay. I like the pick. A little early. it's going to be a B. I mean, the difference between, we're at pick 40 and pick 55 is not really that make or break. We talk, and again, this is gonna keep coming up all night long. There aren't that many, like, the difference between a lot of these prospects is not that huge in this draft, especially in certain positions at this point that have been kind of picked over. D-line, especially edge rusher, is starting to get a little picked over.
Mm-hmm.
So if you need a guy and you really like him, and if it's that need, you're probably not going to get plus value. So they find a guy, they like him, it fills their need. That's why it's just a regular old B.
Roman Harper announcing the pick. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, they got a couple guys announcing. AJ Green is doing the Bengals today.
That's right. I think the worst pick so far has been the Panthers with Jonathan Mingo, according to my big board, 134. There's no one else, I think, out of my top 100 who's been picked, which is weird because we thought this would be like a way crazier draft than this, but it's the next lowest person is Sam Laporta. And I think a lot of people were higher on Sam Laporta than I was, so that makes sense. That's just usually by this point we have the Seahawks going nuts or the Patriots taking a lineman from Chattanooga or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of been one of the more boring drafts because it's just not been really that eventful with huge value picks and the huge just like what a reach. I need a little more. I need the NFL owners. Are they getting smarter, or is it just this class is just so vanilla that it just doesn't matter?
Well, is it so bad of a draft class that no one feels like the need to take chances because you're taking a chance on anyone? Like this should make it more. Like, if it's a bad draft class, it should make it more crazy. Go
for broke.
Go take a chance on some dude who played Division III or something, like Mount St. Joe, Delhi U. Go do that. Why not?
We could go around the street and scout some prospects if you want, Joe.
Let's do it. The Eagles signed Vince Papale that one year.
It's true, they did.
They made a whole movie about it.
That Raiders Pirate guy is getting a lot of screen time today. Is that a Super Mario brother? Good for them.
Yeah, 4.5 out of 5 stars for Super Mario Brothers. Go see it. No free ads, but I liked it. I liked it a lot.
I really liked it as well. I'd say I give it probably a 7.5 out of 10. I think Jack Black killed it. I think all the voice actors did a really good job, and the plot's not anything super overly complex, but the amount of Easter eggs and just very, well melded together plot it was. Not being complicated, but just good. But also hit a lot of different places and a lot of cool references. Love it.
All right, the pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals. B.J. Ojulari, the edge rusher out of LSU. His brother's in the league for the Giants right now. Second round pick, I like this for B.J. Ojulari. That's where I kind of had him going. He's a very athletic edge rusher. I think he's kind of got lost in the fold of some of these combine testers like Keon White and Adetomiwa Adebore, but he beat them out. But he's a very good player. I like the pick for the Cardinals. You need pass rushing production after you lost, obviously, J.J. Watt and Chandler Jones over the last several years and haven't really gotten many people to replace them.
They love drafting linebackers, though. Early, I'm surprised it's not another linebacker, honestly, the rate they've been going.
Well, I mean, maybe Jack Campbell was on their board, but the Lions just stole him from him.
They're probably like, darn, we're going to run the first, 2-5-4.
No defensive linemen, all linebackers.
Yeah. You know how horrible that would honestly go? I think some people will be like, I bet it could work. They're shifty enough they'd be able to avoid these offensive linemen. I'm like, yeah, I don't think that's what would happen.
The Sacramento Kings owner proposed only sending 4 people back on defense and cherry picking the whole game, and I think that idea is better than playing no defensive linemen. He said he won his girls AAU championship with that. And he wanted his NBA team to employ that, and I think everyone in the NBA is like, buddy, you can't do it. Yeah, he's 100%.
ISO on every play, brother.
I'm glad it worked for your AAU team, buddy, but that's a little bit too rich for me.
Also, wouldn't that be the douchiest AAU team of all time? Could you imagine being a parent of the other team that's there, and just being like, what the hell is going on? One, it's just the most unsportsmanlike thing, especially to do the entire game. And also, secondly, who the hell's the coach of the other AAU team? No one was sitting at half court at that point? What the fuck?
You know what I'd do? If I were the coach of another AAU team, I would hold the ball. I would hold it. There's no shot clock. Yeah, I would not shoot. Just hold the ball, and don't let them cherry pick. If they want to just keep someone down there, just
See, it's if I ever coach a children's sports team.
Luke Musgrave is the
for the Packers. Okay. Luke Musgrave to the Packers is the rumor. They needed a tight end.
I like
Shout
it.
out Ben.
Shout
Yeah.
out Ben in Vegas, who's definitely watching this stream. He's a
thought,
company man.
I thought, the Packers was a good chance they're going to go tight end. I thought maybe Michael Mayer slipped to this point, they get him, or maybe they get Laporta.
wait, now there's a new one.
Oh.
New rumor.
Reporting fake
Darnell
news.
Now it's Darnell Watch. Producer Rob on the hot seat here with us too.
Anyway, back to my
That's why I said it was a rumor.
Oh boy.
back to my musings. But if I was the coach of a children's, youth team or a future kids team, yeah, I'm all for sportsmanship and playing a fair game.
It's much.
But as soon as, and I'm gonna get to my thought before that pick gets announced. Anyway,
Go ahead.
yes, I would play fair sportsmanship. But as soon as people start pulling shit like cherry picking the entire game, I'm doing the most petty shit I possibly can.
What's that? You throwing a chair, Bob Knight?
I might honestly throw a chair. I would get kicked out of a 10-year-old's basketball game if they were cherry picking like that. Well, one, I'd probably just have a kid go back there and hack the shit out of whoever was cherry picking. So that as well.
I think
They can't make free throws.
I
in
think you
tennis.
just win, then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, you could. I'll just start shooting up just perimeter threes.
All right, the Cardinals pick is finally official. We've already teased the Packers pick for you as we keep on rolling along here. It is B.J. Ojulari, like we said, the LSU edge rusher, and we don't usually talk about next year's draft or 2 years away draft, but they have an edge rusher who's gonna be a sophomore this year, who's gonna be really good as well, like Will Anderson type good. So something to watch out for. They always produce good defensive players. Hoping they don't fulfill their potential though with Brian Kelly as their coach. So
Yeah, that sounds about right with the new LSU squad.
Yeah.
I think Coach O should still be there despite all the allegations and stupid shit he did. Because honestly, it's just having a Cajun coaching that team just makes it that much more fun.
it really is like the Water Boy,
It really is.
and it's
fun. I mean, I think they should have like some really Jersey guy coach at Rutgers. I think it should be like a local guy. I think that'd be a great, a great idea. You can only hire somebody from the local market to be your coach. Have to have grown up there, gone to school there, or in some way coach there as an assistant. That's it. Like Brian Kelly should never be at LSU.
but he likes to talk about his family.
I just want you guys to know, since Ben is probably not watching this, that I told him that the Packers picked Endon.
All right, trolling the Packers fan, gotta love it.
Yep.
The
there we
Packers
go.
fan who thinks the Packers are going to win the NFC North. You can say something about his passion, I guess. We're staying positive here. You can say something about his passion there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's dedicated to his team.
It's the hope that kills you.
Yeah, man. Holy crap.
And producer Greg said the Texans are going to the Super Bowl. Heard it here first.
I already bet on it. So.
Oh, wow.
Going
All
or
right.
going or
Those
winning?
odds.
Going or winning?
Just kidding.
Oh boy!
Uh,
It is Luke Musgrave out of Oregon State, the tight end. He's actually my tight end 3. I have him higher than Dalton Kincaid. He also doesn't block, but he's a little bit bigger, and I think he can learn to block better than Dalton Kincaid can. Even though Cecil's totally flip-flopped on what he actually likes out of tight ends this year, I think that's it's okay.
all right. How dare you? Anyway, I said Dalton Kincaid was I just liked Dalton Kincaid. That was the only one I liked of that nature. It does bother me a great deal that he can't block, but sometimes I got to put that aside to win football games.
Okay.
Anyway, he is way better than any of those other bums, especially that Mike Gesicki guy. Don't even mention him to me. Or even compare my take to him to...
Mike Gesicki's a better blocker than Dalton Kincaid.
How dare you? Well, Dalton Kincaid's a much better receiver.
We'll find out. He's got
Yes,
his
we
big
will.
chance to show us at Buffalo.
Anyway, Luke Musgraves, I think it's an okay pick here. I feel like, the tight end value isn't really here. I mean, you just saw all these picks go by. I would do Darnell Washington if I were them. Overall, I probably would have gone in a different... I would have probably waited or traded down if I was going to go tight end at this point. So, I'm going to give it a B-.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's not quite a C pick, but it's not really a B either.
Why is Brian Branch falling?
Why is Brian Branch falling?
Tests horribly.
He's falling because he tested pretty bad. He ran like a 4.6 40-yard dash. He plays faster than that. I think that's something that we talked about this with like maybe Will Levis falling and maybe Michael Mayer falling. There's a lot of overthinking that goes into this. Like, I didn't think Will Levis should be a top 5 pick, but Brian Branch is an objectively good football player, and he plays with anticipation. He plays faster than that, so I think it's just overthinking.
Yeah, long story short, he's slow as hell.
Friendly reminder that the Aaron Rodgers era has ended and they still refuse to take receivers.
Yeah, but he's kind of a receiving tight end.
Just saying they're not
They-
giving Jordan Love any weapons.
They gave him help.
That can't be
Okay, Rob, our producer, is confused.
right. Joe Tippmann is the rumor?
That's
Jude
possible.
Tippmann is the rumor for the Jets, the Wisconsin center. He's a big center, 6'6".
He's a
That's
big
kind
dude.
of tall for a center. Made all the calls to the line of scrimmage for Wisconsin. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's not always
I mean,
the case.
I saw him mocked in the second to some people. I mean, some people are higher on him than others. Again, he's a center. I don't think he's a generational type center talent. I mean,
Looks like it's
It is going to be Tippmann.
it's a fine pick for the Jets, I guess. I mean, shoring up their offensive line with Aaron Rodgers. Who is the Jets' current center?
It is Connor McGovern, right? One of the 2 Connor McGoverns in the league.
It's hard to keep track of so many Connor McGoverns. But, I mean, if Connor McGovern's... I mean, he's kind of a converted guard, isn't he? Was kind of a guard and center combo.
They both play guard. I don't. It's,
That's even more confusing.
yeah.
Regardless...
No relation.
I mean, give me the full breakdown of they've got Mekhi Becton, they've got, is George Fant still there? Is he gone
George
now?
Fant's gone. They have Laken Tomlinson at guard. Connor McGovern. Elijah Vera Tucker has been pretty good.
Yep.
And Becton's been pretty good when he's been healthy. Right tackle, they have Dwayne Brown, if he can stay healthy, or they have Max Mitchell out of Louisiana, 4th-round pick last year. So I don't know.
There's really not a place for Tippmann
I think
unless they're trying to just build depth.
Yeah, I think you start Tippmann at center and move
Govern is
The-
like a guard.
to
center.
guard for Tomlinson. Yeah.
You think they're ready to give up on didn't they just sign Tomlinson last year?
I think so, but I mean, he's been in the league since 2015. He's never been that good, so I don't know.
Yeah, this is a very questionable Jets draft. I'll tell you this: the Lions and the Jets are 2 of the teams that had some of the biggest chances to go from, pretenders to possible, playoff, dark horses with some of the pieces they have. The Lions with a built-out roster with some good young talent, and then the Jets finally getting Aaron Rodgers. But I mean, both those teams have had similar drafts where it just seems like they're not really high-value, instant impact guys that are going to help them, and they look like depth pieces, which are great if you're trying to build a team out. But I mean, I look at both of these teams and their runways. I mean, there's no time like the present. I mean, The time is now. There's no point in trying to build a team in 4 years because by that point, everyone else will have caught up with them. So I'm going to, drafting a center when you don't really need offensive line help and you honestly could use it in some other places, maybe you go out and get, I think getting some secondary help, getting another linebacker, get another defensive lineman. I'm going to give it a C.
If they would have gone tackle because Becton gets hurt and Dwayne Brown can't hold up for a full season, cool. But interior, I'm kind of out. I'm with you. Not a great pick. I think there's better interior offensive linemen on the board. Osiris Torrance at guard or John Michael Schmitz at center if you want either one of those. So
Where's Brent's?
Indianapolis Colts pick is in. It's going to be Julius Brents, the corner out of Kansas State. Love the pick for me. I'm a bit early high on Julius Brents.
Giant corner.
A giant corner. I went on a podcast 2-3 months ago, and then this is before a lot of the draft rumors happened, and I was just like, they asked me 2 guys I liked. I said, I like the Kansas State guys for 2 different reasons. I like Deuce Vaughn because he's 5'5" and short and just makes people miss, and I like Julius Brents because he's a huge corner. I think the NFL is going to love him. He's going here at 44 to the Colts. I think that's great value. He can match up with those bigger receivers on the outside. He played. He had some good moments against Quentin Johnston. Johnston did get the better of him sometimes too, but I think that's how it goes when some of the better players go up against each other.
Yeah, no, I think I'm going to give this pick. Give it an A. I think I kind of like Cam Smith a little better on my rankings when it comes to the cornerbacks, but I think Julius Brents is supposed to be a second rounder. The biggest knock on him is he's a big guy, but he's also not super quick. He's kind of a slower guy because he is a physical, big kind of body and corner. So he might get burned every once in a while, but overall, I think that's a roll of the dice you got to take when you got to go up against a lot of these big physical outside receivers nowadays. Because honestly, between him and actually outside Cam Smith, it's mostly just slot corners at this point. So if you need an outside guy, I mean, you don't have that many other choices.
Well, remember, they also traded Stephon Gilmore to the Cowboys. And that might be okay because Gilmore's not the same player as he once was.
Right.
He's still pretty good, but not the same. So now you get a guy, if this fills a need, you got your quarterback first round. You get a guy who matches up on the outside. I'm giving the pick an A. Good value for me. There's other corners that I like better on the board. But I also think he fits more of what they need specifically. So I'll give it an A.
Yeah, the Colts are in a weird place. They're kind of a team that honestly kind of feels like they missed their window in a lot of ways. It's kind of a team that was a quarterback away. It's somewhere where they tried to do what the Jets just did, where their window is kind of right now. They just traded for an aging quarterback. I think Aaron Rodgers will work better than what the Colts ended up doing with Philip Rivers and Matt Ryan, but it just seems like that window's shutting unless Anthony Richardson ends up being very good very quickly, which even the Colts and Anthony Richardson himself have kind of said, I'm going to work hard and see what happens.
So they have Roger Goodell announcing this pick. Hopefully whoever the Colts was supposed to announce it is okay. So here's my problem with the Packers pick, because the Packers are on the clock again, Cease. I'm with you. I think they should have waited to this pick to get their tight end, but they lucked out. The Packers' safeties have been so bad. I would have gone Brian Branch. Their safeties are bad.
Brian Branch has been mocked to the Packers, in the first round,
Yeah.
yeah. So I'm all for it, too. I think that'd be a great pick. Wide receiver, what are our top wide receivers we're looking at right now?
Josh Downs is one out of
Okay.
UNC. Cedric Tillman and Jalen Hyatt out of Tennessee, each different skill sets there.
Sure.
I have Kayshon Boutte. This is a guy who had a very terrible 2022 season, but had a phenomenal 2021 season, falling down a lot of boards. Nathaniel Dell, the slot guy out of Houston, made a lot of noise at the Senior Bowl. Marvin Mims, Oklahoma.
Traded with the Packers.
The Lions traded with the Packers?
They did.
That's weird.
Oh, the Lions just don't care. They trade T.J. Hawkinson to the Vikings. They're trading picks with the Packers.
Where's the loyalty?
Now the Lions take another tight end. Oh, boy.
You think the Lions maybe go, Brian Branch here? They could still use a little bit of safety help.
Well, they got,
They got-
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and Kirby Joseph.
True, but they could also play Chauncey Gardner-Johnson in the slot.
Or Brian Branch in the slot.
Or Brian Branch is true. They could just have a all very flexible kind of back into the defense where you could have guys you play a 3 safety look and then one guy jumps the slot. You could have almost a quarters look out there possibly, or a single high.
That's Branch.
Or that's the.
The rumor is it's Brian Branch, which actually, I guess you're playing him in the slot in this scenario. That's good.
That's still fine.
But because
It's good versatility.
they need everything on the defense, first of all.
Yeah.
And second of all, they traded Jeff Okudah. And Jeff Okudah had some nice... He wasn't great last year. He had some nice flashes where he's still a young guy. So they got rid of a corner on an already bad defense. So if you're going to play him in the slot, maybe the outside corners get better. You signed Emmanuel Mosley and Cam Sutton from the 49ers and Steelers, respectively. So that should help. But getting a slot guy could really help.
I think so as well. I really wanted them, and it's going to drive me crazy this whole draft, is they had so many opportunities to get a good kind of high-end outside corner type prospect, and they didn't. I think, if anything, that's going to be the biggest knock of me coming out of this draft because, they got Laporta in the second round, which is great. I would have liked Michael Mayer more, but again, it helps their team. They had a whole tight end. Linebacker, I didn't love the pick, in the second half of the first round, but it does fill a need, and now linebacker is very much addressed. Maybe you get a secondary player like this. I think really they're having an okay draft. It's one of those drafts where I'm like, I like they're filling needs. I just don't like which pick went where and the talent they picked at each pick.
Right.
So that's going to be kind of the big thing. And it's not like these guys were all huge reaches where it's just like these guys are 5 down. It's like, it's the 4th best or the 2nd best guy instead of, the 1st best, or we traded down instead of taking the number 1 guy. So I feel like if it is Branch, I think that's a huge value pick for them. and honestly can help save their draft a little bit holistically if you look at all the players. Because, I mean, they've got another good prospect who's going to help their team instantly. Because all these guys are going to play day one, pretty much.
Imagine if they flipped around the order of these picks so they get Branch. Like, if you took Branch number 1, yeah, maybe a little reach at 12, but Branch number 1, you took Gibbs number 2 at your number 2 pick, and then you took Jack Campbell and Sam Laporta out of Iowa with your 2 second-round picks. Everyone would be like, yeah, that's a great draft.
Yeah.
But because they did it so weirdly, it's now just... It just messed up it just messed up in everyone's mind. So I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the Lions, you look at their holes, if they're not, I mean, I don't think they're doing quarterback this draft. I mean, get another receiver, especially since Jamison Williamson's going to be out for 6 games. And then, honestly, outside of that, they can find maybe an outside corner, which I think they're not going to go since they just went secondary, and just get some defensive line help and maybe some offensive line depth. You know, honestly, some people have said that a good guard like Cyrus. So, I mean, the Detroit Lions have another pick in like probably 7-8 picks, right? Because they have 3 second rounders.
Unless they traded up, I'm used to it.
I doubt. I mean, they had 3. I doubt the move up in the second round. They traded another 2 second round picks to move up 5 or 6 spots. Especially, I don't think they do that deal with the Packers of all people. And honestly, I'm surprised the Packers were that willing to trade with the Lions. If I were the Packers, especially knowing just overall, I get like this is not, you know, the season or anything like that, but if you're the Packers, they better be paying me way over value for to move up, because otherwise, why would I let the Lions get their guy? Why would I just help them get that guy? Because I know the Lions are honestly the team to beat in my division. You know, still the NFC North is pretty wide open, even if the Lions look like the favorite right now. I wouldn't let them get someone like Brian Branch. I would say no, I'm not trading with you. See ya.
Yeah, if this is like a 4th or 5th round pick, sure. But this is still day 2. We got top 50 players on the board, and you're doing that. Like, sure, if it's the Bengals and Steelers trading, and it's like, oh, they're going to move up 5 spots in the 4th round. I mean, should we care about that? Maybe not. The second round, when we have Brian Branch, top 10 player on my board, and probably still on a lot of people's boards, maybe stop till top 20 player. Just other guys on their boards are different. Yeah, I don't think you do that now. I mean, the Lions now they go from a really bad draft to like an interesting one, like a C plus maybe, from a D minus. Then I don't know. This is crazy.
Yeah, they're slowly getting better because this is a great value pick. I mean, I think right now into this, they're probably just a straight-up C draft. Because I wouldn't say any of their picks have just been awful players. It's just been very, like, my board doesn't agree, and I think they took some guys too early, but they did address needs. So it's with this pick especially, it's a very average kind of a mixed bag of everything. So they didn't absolutely fail it by any means, but they did a good job. And then I guess Brian Branch is the only one who just showed up today, probably.
All right, so the next 2 picks, we're going to leak them real quick. We can talk about them in the meantime. We have the Patriots. They're taking Keon White, the edge rusher out of Georgia Tech. Versatile guy, kind of bigger edge rusher. We'll see how they align him. They already have some good edge rushers too, but you can move him around. And then we also have Washington taking Jartavius Martin, the safety out of Illinois. He's also a versatile player in his own right, but that's more in the secondary, obviously. So he can play the slot. He can play, slot corner, safety. I think he's drafted a little bit too early, but at least it gets some versatility for Washington there. And they already took Emmanuel Forbes. They're really trying to improve that secondary.
Right. I'm pretty much thinking the Lions moved up here because they want to get Brian Branch because they had a feeling either the Patriots or the Commanders. And a lot of people mocked Brian Branch to the Commanders in this process. So it was a smart move for the Lions to move up past those guys because it looks like they took another safety on top of it. So, I like the high-value pick of White by the Patriots. I mean, sure, they have edge rushers here, but I think it's one of those things that you can never have too many edge rushers, honestly, because you can build a rotation. I mean, look at the Eagles. I mean, no one's not going to be like, oh, they got guys. It's like, yeah, they got guys, but like they throw in a full rotation of pretty much 8 guys, which is, you can have that many edge rushers. I mean, look at the Bengals pick. You have 4 guys to rush from the edge. I think that's great. You keep guys fresh, and I think that's what we're finding out a lot in the NFL, kind of like we did with pitchers 40 years ago in the MLB, is sometimes not making them play every snap can actually make them much more effective over time. So, and also keep the longevity of their careers and keep these guys playing for a lot longer. Or keep them playing at the end of their careers like a Fletcher Cox or something like that with the Eagles. So, overall, I'm fine with it. They got some good edge rushers in the Patriots, but ultimately, Bill Belichick will find a way to use him. He is a defensive guru always.
Yes. Speaking to the Washington pick, we'll get to it more. I mean, we have plenty of time to kill here.
Yep.
But I heard it on the PFF podcast from Trevor Sikkema that this is going to be studied the way the Eagles, because this is what you brought up. The Eagles do their drafts is going to be studied much like Moneyball was in baseball, where everyone went nuts for a couple of years. Now, analytics in baseball is stupid nowadays with just let's hit 3-run home runs to win games. But where it started, it was very pure and very good, and the A's were able to compete. And I think there's going to be a lot of people who do that. Just build through the trenches. You win games in the trenches, and if you can't get a top quarterback, then just keep on using picks on them in the second round. Maybe get Jalen Hurts when you already have Carson Wentz, and keep it rolling. So I do agree with that. I think we always talk about how important the trenches are, and as we talk about yesterday, if you can't get a premier quarterback, go get premier players at other positions. I don't care if it's a running back. I don't care if it's wide receiver. Give you some sort of competitive advantage, because it's more about the Jimmies and the Joes and the X's and the O's in the NFL, in my opinion.
No, absolutely. And I think the Eagles they've done a good job. It is kind of Moneyball-esque, but I think they just realized that, and this was a big thing earlier on, is they just find value guys. They just see value. And, some of that's like Moneyball, right? But it's more, we know these guys are good. It's just the league isn't willing to take an investment out. Like a Darius Slay, right? They got Darius Slay for next to nothing.
Right.
Before that, they were always focusing on paying safeties versus paying corners, because corners are overvalued in a lot of ways. And, defensive linemen, especially, they do interior defensive pass rushers, which are not as valued as edge rushers. So, I mean, it is very interesting how they do their drafts, how they decide to do all this stuff. But they are very much into just stockpiling picks, investing and paying for guys that are honestly top-tier talent that they get to underpay because they're not as premium positioned right next to it. And they've been built. It's what Howie Roseman's been able to do, what the hell they've been able to do since Chip Kelly basically destroyed their team. Is just absolutely phenomenal and one of the best turnarounds of an organization probably in sports history, honestly.
Sports history?
In sports history.
Wow.
I mean, you look at that team, it was absolutely decimated by Chip Kelly. Howie Roseman was basically just thrown out of there. And then, Carson Wentz starts going bad. They fire their head coach, and they're right back in the Super Bowl 3 years later? 2 years?
Yeah. All right. Keon White to the Patriots is official now.
Mm-hmm.
Heard it here first. Probably on the internet where we found it first, but, heard it here first maybe.
ESPN is running slow.
And we got the Washington pick. We already confirmed Jotavius Martin. I like that they're going and improving that secondary, but Martin was a reach. Forbes in the first round, very, very small. We talked about this yesterday. It's an outlier, and if you want those guys to work out, it doesn't always happen. It's hard. Ball skills are great. You could say, heart over height. You could say all the stuff you usually say. It's just really hard for those guys to be really successful.
Right. I think the Commanders really wanted Branch, and I think they just got sniped, basically, is what happened here. Probably would have been a good idea to call the Packers. I mean, that's the thing. How often, and this would be a good study, is how often, are these calls happening, and, are these organizations being like, all right, they're probably taking this kind of player, why don't I just call this other team? How does it actually work when these calls happen? Are these GMs all calling each other kind of like the Bears situation years ago where they basically traded against themselves to get Mitch Trubisky at number 2?
Right.
How many teams are I've got this offer, are you going to give me a better one? I know you probably want this guy, right? How often does that happen?
Bucks traded up to 48 with the Packers.
Ooh.
All right, Bucks.
And our rumor
It's
is
hooker time?
Mock currently.
Cody Mauch.
I mean, that's a good pick. I mean, they need to get younger at guard and honestly at offensive line.
It is Cody Mock.
So Tampa Bay moves up to pick 48, and they're going to take Cody Mauch. I will be interested to see where they play him. They desperately need to figure out left tackle.
Donovan Smith's gone.
Donovan Smith's gone. Do you move Tristan Wirfs to left tackle? Do you keep him right tackle because he's so good and because, honestly, he faced just as many good edge rushers on the right side as the left side these days and move him around? He played offensive tackle in college. A lot of people think he actually projects better as a guard or even center at the college level. He actually took snaps and took at both guard and center at the Senior Bowl. So a guy who I was listening to the Steelers Country Weekly podcast on the Game House family of podcast networks, and they said this guy, he looks like a Pittsburgh Steeler because he's got the long red hair and he has no front teeth.
Sounds like most of the people from the greater Pittsburgh area.
Okay, that's a shot. Ouch.
Take another.
Don't.
They're wide open.
I'm allowed one.
Oh yeah,
There's nobody here to defend them.
Man, that's tough.
You set me up for it.
I set you up.
I had to hit it. Sometimes somebody tosses the ball up to me, I got to dunk it.
Yep. I don't know where to go with that. I'm going with the Malk pick. I think is actually pretty good though for Tampa Bay. I really don't know where they're going to play him, but he's a good value here. A guy a lot of people liked because of that presence of the picture and like this is just what an offensive lineman should look like. And I think he has front teeth knocked out, and they asked him why didn't you replace him. Like, I just didn't see a need for him.
Oh.
So that's cool. I mean that guy's he's pretty heckin' cool.
It's like what's his face? Was it Quinn Martinez who was out of Whitewater last year, 2 years ago? Who was pushing down trees.
Quinn Miners, yeah.
Quinn Miners was.
Benton to the Steelers.
Oh.
Okay. We got Keanu Benton to the Steelers is a rumor right now. That's a good pick for them as well. They're
son of a gun.
Killing this draft. They need interior of the defensive line.
Desperately, yeah.
Spontuit retired a couple of last year? Before last year, yeah.
I think you should lie and say it's a bad pick.
I'm not going to lie and say the Steelers made a bad pick. Reputation's better than the hatred of Steelers.
Yeah.
My
I got my Steelers shot in. I'm not going to call a good pick bad.
So Goodell is announcing the Bucks pick too. He's just knocking all these other legends out of the way. He's just doing it himself.
Just like whatever. You took too long, old timer. It's my time.
Ego on this guy.
Yeah. They got the creamsicle. Honestly, that's a pretty sick re-logo though.
Well,
the skull inside the Buccaneer, like old school Buccaneer logo, where it's an old pirate, but they actually put the skull of the new Buccaneer logo inside of it as the face.
Tom Brady retired.
I'm kind of into that.
Tom Brady retired because he didn't want to wear the creamsicles.
God.
Because we have this debate. Oh, Cody Mox is hanging out. Okay, North Dakota. He's looking at the time of the life. We had this debate, and I've heard it from other podcasts and everything before too, but you can't win in those colors. How are you supposed to get this?
You can't win in creamsicle?
No.
Is this a Tennessee knock?
No, this is Buccaneers mock the first time they were really bad. You can't wear our high school wears pink. Some they have a losing record in pink. You just can't wear the weird colors. You just got to stick with what works.
All I can say is thank God Cody Mock's good at football, because otherwise he would just look ridiculous in any other way. I mean, honestly, it only fits because he's an offensive lineman. It's good for his brand right now, but if he wasn't going to be an NFL draft prospect, it would not be good for the brand. Except for unless he was maybe a lumberjack or...
Lumberjack? Bouncer?
Yeah, I mean, even a bouncer, you're wearing a suit and then you don't have two front teeth. I don't know.
Try messing with that guy at a bar.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I could see him being the bartender or a guy at a kind of country bar being the bouncer, but not in a swaggy high end club.
Yeah, true.
He seems like a nice guy though.
talk trash out of for 3 minutes. He seems like a nice guy though. He's got a draft party. There's people with all these different NFL. I saw an Eagles. I saw Vikings. And guess what? You're all Bucks fans now.
That's right. Get
Suck
the
it
creamsicles,
with
baby.
Baker Mayfield as our quarterback.
Oh, gosh. There it is. So, yeah, Steelers are getting a lot better in this draft. Again, what's it going to... Our producer is showing his Steeler hatred. I'm not allowed to do those hand signs on the air.
Just a thumbstick. I'm hearing the Packers are rumored to be taking Jaden Reed.
Packers are rumored to be taking Jaden Reed, the receiver out of Michigan State.
It's a third-round prospect.
I like him, but I thought I was going to like him as a fourth-round pick
Yeah, I saw him going in the third.
Yeah.
But they drafted a wide receiver.
They did
They draft second-round wide receivers, Rob.
they did it last year.
They've done that a lot. They
I
also
know,
did
I'm
another
just
one. His
saying.
name was Devontae Adams.
Can we talk about? I'm giving the Steelers an A+ for their draft. They killed their
no,
pick.
hey, it's not over yet.
They've
Can't do that yet.
A+ so far. I mean, Jesus.
Rob is on watch tonight. Do not let him go to
And
sleep alone.
This is why we don't let the producers talk most years. The bias is showing.
Yeah.
He's even infected you. You're talking bad.
I'm not talking bad.
Well, the one shot. You had the one shot.
I mean, it was one shot. I mean, I'm allowed to have a personality here. Gosh.
No. We want.
I'm getting censored by my co-host.
No, you're not censored.
Cancel.
Getting canceled.
It's a microaggression.
Anyway, we're not bringing any of that up. This is
Anyway,
football.
Steelers
We talk
have-
football. Goddamn it.
Steelers have had an awesome draft. I don't know how far it takes them with Kenny Pickett, but I do think in the AFC North, I think they have a chance to make the playoffs as a wild
It
card.
is Reed officially.
Okay, and I think the Browns are coming in last. But Green Bay Packers taking Jaden Reed officially. Total reach. I don't know what the Packers are doing.
The Packers are in a no man's land of now having a very mediocre quarterback because they basically scared off their Hall of Fame quarterback because they were finished with his antics. Which, I never saw the Bucks really be like, "Oh man, Tom Brady, you'd retired. You're not coming back for that week. How dare you?"
I got one for you.
Let's hear
I
it.
saw a rating of the AFC North quarterbacks this week that had Deshaun Watson as the fourth best quarterback. Just want to discuss that.
It
If he plays like he did last year,
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it's possible.
How would you rate him in order?
How would I rate the AFC North quarterback? Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson, Kenny Pickett.
Yep.
I would say Deshaun Watson and Kenny Pickett are pretty fluid if Deshaun Watson plays like he did this past year.
Deshaun Watson has the ceiling to be as good as Lamar. That's his absolute ceiling, and that's saying a lot. That's saying everything. He suddenly becomes the Texans quarterback from 3 years ago.
That was my question: is if Deshaun Watson plays to the peak of his abilities, how would you then rate them? All
I
four
think he has.
quarterbacks
Same.
play the best.
I think he has the chance to be at second with Lamar. I think honestly, Kenny Pickett's ceiling is third and honestly, that's because Deshaun Watson just doesn't have it. I think Deshaun Watson shows half the talent he had with Houston. He still beats Kenny Pickett on his best day.
I think Lamar's pretty solidified for me at number 2. Deshaun Watson played well for the Texans, but it would take a lot to get back to where he was even then, and back then he wasn't better than Lamar. So I'm going Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson, and Kenny Pickett, with Kenny having the opportunity to move up with a good year this year and with a bad Deshaun Watson year, which, you know what? Cleveland Browns still made a pick this year. They haven't improved their team today or yesterday. Could be rough.
Aaron Rodgers is now the what number best quarterback in the AFC?
Not top 3. We know what the top 3 are, right?
Yep.
I would say
Mahomes, Allen, Burrow.
I'm gonna flip it on you. Herbert or Rodgers, or Lawrence or Rodgers?
So are we? Is Lamar is 4, right? Or is that what we're assuming here? Or what?
Yeah, I think Lamar's still probably 4. Yeah, but I think that's what I'm saying. I think that's where it ends.
I
though.
would go Herbert 5, Rodgers 6 at this point.
No Lawrence.
I go Lawrence 7.
I think it's wrong. Got Jaden Reed.
Wait, what?
He's got Jaden Reed written down for the
Oh, that's right. The
Technical difficulties.
The
We
Steelers-
do have difficulties typing in spreadsheets. So
that's why we have producer Greg here.
here to catch us and call us out on our shit.
So the Packers are announcing their pick now. We think it's Jaden Reed, the wide receiver out of Michigan State. This would mean that Reed is probably going to play in the slot with Watson and Romeo Doubs on the outside. I think this might leave them still in a position where they need a number 1 receiver next year. You would love to see Watson improve, but
Yeah.
you've used so much like second round capital, third round capital on receivers, and it only worked out one time with Devontae Adams.
Yeah. Receivers are just becoming more and more higher valued as well. I mean, their salaries aren't going down, so people are going to part ways with the receivers at an even faster rate than before, and they're going to try to replenish early in the draft. So, yeah, wide receiver talent's not going to be easy to find in the third, fourth, fifth round anymore. It's going to be a lot of guys you got to get in the first or very early second, and then once that's over, you're kind of picking. I mean, I like Jaden Reed as a slot guy. I think he has potential. Some people mocked him to the Bengals as a potential Tyler Boyd replacement. And I could see that kind of being a good, that'd be a good high-end version of what he's doing and what he could do. He's not going to be a dominant receiver. He's just going to be a reliable swap guy, and that's why I saw him as a third-round pick. This is another reach for them. I mean, it's a position of need, but I'm going to give it a C. If they were going to go, again, this is one of those where if they were going to go receiver, why didn't you go receiver earlier in this draft? I mean, I guess not really any receivers have been taken since you took Musgraves, but, I would have traded up or I would have traded down out of the 13th pick and gotten a good receiver at this point. Because,
right.
I mean, this is just not... This draft ain't going to do anything for the Green Bay Packers. That's just the reality of it.
Seahawks rumor Zach Charbonnet.
All right,
Teron
so
Armstead is still playing and yet is announcing a pick.
yeah, they have a couple guys, but the Dolphins are taking Cam Smith, the corner out of South Carolina.
Great
Very
pick.
surprising for me because Jalen Ramsey, Xavier Howard, and they have Darth Cater in the slot. So I don't know if Cam Smith's going to play, but it's great value. I mean, people are talking about first round pick. I'm 46 on the big board, but it's good value. I don't know. I just don't know. He's not going to play next year.
Possibly, but that's assuming everybody stays healthy, which Jalen Ramsey's had some issues as of late to do.
True.
I mean, you can never have too many corners. Again, it's one of those positions, a guy goes down, you need somebody that's able and ready to go to play. Honestly, especially when you're a team like the Dolphins who, I mean, they don't have a ton of holes right now.
It's their first pick of the draft.
It is their first pick of the draft because they did forfeit their first rounder.
And they traded the other one for Bradley Chubb.
And yes, they did. So, I mean, they're not a team that's just massive holes everywhere. I think this is a great depth piece and a team and a piece that, can come in this year in case something does happen to one of their corners. And somebody who they can perhaps potentially build around when Jalen Ramsey leaves in, 2 years?
Yeah. I mean, the name of the game for the Dolphins is they can make the playoffs again next year. It's Tua's health. They can, even with Aaron Rodgers in the AFC East, there's potential they come in second place in the AFC East again. There's the potential they can go win a playoff. They played the Bills tough. They played the Bills tough without Tua in the playoffs.
I would have liked someone like Cyrus Torrance, maybe, or
True, because
I think protecting Tua's key, and I think they could use some upgrades at guard.
all right, is this Doug Baldwin announcing? They don't have his name up there. I think it's Doug Baldwin though. Announcing the Seahawks. The rumor from the producer Rob is Zach Charbonnet, which would make no sense after drafting Kenneth Walker last year.
The Seahawks strike again!
We've been waiting for something crazy, so
Wasn't that your one prediction? The Seahawks were going to draft something stupid.
yeah, absolutely. Seahawks.
I mean, that's not even a prediction. That's a guarantee almost.
Seahawks and Raiders are my favorite teams for the NFL draft, just because they always make us stay on our toes.
KJ Wright.
KJ Wright, that's right. Sorry. Selections in. He's announcing. It is Zach Charbonnet.
Wow, I'm actually very happy because I didn't want the Bengals to take him at 60. So
Me as well. Started his career at Michigan for 2 years, then transferred to UCLA. Is very effective in both schemes at different times. More of a power runner, bigger guy, has some power, good vision. I don't know why the Seahawks are taking him, other than the fact that the Seahawks just end up getting running backs hurt all the time. Rashad Penny's now with the Eagles, and he was hurt all the time. But Kenneth Walker, I think you just ride with him and maybe get a guy later in this draft to give you depth, not a guy in the second round.
right. I mean, I think there's some good interior pass rushers still.
The Bears.
I think there's still some good interior pass rushers, which I think would have been a much better pick for the Seahawks. Because I think that's the big thing they're lacking, and I think, the 3 technique out of Northwestern will be a great pick here as well. But, they go with another running back. They try to add a weapon, but I just don't see the top tier grade some people have with Charbonnet out of UCLA. So
I had him as the 70th player on my big board, which yes, if the Bengals took him there, that's fine. I just have better guys available right now, and I he's good power back, good vision, but he takes a while to get started, and I think that plays a factor in the NFL. So that could be something to keep in mind. We have a rumored pick of Gervin Dexter to the Bears. And he's a guy who, for Florida, I think had a pretty good career. I was thinking of his teammate at first. I was thinking Brenton Cox, who's been kicked out of Georgia and Florida. That's not Gervin Dexter. It's hard to get kicked out of both those schools too.
Consecutively, I mean.
But this is for the Bears. They need help all along that defense. They lost a lot of players. This would be my biggest reach of the draft. He's player number 206 on my big board. Even more so than Jonathan Mingo from before, and Jaden Reed, who are the other two. So this is the first. I mean, Zach Charbonnet was kind of like out of nowhere, but the Bears, if this is the pick, this would be the first kind of like, what are you doing with the value there?
Yeah, the value is not there. I think it's a fourth, fifth rounder. I'm giving it a D, especially with the guys that are at that position that are much higher at this point.
Right. I think I think the Bears initially did good to trade down, right? And I applaud them for, I would say, trusting Justin Fields, not buying into the stupid rumors that like they could like draft a quarterback this year.
Yep.
But you trade back and you get Darnell Wright. You trade back twice and get Darnell Wright, which makes it better. But you get Darnell Wright when he's probably not as good as like even Broderick Jones or Peter Skoronski in my mind at tackle. And now you get Gervin Dexter, who's a big reach. Gives me some pause here with the whole Bears thing. I thought maybe they could take a step forward next year. I'm not as sure. Like
Their big addition so far has been a middling right tackle and a reach in the second round. So yeah, we'll see what happens. A lot of team building needs to happen. I think one of the biggest things in development though is just getting Justin Fields to play like he did the second half of last year for 17 games. Also keeping him healthy for 17 games.
Right.
Which,
and remember, we talked about it on the podcast. We decided to steal plays from the Ravens playbook to like actually have Justin Fields use his talents. Who would have thought that would have worked? A running quarterback using his legs. Who would have
Genius.
thought? Wow.
it's just, I mean, it's one of those things where the only thing I only have problems with like that with Lamar and now Justin Fields is if they don't ever develop an offense past that, like Greg Roman did with the Ravens for the last couple years.
Right.
That's the bigger issue. It's like, I got no problems putting those concepts into your offense, but that shouldn't be your whole offense for the rest of the time because it's just going to get your quarterback hurt. And that's great if it's playoff time, honestly. You go for broke, whatever you think's going to win, but for that stuff, it's not the same. But let's talk a little bit more about who your top five left at this point, because I think we're pretty much right at close to the halfway point of the second round.
Yeah, there's some good players for the Bengals out there.
There's some really good value right now. There have been some reaches, and honestly, I mean, I think Darnell Washington is still out there for the tight ends, correct?
Yeah, Darnell Washington. So I have Osiris Torrance as number one on my big board.
It's great value.
Guard at this point, a lot of power, successful at Louisiana and Florida. Darnell Washington, we talked about, tight end out of Georgia. He wasn't like, they used two tight ends a lot. He wasn't like the starter because Brock Bowers is going to be the number one tight end next year in this draft. But he's a good blocker, alien type body. Keely Ringo, we talked about, good athlete, but the tight hips. Let's see, Keon White has been picked. I got to take him off the board here. Drew Sanders, a linebacker who started his career as an outside linebacker, edge rusher at Alabama, transferred to Arkansas this last year and played inside linebacker. He's good at both. That versatility is good in systems like the Patriots over the years and like the Dolphins. Wherever Brian Flores goes anywhere after the Patriots, that's pretty good there. But he could do either. Clark Phillips, the corner out of Utah, played on the outside. He was a very highly rated recruit. Chose Utah over Ohio State. Played Ohio State in the Rose Bowl. Really good ball skills. I like his ability to go up and get the ball. I think he could be like Mike Hilton at the next level. Maybe less of a blitzer and more of a coverage guy. Mike Hilton's more known for his blitzing. And then Adetomiwa Adebawore out of Northwestern. He ran a 4.440 at 280 pounds. Yes, the tape isn't always the cleanest, but that is something you cannot teach, Cease.
No, absolutely. I mean, he's kind of that tweener defensive tackle you love. Besides Sanders, I'd love any of those guys for the Bengals. So, I mean, I think there's Devin Hester is announcing the pick for the Bears, though.
Hall of Famer or not?
Yes.
So weird. It's just
because special teamers don't get in usually.
it's just like, it's honestly, I'm gonna say no, because there's just There's no precedent of it. There's no precedent. You're setting a whole new precedent of
Yeah, like it's Dante
special
Hall.
teamers.
Dante Hall's not. Dante Hall was was the guy before. So,
Right. So, like, are we, anytime someone does, like, 10 punt return touchdowns, are going to win in the Hall of Fame, even though they could barely stick to an NFL team? Like, why don't we start doing long snappers? Long snappers and holders and stuff like, I mean, like, how many punters are in the NFL Hall of Fame?
2, I think.
Are they
There's, like, 2
punter only, or are they like George Bland?
I think there's like 2 punters and like 3 kickers.
Now, kicker, it makes sense because there's some, like, Vinatieri, guys like that are just prolific. Gosh, I'm getting booed by my own producer. It's hard. It's a hard life of the game house sometimes.
Yeah, we're taking the mics away next year.
Yeah, I mean,
They had their chance.
they do not respect their on-air talent. I'm just going to say that.
Producer
right
Ben
now.
had a bad attitude yesterday. Producer Rob's taking that bad attitude to another level today.
It's like, you think you can do what I do, even though you did it yesterday? How dare you?
Yeah. So we were told that the Chargers traded the pick to the Chiefs.
Is that guy on the phone of the Bears just saying, I think we just made a huge mistake?
No, it looks like Kansas City maybe traded up with Detroit.
Oh.
This is wrong. Interesting.
So right now it says the pick is in for the Chargers. We'll roll with that for now. And yes, Kansas City did trade up with the Lions. Interesting to see what they do here.
I never like anything involving the Chiefs.
Well, yeah, I kind of feel like they might be taking someone that maybe the Bengals wanted at this point. That's how usually that's
usually how this works.
Steelers took Devin Bush and
Yeah, but that's actually was a blessing in disguise.
So you said this yesterday.
Right.
You used to like the Chiefs and then you hate them. Do you think just teams that win just breed that once they sit there? Because
I think it's more of a.
I don't feel like everybody started hating the Warriors after they won a bunch. I feel like they're the one that I can think of that was immune to that. But people hate the Patriots. People kind of hate the Chiefs now. People hate the Yankees.
I think
people hate Alabama.
I think it depends on the way you win and more how it's. I don't even know it's necessarily as much about the team. I mean, I think that's a factor because some of the teams get a little cocky in a way. I think a lot of it also has to do with the fan base. So when the fan base starts out, and every fan base is kind of like this, but you've got some fan bases when they win some championships, they just become unruly. I mean, the Patriots, especially because it's the Boston kind of greater New England fan base, which can be a kind of rough crowd, whether they win or not. So I think that one is kind of an outlier just because they are just straight up, it's Boston and a winning team. And I mean, it's just one of those things where, I mean, the Eagles have the potential to be the next one that flips from like a team people don't hate to be one that people hate. I mean, look at the Bills. The Bills start winning, are they going to become that team? It's always a big question mark, but I think it's just really how the team and the fan base of that team handles it.
It's still Philly, so I feel like in 3 years, if they've won more than one Super Bowl, people are going to start to hate them because it's Philly, regardless of the team.
That's
Which
true.
I see what you're saying about New England.
Yeah, Philly's another fan base that can rub people the wrong way for sure. But, I mean, with the Kansas City, I never thought I would, have negative feelings towards the Kansas City fan base, but they have gotten very intense over the last couple years.
I think sometimes that backfires too. The Bengals fan base has had, as with more success, has come more personalities out there and more bad takes out there and more. I would say, spoiled is a good word.
Yeah.
Rumor for the Chiefs pick now, season pick number 55, is Rashee Rice out of SMU. This is a little bit of a reach for me. A lot of people thought he could be a first-round pick, maybe a couple months ago, but I don't think this is the move here when there's other good wide receivers still on the board.
Yeah, and again, I don't know why they're really reaching for a wide receiver, trading up to reach for a wide receiver. I mean, that's kind of I'm going to give it probably I think it's an F. Honestly, I don't like it. It's a reach, and I don't think he's gonna in any way make the Chiefs better. I think the Chiefs would be better off just finding another, mid-tier free agent guy that will take a pay cut to play for the Chiefs. Because, I mean, I think if there's one thing when you're a team like the Chiefs that has Patrick Mahomes, if you're a receiver who didn't get the contract you like in free agency the first time around, because let's be honest, a lot of people don't think about this. The second wave of free agency post-draft.
Mm-hmm.
There are definitely some guys, receivers that could probably play that the Chiefs could sign. Because it sounds like DeAndre Hopkins, the trade game is over, but, you know, it's never really over. But I think there's some plenty of mid-tier guys that they've used, like Marquez Valdez-Scantling, you know, guys like that are out there that they could do, instead of trying to rely on a rookie who does not have the production or, you know, what we look for out of a receiver when receivers traditionally have taken longer to develop in the first place. The Chiefs' window is now. It's not in 3 years when this guy develops into a middling number 2, maybe.
Right, and if you take like Josh Downs here, I'm like thrilled because it's good value, but it's
Right.
just the value's not there. They kind of showed last year they took Sky Moore. He didn't really do much. Like, are you going to keep on drafting a receiver every year in like the first, second, third round and just hope you develop them, or are you going to like take someone that actually is worth it?
Right. I mean, get somebody like the 3 technique out of Northwestern. I keep not trying to announce his name on purpose.
You got it. I'm not going to say it. You got it.
Give me the letters.
Oh boy, give him the letters.
Give me the letters. I gotta look at it to pronounce it
Okay.
because I've been practicing. I put in a lot of time on Jackson Smith and Jigba. So
There we go.
That name causes you difficulties?
yes, it does. I'm just gonna say the last name. Adebawore.
Yeah, but at least put it all together and you got it. Like just say it faster, I think.
Abdibore.
Atabori.
Adebawore. There you go.
There you
He just
go.
has to
Got
say
it. Adatamiwa.
Yes. Like Tommy.
I just
I'm
noticed.
not going to try again. Anyway, I think
You did
getting
very
someone
well.
like him would be great for the Chiefs. You know, somebody who could eventually, you know, understudy under Chris Jones and rotate in when Chris Jones gets tired. I think that'd be a great high value pick at this point.
Right, because they got the edge, but they could improve the interior of the defensive line. And you're right, Chris Jones isn't getting any younger.
Nope.
And I would not want to have the job of trying to replace him because you already lost Frank Clark. So next year, if he leaves or he retires or whatever, and which I don't think is on the table necessarily, but anything happens, you just don't want to do it.
Bears traded up with the Jaguars.
Yes, the Bears have pick number 56. Jaguars have pick number 61. There's some other minor details in there as well, but we'll get to those in a little bit here. So the Chiefs, it's still rumored to be Rashee Rice. We're waiting on the pick to be official. They're milking this for all it's worth because it's in Kansas City. And,
Yes, they are.
you know, say something positive about Kansas City right now, Cease. Royal Stadium is beautiful. Kauffman Stadium is beautiful. Barbecue's pretty good.
I love the Royals. I think they're a really good baseball team. I like George Brett, and I really rooted for them when they were in the World Series a couple years ago.
Same.
They went for broke as a small market team. I love that.
All right, well, the pick is about to be announced, but they had to wait to get the TVs on for the Chiefs.
How many years ago were these guys both drafted by the Chiefs?
1922.
Wow.
Rumor is Tyreek Stevenson
For
for the Bears.
okay, Tyreek Stevenson is the rumor for the Bears corner. That makes sense. They need help everywhere, and he's a very athletic player.
Yep.
So I think number 78 on my big board. I think some other people were pretty high, like a little bit higher on him than I was. Former Georgia Bulldog transferred to Miami. Must be nice to play those two schools.
It sure is.
It is Rashee Rice out of SMU. Don't like it for the Chiefs. Do like it for the Bengals.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. And you know, a guy that's going to take some time to develop. I mean, it's an arms race these days. I mean, you got Buffalo out there, you got the Chiefs. I mean, hell, the Steelers just had a good draft. I mean, they're in our backyard. You know, you got the Ravens. They got Lamar back. They got a receiver early in this draft. They have aging OBJ. So I mean, and you know, there is an outside chance. I don't believe in it, but the Browns, Deshaun Watson could a full actual year of conditioning and practice under his belt. Maybe he does a lot better. It's always a chance. I mean, it's a very competitive AFC, and I mean, if the Bengals were in the NFC, I'd be happier than a clam because I'd be like, well, there's a direct line to the AFC Championship game every year. With the Bengals, I'm like, I mean, it's going to be a dogfight if you don't get home field advantage. And I mean, honestly, over the next 5 years, it's gonna come down to a lot of times who gets out of the regular season with the least amount of injuries and can get the home field advantage throughout. I think is really gonna be who ends up being in the Super Bowl and probably usually winning it against. Usually, it's gonna be the 49ers or Eagles is the only people I really see making it at this point out of the NFC. Maybe the Cowboys.
Just to add on to this pick real quick, I had Rashee Rice on my college fantasy football team. He was clutch, so I'll give him that for it. Deep threat, and I think he just needs to work on his route running more. It seems like something the Chiefs would do, take a guy who's a deep threat. But I just at 99th on my big board, just a little bit too much. There's other guys out there, Josh Downs to name one, Cedric Tillman, Jalen Hyatt that I think would have gone higher. The Bears are going to take Tyreek Stevenson here. Their pick is coming in right now. Rumored John Michael Schmitz to the Giants at number 57. I like that pick for them. Their interior of the offensive line kind of stinks, so that's a really good pick for them at this rate.
Yeah, I don't mind that pick at all. I think that's can be a very good one for them. As Tariq Stevenson pick, again, I think there's some guys higher. I'm going to give this it's probably going to be a C for me. I think it's a reach. But I mean, I do like that for the Giants.
Giants. I mean, center only prospect likely zone scheme, but I think he'll be able to work there. And just anything you can get to help Saquon and get him to stay healthy and take less hits is nice. You just signed Daniel Jones, that'll be nice. For the Bears, again, I like the athletic traits of Tyreek Stevenson, but I have better players on the board. So number 78 for me. I know other people have him like number 50 on their big board, number 60. I'm a little bit lower on him, and I think the Bears could have done better in this draft with the picks they got. I do like that they traded down, but Gervin Dexter, not really seeing it. Tyreek Stevenson, okay pick. Darnell Wright, okay pick if it was 6 picks later.
Yeah, I mean, this has always been a big thing for me. I love when teams acquire value where, they can, move down and get a similar player. But you still got to make the good pick in the trade down. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's not worth it if you reach for a prospect 3 picks later. I'd rather you have the max value at, not 1, but, I mean, Darnell Wright at 10. If I were them, I would have seriously considered maybe going back up to 5 and getting Paris Johnson. Like, that's simple. And then I think that would be a great pick. Or just taking Swaronski. So you still got to you get credit for trading down, but you still got to make the pick at the end of the day. But yeah, John Michael Schmitz, I mean, I love a good old-fashioned center, honestly.
Do you think it's a red flag that he has 3 names?
No.
Okay.
Jean-Claude Van Damme had 4, and he's awesome.
Joe.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I'm so sorry. Michigan tight end Luke
Is going to the Cowboys.
Ooh.
Oh boy,
Well,
Luke
time to tune into another stream real quick.
Yeah, Luke Schoonmaker out of Michigan as the tight end, going to the Cowboys.
Yikes.
Oh boy, this just has Dalton Schultz written all over it.
Ooh.
Just like taking him because other guys are off the board earlier, and then it's.
But Dalton Schultz turned out okay.
He turned out okay for like one year out of the contract, probably 1.5.
I always liked the Dalton Schultz.
I know
wasn't
you.
hurt.
I know you do, buddy. I know that's your guy.
Always
And
liked
now
him.
he's a Texan.
Yeah, he sure is. That's right. Never forget.
Do you need a hug?
No, it's
So you should give him a hug on it.
I'm not hugging him. This is football.
no.
He's not the commissioner.
We're hoping it's not official. We're hoping producer Rob's wrong on this one more than anything.
Sorry.
Oh God!
We're hoping.
Ooh, I'm sorry.
But
It's not for you. It's for our other friends. Out
you
there.
know the NFC East is still very takeable behind the Eagles.
I mean, the
Maybe
Cowboys.
number 2.
The Cowboys can still be a dark horse, honestly, to win the NFC. I think it's still a possibility. They got Micah Parsons. I mean, that's huge. They've got Trayvon Diggs. I mean, they've got good pieces on defense. Mozzie Smith's not the end of the world. He can be a good contributor for him. Interesting. Micah Parsons want Mozzie Smith. I mean, keep the big man happy, I guess. I don't know. But this is a reach. I mean, Darnell Washington will be a slam dunk here. Honest to God. I mean, a guy who's a good blocker, and, they don't need him to do that much. Dalton Schultz wasn't this dynamic receiver. I mean, Darnell Washington could definitely replace that. So, this is a D because there's such a much better value in the same need right there. Like Schoonmaker, I don't think is even it's probably the third, fourth best prospect left in the tight end group right now.
Tucker Kraft, Darnell Washington, you already mentioned.
Boston Strange.
Brenton Strange.
Brenton Strange.
Boston Strange is a power name. Jesus.
Yeah, good that his parents should have thought of that.
Let's see. And that's I have Zach Kuntz out of Old Dominion, tested pretty well. And then I have, so that's
Athletic
four in front of
freak.
him, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean he is a true fire third round prospect, honestly. I mean, I just two Michigan guys. What's going on there?
I'm trying to figure that out. I'm trying to figure that out as well.
Another reason why a certain podcast might be so very high on these Cowboy picks. Just thought of a potential connection.
The company owned by the dude who infiltrates Michigan headquarters.
That's
yeah,
correct.
Cool. Michigan's been good the last couple of years. These guys, this last year, I don't think were that good. I think the offense was good. The running back, Blake Corum, went back to school. Their offensive line won the offensive line award the last 2 years. These guys don't play on the offensive line or in the running game that much. So this is player number 124 on my big board, Luke Schoonmaker. Again, would have liked a different tight end. Would have liked a wide receiver because I don't think Michael Gallup's going to be the same. I really don't. He was not good last year. I want to see help for Dak Prescott more so than a tight end that you're taking 2 rounds too early.
Right.
Yeah.
Bills are now up. I think Cyrus Torrance. This is a great pick if they pull this off.
Steal would be a steal.
Absolute steal. They need offensive line help pretty bad. They get their tight end Dalton Schultz in the first round. I mean, you shore up the offensive line here.
It's looking like it's Cyrus Torrance.
It's a great pick by them.
Rumor is Osiris Torrance. We'll keep it and see if that's.
If it is, that's an A+. It's an A+ pick on my book.
Honestly, again, you could. For me, I mean, I know other people like Kincaid more. You could flip these picks, and it would make more sense to me personally. And either way, I think they get 2 good picks here.
Yep, I think that's an A draft right there. I mean, they don't have a ton of picks this year, but I mean, I like it. There's nothing wrong with it. Getting 2 very high impact guys that'll help your team from day one in a league where, I mean, they're ready to compete. This is their window. Them, the Chiefs, the Bengals. It's chances are it's gonna be one of the 3 of them unless something crazy happens out there.
So, I think that your pick 59, you get 2 top 40 players on my big board, probably 2 top 30 players on most people's big board, but they had Osiris Torrance lower than me. That's a really good draft where you're trying to get ahead. If Josh Allen stays healthy, doesn't hurt his arm this year, I think you have to feel good about your chances, even with the advanced AFC East this year, with pretty much everyone probably taking a step forward. So that makes things interesting. But Cease, the good news for the Bengals is people wanted Darnell Washington in the first round. There are Bengal fans out there who want Darnell Washington. They can get him at pick 60 now.
That'd be a huge steal for them as well.
Oh no.
Oh God.
Oh no.
I just like Rob. You ruin my days when you do things like this. I'd rather honestly just not know, but now
I'm not gonna tell you then.
Oh God.
I want to know.
Just fucking tell us.
How bad do you want to know?
Just tell me.
Who is that? That's my point.
Oh God. No.
Bengals are taking
Spit that shit out.
DJ Turner?
Oh, out of Michigan, the slot
Yeah,
corner.
okay.
Okay, wait, never mind. Somebody else was saying that this was a wide receiver. I'm sorry.
No, DJ Turner is a corner who tested athletically really, really well. He can play slot or outside, so I think that gives you versatility if you lose Shadobe next year, if you lose Mike Hilton next year. The Bengals do really like the athleticism scores that they see, so that makes more sense.
Yep.
I think he's a top 50 player for me, right on 50 or 52 maybe.
In
And
60.
and he's getting him at pick 60, and we know that corner depth really killed this team when Shadobe went down. Cam Taylor-Britt stepped up, but behind him and Eli Apple, and we know what Eli Apple is, and he's gone now.
Sidney Jones is there now.
It'd be good to have this in terms of taking best player available. It probably fits after Osiris Torrance is off the board, at least in that range. And then also, now the Bengals can focus on building that depth, whether they get a tight end, offensive line, interior defensive lineman, pretty much I like the best player. Fourth wide receiver, we saw last year that the offense struggled when Boyd went down. T. Higgins went down for a while.
Right.
We it'd be nice to get a fourth wide receiver. They can focus on that now. So I would like the pick if this is the pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good pick. It's a B because obviously I'd rather have someone like Darnell Washington there. I think that'd be my favorite pick. Or even the 3 technique out of Northwestern. I think, you just go dogs at the defensive line maybe. I think that'd be a huge, you get another defensive end and a 3 technique to pair with B.J. Hill. I think that'd be an absolutely great look as well. I love the chicken wing hat. But yeah.
Buffalo wing. It's Buffalo fan.
Thank you. Thank you for the correction.
It's your producer, so.
Hey, you can't say it. We're hot mic right now. Anyway, yeah, I mean, if it's Cyrus, I mean, let's make sure it's official. I believe it is in every way. I mean, I'm not obsessed with a pick by the Bengals, but I think it's a good one. And, I mean, you're set up now to just take best player available because, let's be honest, there's going to be a pretty steep fall off on corner here.
So does he? I mean, yeah. So why wouldn't you go Keely Ringo or Clark Phillips, or do you think that it wasn't that big of a difference?
I think that the Bengals value the athleticism and the combine testing more than I do. I like the tape the most, and I think DJ Turner's athleticism doesn't always show up on tape. The production isn't always there on tape. But I like the pick for the Bengals because I think if you go with any of those guys, he was 53 on my big board, DJ Turner. Clark Phillips might be a guy they view as just slot only. Keely Ringo, a lot of people think he might move to safety in the NFL because of those tight hips, and that might be something that holds back his value since we've only seen one safety go. Is it Brian Branch is the only safety, and they're not even going to play him at safety.
It's a weak safety. Well, the Commanders took
Jatavius Martin. That's right. Yeah, good call. But no, I like DJ Turner. The group of corners there, I think, is still very deep, even after Cam Smith went off the board and Tyreek Stevenson went off the board. And I think he could be a guy who's a better pro than he was a college player.
Right, and I think it's here where the Bengals knew there was going to be a drop-off in probably defensive line talent. They knew there was going to be a drop-off of cornerback by the time next time they pick. A.J. Green, the great Pro Bowler for the Bengals, honestly, probably the sad thing is going to be a forgotten era, but it is DJ Turner, and honestly, it's overall a good pick. The Bengals are rocking a solid B this draft so far. It's not spectacular. I'm not saying they're really hitting value out of the park here, but they're sticking to their clear draft board here, and they're showing, they know what they want out of their, especially their defensive picks here. And honestly, I'm all for it because, I mean, they hit on a lot of these guys in recent drafts. The only thing they've really struggled on hitting on most of the time has been offensive linemen. So,
I'm with it. I think the versatility helps this team. The depth obviously helps this team. I think this is a really good pick. And you know what? I mean, we all, I think, wanted a tight end. We all wanted a running back. We all possibly wanted offensive linemen for Bengals fans out there. I love the strategy of taking best player available. If you have a winning team, the best way to keep on winning is taking best player available. Figuring it out later, making trades if you have too many of one position or need at another position, signing free agents. This is the best thing to do for a franchise. We see teams like the Ravens and Steelers, who we may not like, but have good organizations. They take best player available, and last year we saw, and we brought it up last night, Cease, they got Kyle Hamilton, the number 1 rated safety in football last year, and then they got Tyler Linderbaum, one of the best rookie centers out there. So they keep on doing stuff like that. You're going to keep on winning, keep Burrow healthy, and guess what? We still technically have Jonah Williams on the roster. We might see if he gets traded. So that's something people are like, oh, maybe offensive tackle. I'm still cool with best player available. I like what they're doing.
Right, and you got to think of who the offensive tackles are at this point if the Bengals, some people want linemen. Darnell Washington, is a good tight end, but it's weird that no one's picked him.
Can I step in?
You sure can.
Yeah.
With that next pick,
Go ahead.
It is interesting with Strange being this pick, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Strange, baby.
It feels like
Brenton Strange, Darnell Washington's dropping.
I feel like what Twitter is saying is that his medicals were pretty rough. And a lot of people are pretty afraid of that.
For Washington.
Yeah.
He's a big man.
Well, someone will get value.
Yeah, somebody, in the third round's really where we start to see a lot of those home runs start swings of guys that have some kind of question marks out there. So, overall, though, yeah, I mean, I like what the Bengals draft is doing. Offensive tackle, you've got guys like Tyler Steen and Blake Freeland out there out of BYU. DeJuan Jones. All those guys are, honestly, to me, I don't like them as second-round prospects. I mean, they're more third-round guys for very different reasons. I mean, DeJuan Jones at this point is, some people are saying, is almost 400 pounds. Like, that's the rumor right now, is he's ballooned up to like 380, 390.
Yeah. Which
is terrifying for a guy who's trying to be a possible fringe first-round tackle. So
this reminds me of
Andre Smith.
Andre Smith. Remember Isaiah Wilson?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? He was picked at the end of the first round. He might be one of the biggest draft busts of all time. He didn't even last a year.
Nope.
And he's like trying to get a rap career going, so good for him.
Now, those guys are in the third round. I say, that's a good take a risk and let it go. And let's be honest, the Bengals, at this point, if Jonah Williams isn't traded by the end of this, honestly tonight, because the value is just not going to probably be there tomorrow, he's going to be playing for the Bengals. And, if he sits out, that's on him. He loses out on a lot of money. He pretty much has to report. That's just how all these guys have to do. He's got a 5th-year option. He really can't escape that. Anyway, I mean, he's a good depth piece, even if, Leo Collins starts. I mean, it's good for Jonah Williams to be there, whether he starts at right tackle or not, because, I mean, we had so many offensive line injuries last year. I mean, I'd rather have Jonah Williams here for this year to back things up than put my hopes into a, questionable late second round rookie or third round guy at this point. So we'll see what happens there.
Eagles are apparently trading. He's a rumor right now.
The Eagles are trading. The Jacksonville Jaguars took Brenton Strange, as we mentioned, the tight end. That pick is not official yet. The Strange went to Penn State. He played with a quarterback that went to our high school. The production wasn't always there for him. The quarterback from our high school was a little bit inconsistent, and
How dare you.
That plays a factor in that. Some comments that we maybe missed on the YouTube channel. Nick Tutulio is very happy. Here we go, Steelers home run so far, despite the poor take from Cecil last night. Joe put some pants on. I'm wearing shorts. It's nice out.
How dare you?
Max Gemmerith, Abby, and Ben said they wanted to apply for a Game House internship. That's my niece and nephew. Thank you for watching. Is Will Levis afraid of milk? Yes, that's a rumor out there that he's afraid of milk. That could be a red
mayo.
flag.
He puts mayo in his coffee, so that's probably why he fell.
Yeah, he puts the mayo in his
I
coffee.
can't trust that.
A question is, where is Rondo? And then they wanted to address Cecil's poor Steelers takes and Max's milk question. So we answered that. I don't know how long ago that was. Sorry for the delay in answering those. I've had my own phone, but we've had a lot of shit going on here.
We sure have.
Juice Scruggs.
Yes, Juice Scruggs to the Houston Texans. This would be a reach for me, but I do love the player, and Juice Scruggs might be the coolest name in the draft. So there's something going for him.
Mm-hmm.
Something. You're showing.
There sure is something going on.
Yeah, that's right. You tell me.
You're showing your favoritism.
Yeah.
It's left in Scruggs.
Anyway,
So,
Brenton Strange finally came up on ESPN here, so
yep.
I mean, Brenton Strange, I'll give my 2 cents on it. I like, I thought he'd be a solid third round guy. It's the end of the second. Jaguars wanted a tight end. I think it's a. I'll give it probably a C. I think it's a little bit of reach. And I think they don't really need a tight end. They have Evan Ingram. Again, I think there's more parts of the ball they could probably address at this point in the draft. I think would be a much better use of some of this capital.
Yeah, 182 is the rank on Juice Scruggs for me for the Texans. A little bit of a reach there. They've had a good draft otherwise. I won't knock them too much. But yeah, 2 back-to-back Penn State guys going too.
Yep.
We've had, I think, 2 non-Power 5 guys get taken. I'll have to double-check that.
SMU and
it would be an FCS player.
who was it?
Cody Mao.
Oh yeah, out of
Yeah.
North Dakota State.
And we still have Tucker Kraft as an FCS player to come off the board here soon.
Oh, they were talking to Dax, Bengals, about turnout.
Oh, they asked Dax Hill about him. They typically do. I mean, Joe Burrow about Jamar Chase. They love the teammate thing.
Yeah, I mean, it helps build chemistry in the locker room, I'll tell you that. I mean, who better to be able to scout your teammate than a guy who played with him for multiple years, right?
Right, but you also have to take into account they could lie.
They could
They'd
lie,
be like,
but,
hey, I like this guy.
but at the same time, I mean, you look at the tape and what they say seems to line up. I think that's different. But I think all the Bengals players understand when the coaches ask them about character and things like that to be honest. Like, don't throw some guy in that's going to mess up the culture. Because, we all have those friends out there that are, you like them, they're your friends, but you're not going to sit there and go, yeah, I mean, this guy's awesome and he needs to be here right now.
I tell all the girls at the bar, my friend Long John's like the nicest guy I ever met.
Yeah,
And
the
that's
girls,
a lie. That's a
different.
lie.
That's the girls at the bar.
That's
right?
a lie. He's not.
Right. I mean, that's different. That's completely different. I'm talking like some guy though. It's like you're at your job and he's like, "Is this guy good?" Like I'm thinking about bringing him on to the team. You're gonna be like,
Then
"Yeah,
you
I love
have to
that
work-
guy."
then you have
Then
to
you gotta
work
work with him.
I'd be honest, yeah.
Yeah, that's when you gotta kind of start being honest. Because last thing you want is your boss or the guys at your work be like, "Why the hell would you lie to me?"
Right. Your integrity is everything.
It is.
Except for when talking about Long John.
Mm. I mean, what are you talking about? I only hold Long John Dickweed in the highest of regards.
That's correct. Well, the Broncos pick is
and
in.
we are saddened that he could not be here with us tonight. He is in our thoughts and prayers.
He is, because he lied to us, too.
Just to clarify. Not that.
He's currently at a concert. He's currently at a concert in Oakley for a band from Colorado he's never heard of.
Wow. Man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well, we mourn his
let
loss.
Nick DiTullio know that I will not shut up. That must be known.
I don't have that comment. Oh, shut up, Rob. Okay, yeah.
Ah, yes.
We've been saying that too, so I can't really knock him.
It's so quiet.
Until the Bengals picks, and then
So-
I'm like in a panic because you're in a panic over there.
I'm in a panic all the time, though.
So
I know.
That's my power.
It's
DeMarcus
not a
Ware.
power.
DeMarcus Ware is announcing the Broncos pick. A little bit slight to the Cowboys there, but they traded up with the Chiefs, so more teams trading with each other within. Marvin Mims. The one thing the Broncos definitely needed was more receivers.
So you try to get rid of their receivers. They're just drafting more.
Yeah, I mean, I like the value here for Marvin Mims. I think he's an underrated guy from the class, productive, with a couple different quarterbacks at Oklahoma, whether it's Spencer Rattler, whether it's Caleb Williams, whether it's Dylan Gabriel, who transferred in this last year. Deep threat, needs to have more detailed route running, a little bit undersized for the position, can make some acrobatic catches, but don't really know what the fit is. This is Sean Payton doing his soft rebuild with the Broncos, I think.
Yeah, I think it's just Sean Payton wants one of his kind of guys in there. I would have gone trenches if I were them. That's all I would. I would just keep trying to protect Russell Wilson and to just try to shore up some defensive linemen that have kind of left over the last 2 years. So, I don't know if there's necessarily that many fits for that, but I mean, I'm going to give it a C. I mean, it's not really a need for them. I think there's higher needs and better talents than Marvin Mims right now. Maybe not necessarily at receiver, but I mean, it's an okay pick. It's fine. I'm not gonna say it's good or bad. Very meh.
I would agree. I think there's better receivers on the board is kind of where I'm at with it too. So if you wanted to get someone like that, I mean, Mims is underrated in this class, but he's still got like guys like Josh Downs. I thought was like borderline first rounder, So that's what makes things different
and
here.
Look who's on our podcast.
Rondo is on the stream. The
Oh
people are
my
asking for him.
gosh.
They got him.
We got him. He's looking
Wow.
right into this Aaron Rodgers jersey and going, "Why did you leave, Aaron? Why did you leave?" I know, buddy. It's because the Packers didn't want him anymore. Because he didn't text them while he was in a darkness retreat.
So Rondo probably watches more football than almost anyone in the world. He has a lot of takes, so you got to watch out for that.
Yes. But he also took a vow of silence about those takes.
Yeah.
Oh. He's now laying down on an adorable Cowboys blanket, showing his true allegiances after staring at my Aaron Rodgers jersey.
Stared
in
you
the face.
down.
He did.
Bears pick is in. They've had an eventful draft,
Mm-hmm.
and a not very good one as we've talked about, but a lot of picks.
Dreadful, but very bad.
We'll see what they do here. I would think maybe get an edge rusher because you don't have one.
Yeah, they don't. Their defense is completely
Didn't
depleted.
they have one?
Oh, they had a couple, actually.
Yeah, they have a guy.
They had two.
Didn't they trade some first round picks for him?
Mm-hmm.
I remember that.
His name Khalil Mack? His name?
Yeah, and then they got rid of him for
Who is
next to
that?
nothing.
Robert Quinn?
Oh yeah, they had that guy too.
Yeah.
Man. They had a really dominant defense like 3
And you
years
thought
ago.
you thought like, hey, cool, it's rebuilding time, so maybe they'll get another edge
The
rusher.
Raiders do the same thing.
Yeah.
Trade them. They needed edge rushing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
There are no leaks right now.
No leaks.
No leaks for the pick. Bears.
Airtight in
Jack
Chicago.
Leaks.
What's your viewpoint on the Chicago Bears moving outside the city of Chicago with their new stadium to the burbs?
I
Wow, all
I
right.
don't think there's room in the city.
It's true.
I mean, the big city's a problem. Like, you want to have a city in town, but you also need to have that room, and it's tough to do.
It is tough. I just hate the idea of when stadiums get moved to a suburb of a city.
I disagree. I think they should all be in suburbs because when you go to any stadium, it is impossible to. It's nice to have stuff to go to after the game.
Uh-huh.
Parking and traffic is horrible. Name a stadium that's in a city, like in the middle. Think about the last time I went to a Reds Bengals game. You can't get anywhere. If you try to drive, you can't get anywhere.
How many people go to Reds games?
Yeah.
Think about going to a Bengals game.
We usually drink.
Sure. So I just want to make sure I get your logic. Your logic is so you can beat the traffic out of the game.
No, there's in a suburb, things aren't. Not everything is not on top of each other. You're not going to have other events going on. There's going to be in the burbs, things are more spread out, which yes means there's not as many things to do after the game, but you're not going to be sitting in traffic for 3 hours. So like if it's a 1 o'clock Sunday game and you're wanting to drink after the game, fine. But if it's a 7 p.m. or 8:30 Sunday night game and you want to get home, you ain't getting home till 2 a.m. because it's impossible to get out of the stadium, especially if it's sold out.
I think for the NFL, it should be downtown. I think NFL is a drinking game. Baseball, I get it. I get where you want to get in and out. There's 162 games. Like, you don't want to be stuck there all night. But like an NFL game, I feel like that's part of the experience. It's usually an all-day event.
I think that's what baseball used to be before the pitch clock changed everything.
Oh, there it is.
Do we like the pitch clock or hate the pitch clock, Cecil?
Love it.
I love to watch on TV, but I do think part of the awesome thing
It's
about going to
very
a baseball game is like you want to go to the baseball game and spend your whole afternoon. Who is making the Bears
What
pick?
is going on? Is he wearing a Jets hat?
What in the vanilla ice is this?
What is he wearing? Like Cole Bennett.
I was kind of right with the vanilla ice thing. I think I
Yeah.
deserve a little credit with that.
Still no leaks.
Nothing.
No one
So
knows.
the Bears are up. A lot of Ditkas out there.
Chicago
That's
super
Mike
fan.
Ditka meets Aaron Rodgers right there.
Ditka, Zach Pickens.
I like Zach Pickens out of South Carolina, especially given that there's been a lot more interior defensive linemen go than I would have thought at this point of the draft.
I don't like him. Can't
I
spell his
don't.
own name right.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was gonna make that joke. Damn it. Yeah.
Wow.
Zach. Two C's. even.
It's Zach.
Zach. I would like if it was even
Zach.
2 A's better than 2 C's.
But he moves pretty quick, sheds blocks pretty well. I like the player. I don't. Now you get 2 interior defensive linemen, and you don't get an edge rusher. What's the plan here?
Yeah, and I think again, Northwestern 3 technique better, higher up on the board. I would like him better. Again, they already drafted an interior defensive lineman, so I'm gonna give it a D because you drafted a guy that you just drafted someone in, and he's not the best at that position, and you need more. You need talent everywhere, not just at defensive tackle. And honestly, this is. I mean, congratulations, you reached. Honestly, Dexter probably should have gone in the 3rd, 4th. So. Yeah, the Bears are just not getting any better in this draft. I'm going to be honest. Like, they think they're going to be a marginally better team because of this draft.
They gotta run Justin Fields out of town somehow. So being bad is probably the way to go.
That's true. I do love this guy with the bear claws, though. I mean, he's absolutely killing it. It's like a Bear Ditka combo. Like Ditka and Bear had a
This podcast
son.
supports the right for bear arms.
It sure does.
Michael Termini said Howie goat. Well, yeah, he kind of earned that. I mean, like you said earlier, he's kind of earned that a little. Maybe not the goat. Yeah, but he's done great. He's
He's a very good GM.
And Nick Tulio says Rondo in all caps. That's right, Rondo.
Rondo.
Who you got going next?
Are we officially into the 3rd round?
Yes.
3rd round, buddy.
Man, there we are.
So Producer Greg gave us some content here. Favorite pick in the second round? I mean, do you have any at the top of your head, or?
My favorite is
Give him my
I really like the Michael Mayer Raiders pick.
Okay.
That's one of my options.
I really like the I like the Joey Porter Steelers pick. I'm sorry. I mean, it's a great pick. Those are two that really stick out. I feel like there were some wins early in the second round. Another one, I really liked Cam Smith taken as well. I think that was a good value pick. But yeah, I think those are some of the ones that stand out to me off the top of my head. I'm trying to think anyone else that really did it for me. I think Keon White was good value. And then, yeah, I think those are kind of the ones that stick out to me more than anything. But the Steelers are killing this draft. As much as I hate that, that is the reality of what's going on right now. Steelers by far the best draft so far.
Fan vote on the poll I put out is overwhelmingly Brian Branch is the favorite pick in the second round.
Brian Branch was a good pick as
Brian
well.
Branch, Keon White, another one. Will Levis. I mean, the value there is
Will
good.
Levis was good value. I think the Titans need to have somebody they can turn to soon because Tannehill's not making it past this contract.
Julius Brents was another one of my favorite ones.
That was a good one.
B.J. Ojulari, the Cardinals, considering they keep on moving down and getting good players. Some of the least favorite ones, I would say Gervin Dexter to the Bears. Jaden Reed to the Packers was a bit of a reach. Sam Laporta, I don't really think fits what the Lions are going to do. We'll see. So the Lions had one of the best and one of the worst picks of the round.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it, I think.
Yeah, I
mean some of
mean-
the reaches, but not Luke Schoonmaker, yeah.
DJ Turner. Oh, who said that?
DJ Turner was one of the worst?
Best.
We're talking about worst now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was.
Wow.
You didn't like Rice.
Our producers
You did
just
not like the Rice.
Right, I like the Rice, but it's not that egregious as Schoonmaker or some of the other
yeah,
guys.
Schoonmaker was pretty bad.
Joe, how are you feeling about this Dallas draft right now?
The grades will be posted tomorrow. I think I gave him a C minus, maybe a D. I don't know. I think I'm moving down to a D. They're filling
Tyler just needed
they're filling needs, but at the end of the day, what is that gonna do if they keep on reaching on players? The Eagles are continually building the trenches, and I think they're going to go Tower Steen, the offensive tackle out of Alabama.
prediction.
That is prediction? Rumor?
For the Eagles?
Oh, I thought you were predicting.
No. Or is it a rumor or is it... Okay, it's a rumor. Rumor Tower Steen to the Eagles.
I would love that.
It would-
Lane Johnson's not getting any younger.
Lane Johnson not getting younger. He started his career at Vanderbilt, and he was a defensive lineman. And he moves to offense at Vanderbilt and plays pretty well, and then he transfers to Alabama.
It is official.
The thing with him is he has shorter arms, even though he played left tackle at Alabama. So a lot of people think he might move into guard. If you're the
Which is
Eagles,
fine, too.
take someone who can play multiple because he's not starting this year. Unless something goes wrong, he's not starting at all. So the state of Pennsylvania is killing this draft.
Yeah, a third-round pick, Tyler Steen. I mean, this is pretty good value right here. I love it. The Eagles are killing it right now. Eagles and Steelers, you're right. It's the state of Pennsylvania are having the top two drafts by and far, way ahead of everybody. And yeah, I mean, the third round is going to be fun. I think there's going to still be a lot of value here. And I think there's just a lot of players who are just going to start getting reached out of nowhere. Because this is... people don't care at this point. Because some GMs are going to go... I mean, I'm not hearing anybody else talk about him, but I want to make sure I get my guy, and this is where I think the value is. And I think a big thing just in general for us as the general public and people who follow the draft, you know, to your own big board when you're in one of the organizations, there's not really as much a thing as a reach or a value pick, right? It's more of this is a good pick, this is where he is on my board most of the time. So them trying to gauge, another GM has him 2 rounds later, they don't really care about that. They care about this is the selection, this is the round for my guy. That's all they care about most of the time.
So we have the next pick too. It's Sidney Brown out of Illinois, another safety out of Illinois. Think about that. We have 3 defensive backs taken out of Illinois' secondary: Devin Witherspoon, Jartavius Martin, and now Sidney Brown. They were a pretty good team this year, but this is not a team people really watched all that much, and they have 3 guys. This is almost as impressive as, Northwestern should have 2 players picked, and they only won 1 game this season, and 0 were on American soil.
No, absolutely. It is crazy. You look at, some of these, like Iowa every year, right? Like, Iowa usually doesn't have a shot to win anything in college football. They're not a team that you really watch that often. But they always have great prospects. Illinois usually has a prospect or 2 as well. Just basically, if you're a Power 5 team, most of the time you're going to have some good prospects regardless of if you make noise or not. The bigger issue sometimes could be is if you're in a down year, it can be hard to get an accurate scouting representation of how good a prospect is sometimes. Like a receiver or a tight end or somebody or a quarterback when their offensive line is garbage because they're not playing in a top-tier Power 5 school. So it's hard to gauge how good they are if they don't really get the timing they necessarily would in another school. Mm-hmm. So they have 2 picks in a row here. 2 firsts, 2 thirds. Sidney Brown, I'm going to give it a B. They parted ways with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson after this. Get somebody to kind of fill in. The Eagles continue to kill the draft overall. Right on board.
Sidney Brown is a little bit of a reach for me at safety, but at the end of the day, Howie, with the picks he's already made, he is an A+ still. I don't really care. This doesn't pull it down that much. And as you said, Gardner-Johnson's gone. You bring in Terrell Edmonds. Reed Blankenship's the other starting safety. I think you develop Sidney Brown behind them and maybe have him start in a couple of years would be ideal. And you get a guy who probably helps you on special teams right away. So
awesome.
So the Broncos are back up, and they took Marvin Mims at their first pick in the Sean Payton era. And I think they had way bigger needs. So something to watch out here. Offensive line, pass rusher after they traded Bradley Chubb. They signed Samaje Perine at running back. We're familiar with him from the Bengals, obviously. But they don't think Javonte... There's a real doubt Javonte Williams will not be ready for the start of the year. So they might go running back. There's plenty of options here for Sean Payton. I don't think there's like a wrong pick necessarily.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of running backs probably come off the board in the next 2 rounds. This is really the sweet spot a lot of people said. Second round, I think we only saw 1 running back. And then, we saw 2 in the first round. So this is a good running back class, but just the devaluation of the position has caused some things and made them not be drafted as high unless they're a true blue chip kind of prospect. So plenty of guys are going to come off the board by the end of the night, I think, and then a lot first round tomorrow.
Pick is in for the Broncos. It's Drew Sanders, the linebacker out of Arkansas.
Phenomenal pick.
We talked about him earlier. He played edge rusher at Alabama. He moved to inside linebacker at Arkansas, and he's got the size for it. Maybe he adds a little bit more weight if he plays on the edge. But for the Broncos, they haven't had a good inside linebacker in a long time. If they put him on the edge, they need that desperately because they traded Bradley Chubb.
Yep.
Whatever you want to deploy him at, he's going to be good. I think this is one of the best picks of the draft, personally, because that's just something they've needed for so long.
Absolutely. It's an A. Drew Sanders was honestly late first round, early second round grade in a lot of people's big boards. I had him early second round. You're getting him at the top of the third. A great instinctual linebacker. We're getting some kind of reaction from producer Rob.
Hendon Hooker to the Lions.
Oh, boy.
Ooh, I like it. They got a bunch of picks this year. Hendon Hooker making it to the third, I think, is decent value. He's recovering from an ACL. It doesn't lead any question of Jared Goff's job security. And they have Goff for, 2 more years, this year and next?
Mm-hmm.
So, that's plenty of time for Hendon Hooker to just sit back there and relax and learn a little bit. And, they make a decision maybe after this year whether they're going to give Hooker the bag instead of, re-signing Goff. So, I like it. I'm giving it an A. I like it as a pick. They need a young quarterback to develop. Hendon Hooker being here at the early third when a lot of people thought people would sneak into the first to get him. I like it.
I like the value for the Lions. I don't like the player and the fit. He's going to be 26 next year, so you're developing him behind what Jared Goff is. How old's Jared Goff?
27?
He is 28.
28. So you're going to have a 26-year-old sitting behind a 28-year-old. The contract makes sense. I think this is a pure value pick on their part. It makes sense to, I guess, do it, but there's other guys that can help this team right away. We talked about possibly getting an outside corner, something like that. The thing with Hooker, that is why I had him at rank 72nd, which again, if you're a different team and have more of a luxury of having an older quarterback that like next year is his last year, like Kirk Cousins on the last year of his deal for Minnesota, we don't know if they're bringing him back. That made more sense. He's going to be 26 years old. He played in a one-read offense, and he is coming off a torn ACL. So he has limited time to make this work. If he gets to be 28 years old and he still hasn't figured out, 2 years down the line, he hasn't figured out how to make multiple reads and progressions, it's going to be really hard for him to be a successful quarterback.
So the age of the current quarterback.
The age of the current quarterback. Thank you, Greg. That's actually a really good point.
Houston has now traded up with the Rams. Presumably, the rumor is that the Rams wanted Hooker. That's the
So the Rams wanted Hooker to, I guess, develop behind Stafford, which
Yeah, makes sense.
might be okay. I'd be good with that, but they decided to trade after he was taken.
Can I just say we really missed out on having Hooker go to Vegas? We were so close.
It's true.
The odds on Greg making that joke were, I don't know, higher, lower than everyone else?
I think a minus 500.
Minus 500, all right.
Yeah, not winning much on that one.
That's really good. I mean,
What?
you mean plus 500?
No,
Like-
minus
like a long
500.
shot? So you think there was a really good?
No, I think you were a favorite to say that
Oh,
joke.
okay. He's saying the opposite.
I didn't know. I was gonna.
We're
ask
not
him.
good at math, all right? We don't do analytics.
Betting show.
Kids love numbers.
Everybody wants to lose money on air. I mean, I'm all for it.
Hey, we cashed our 2 bets yesterday, baby.
Listen, just make
Yes, we
long
did.
do it. We'll have the best.
I had a nice payout on the Bengals. I put down money on either defensive lineman or cornerback. Both were plus 400 for D lineman, plus 200 for a corner. Everybody thought they were taking tight end. I went, no siree, Bob.
It's not my name.
Robert.
So at this point, who's got a more questionable draft, the Bears or the Lions?
Bears for sure.
Bears.
Lions have picked good players in wrong spots.
Tank Dell.
The Texans taking Tank Dell.
That's what it's looking like.
All right, Nathaniel Dell, the wide receiver out of Houston, is the rumor for the Texans. For me, it's good to get a weapon for C.J. Stroud. They have John Mechie coming back from cancer. He just took the practice field the other day, so we're happy for him. I think he's a really good player too. I wonder if they could get more outside help at wide receiver, because I don't know if Mechie's going to play on the outside. I guess he's going to now, because Dell's definitely playing inside.
Right.
Dell, if he were 5 inches taller, would be the number 1 receiver in this draft, I'm pretty sure. But that's how it works. If you're smaller and quicker, you can run better routes. That's what he does, and he's pretty explosive athletically. Good speed too. I like to pick for the Texans in order to give C.J. Stroud more weapons.
That's true. And Amon-Ra St. Brown is going to announce the Hendon Hooker pick.
His future quarterback. Maybe.
Yeah.
I think if you're going to make him announce the pick, you have to announce that they picked one of his brothers, even though they're all drafted by now.
Can we discuss how far Darnell Washington is going to fall in your guys' mind?
I don't think he makes it out of round 3, honestly.
When did the Bengals pick again?
90.
If I'm the Bengals in the end of the 3rd round, he's still there, I think you just do it. I think the medicals are maybe a little questionable, but I think the talent is there. And, at that point, you could have a guy who could be a kind of game changer, type guy who, some people has a 1st round prospect, honestly, and really liked him as watching that Hendon Hooker ACL was a little rough there. But a guy who looked like, stop showing.
They know not to show the end. I mean,
I know, it's like we know he tore his ACL. I was there. I watched it.
You were there.
I was there on watching it on my television.
Oh, okay. I had to tell them television. I thought you
I
went.
would never go to a Tennessee game. Come on.
Was that South Carolina?
Yeah, still, like I said. Anyway, yeah. Lost my entire train of thought. Way to go. Yeah, I would take Darnell Washington, though, in the 3rd. I think a lot of teams would. It's just, we're at that point in the draft where you can start taking some flyers. Who? What?
So we have Byron Young going to the Raiders. We're a pick ahead now because the Houston's on the clock. We told you it was Nathaniel Dell.
Mm-hmm.
Byron Young. There are 2 Byron Youngs in this class. I'm going to assume it's the one from Tennessee, the edge rusher out of Tennessee.
That has not been confirmed yet.
Not been confirmed, but I'm going to assume it's them. But the other Byron Young is defensive lineman out of Alabama. The one from Tennessee is pretty athletic. The one from Alabama is I don't know. Like, he's a Saban player. He's
tackle.
defensive tackle from Alabama.
Defensive tackle.
They're saying defensive tackle. That's how he's a guy who's never going to be a star player in the NFL, but he knows his job and knows his role. And hey, you're in the third round.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to roll, I mean, this early in the third round, they're better defensive tackles than that for the Raiders, though. Way better guys out there right now. So, I think it's a C. It's fine. It's just not good.
Well, big board number 140. If it actually is the Byron Young we're thinking, but this is not producer Rob's fault. It could just be a miscommunication from the NFL. It's Alabama.
That's what Ari is saying.
Ari Myrov is saying it's Alabama. So. Again, player who's going to fulfill his. He can come in and start from day one, and he'll be a guy who is going to do his job, maintain the gap integrity. That's very important for run defense. But he's never going to be a star. So maybe that's what you want with your third round pick. I would have thought they would have gone, as you said, with some of the defensive linemen who are better than him in this class. Siaki Ika out of Baylor, more of a nose tackle. Maybe that's why they didn't go with him. We have Carl Brooks out of Bowling Green. They give some MAC action there. And then we have Jacalyn Roy. I can't speak today. Jacalyn Roy and Keandre Coburn are higher on my big board. But, I mean, it's okay. It's a reach. But at least maybe if he comes in and just is a solid player, I think that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing crazy. A YouTuber is announcing the pick. Okay.
Ryan Trahan.
Yeah.
It's a nice pick for the Texans.
Yes. Anyway.
Very nice pick.
Anyway, yeah, it's fine. I wish they would have gone a different route. So it's a C. It's that easy. So.
So there's two Byron Youngs in this draft class. We saw back-to-back years where there was a Josh Allen from the Bills and now the Jaguars. There is, in this draft class, I think there's an Anthony Johnson, two Anthony Johnsons, and an Antonio Johnson. I think two of those play secondary positions. It's a fun draft. Not many creative names out there anymore. Kendre Miller for the Saints.
Sorry, somebody spelled it wrong. It is Kendrick.
Kendre Miller.
It's not me.
That's all right. That's all right. Kendre Miller for the Saints, a running back, injured in the CFP for TCU, but he is a guy that I think is a good running back. I had him 14 on big board though, so it's a little bit of a reach for me.
Yeah, I didn't have him high either. I think it's a reach, but I mean, again, it's a position of need. So I think, again, we're gonna get that weird point of the draft where it's okay to make some flyers if you see them on your big board. The Raiders got the cheerleaders out there, and looks like an old-time Raiders player. I can't make out who it is. It is Raymond Chester, 4-time Pro Bowl selection. That's it. All right.
How many Pro Bowls do you have?
I have none, but I'm not trying to go on here saying I'm a Raiders great. So.
Cecil is a 6-time All-Nipper Bowl player.
That's right.
Yeah, he's won one or two Super Nipper Bowl trophies.
That's right.
The trophy being a bottle of ibuprofen you get to go home with. A keg of ibuprofen. A keg of ibuprofen, yes.
That's true.
Which we need a lot more now at our current age.
Oh,
All right, so Kendre Miller is going to go to the Saints. You think possibly going to be some issues with Alvin Kamara?
This guy giving a speech.
I mean, at this point, I don't know if it's really gonna. I mean, Alvin Kamara is facing. I don't know. Is he still facing a possible suspension?
I think so.
I mean,
It's happened like a year and a half ago now.
right, but I mean, I think he gets to be suspended. Those kind of antics are pretty bad. To get in a fight with somebody right before the Pro Bowl.
Is there a most troubled position in the NFL? Just thinking like Kamara, Joe Mixon.
I wouldn't. I mean, running back is definitely one. Ray Rice back in the day.
There's a list.
Yeah, there's a list of
O.J.
guys.
Simpson? Did we forget O.J. Simpson?
Yes. Ooh. All right. I mean, there've
That
been
takes the cake, I think.
wide receivers, defensive linemen. There's been a lot of those through the years.
Ray Lewis.
All right, we're gonna have to cut the mics. I'm just kidding. I mean, Ray Lewis never got convicted of anything, bro. Don't go there. We're not going there.
All these people did things allegedly. So
Right.
Pat McAfee got sued for saying things that were allegedly right, and so every
No one's brought up Aaron Hernandez.
yes,
That's a tight end. He's the only tight end though.
these are all allegedly.
But like you got like Tank Johnson, Greg Hardy. What were some other crazy defensive linemen the Cowboys tried to bring in?
What position was he? Was he smacked to do with that?
He was defensive. Allegedly, everything's allegedly
No,
here.
that we saw it. There's tape of it.
Pat McAfee, we have. He's getting.
Garrett Williams for the Cardinals is the rumor right now.
Garrett Williams to the Cardinals is the rumor. Good cornerback out of Syracuse. Love his eye balance. He has experience in man and zone. Problem with him is he tore his ACL last year, Cease. I think he would have gone much higher had he been healthy. I think he could have been a first-round pick. Syracuse has a couple guys in this draft from the secondary as well, so it'd be kind of interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think again, it's a player who you have an injury, you have an ACL injury on a skill position player that requires a lot of cutting, things like that. So, I mean, I think it's a fine pick. You hope he bounces back from the injury. I mean, the medical's clear. It's not the same kind of injury it was 10 years, 20 years ago where an ACL was a huge thing. I mean, a lot of these players come back just as strong, if not better. It's just more you can't tear it a second time is where the issues start coming in. So, overall, again, it's you kind of start rolling the dice at this point where I can go with a safer pick that I know what I'm getting. Or you can go with a guy who I think this guy's got more talent, but he's injury prone, or he's had a big injury already at a young age. Do I roll the dice and hope he stays healthy the rest of his career? Or honestly, you don't even think about that. You can just think, is this guy going to make it through the next 4 years? Is he going to contribute to my team and be a difference maker versus this guy who's going to be perennial, backup, potential, low end guy I hope never actually has to start.
So I'm with you. I think at this point, if there's a guy who was kind of injured, take your chances, especially in this draft class where there's not many people. So if you have a Darnell Washington, maybe yellow flag on some of the injuries, third round pick. These guys, 50-50 hit rate at best,
Right.
maybe less.
It's probably honestly, I think statistically, I think you have I think it's like 37-38% chance a third rounder is a quality starter. I think first it's usually like 70. Second, I think you usually have it really varies from the beginning is like 60%. By the end, it's about 50-50.
Yeah.
So overall, that's how I see as a team. I think you address a lot of your needs in free agency before the draft even starts. I think then, you go in the draft, try to do as much best player available, taking account what needs you have or things you could shore up or what are going to become needs in the next year or so, and address that and maximize the value. But I think once you get past probably the third round, you're just lottery ticking. You see a guy with traits you like, even if the rest of the profile doesn't necessarily make sense, or you love if there's something you love about a player, take him, honestly.
Yeah.
Just take him, because let's be honest, there's not going to be anyone left that you're just going to probably be like, everyone's like, I love this guy, he checks all the boxes. He's not going to check all the boxes, he wouldn't be there in the late third, fourth round. You're not going to check all the boxes. If he does, you may want to have to reevaluate your draft board. But there's always going to be some issues, and you just roll the dice. And, we've seen great players come out of these later rounds, right? It's not a huge hit rate, but you just, sometimes you just fall in love with a player, and you just trust your gut at this point. And it's better than getting a guy that it's like he marginally checks 5 boxes. He's an average athlete with average production and an average injury history who hasn't gotten hurt. What's that going to do for your team that's trying to compete and win a Super Bowl? That's great to have a locker room guy or a guy if you're super thin at depth of a certain position, but you should be going into the draft to find starters and hoping you get starters or guys that can be contributors to your team within the next couple years. Maybe not even this year, but at some point have that potential. If you're looking to have a medium depth beat, just go get a veteran minimum guy off the free agency wire. That's what you should do. If you're drafting on just stupid needs or you're trying to fill a need in probably the 4th, 5th round, and that's all you're trying to do with it, and you don't even like the prospect that much, I don't know what you're doing. So that's my rant. I'm gonna get a drink.
I was gonna say that was a great rant. I genuinely
you.
mean that.
Thank you.
So we have the Cardinals taking Garrett Williams. We've mentioned that for a couple minutes now. Syracuse corner, torn ACL, coming back. We have the Giants trading up with the Rams for number 73. They're going to take Jalen Hyatt, the wide receiver out of Tennessee. A lot of people thought he'd be a first-round pick. He's pretty much just a speed merchant. That's all he does. He beats people deep. He had 6 catches against Alabama, 5 of which were touchdowns. That's really cool. But we've seen fast guys who just have speed, and he only ran a 4.4. It's not like it's like Tyreek Hill speed. We've seen some of these guys, maybe like John Ross, be drafted by NFL teams before, and they just don't work out. So
Who's taking Hyatt? The Giants?
the Giants, who have a tons of wide receivers now. Wandale, Sterling Shepard.
They got all the same receiver, basically, is their problem. They have average number 2 guys, basically. I mean, nobody that... Honestly, they have average number 2s. I don't think any of those guys are even great number 2s. I mean, Hyatt, I think you're just taking a swing at a guy that you like the speed of him. You need... Honestly, the Giants have to get a receiver at some point. Like, I think that's one of their glaring needs. They just take a swing at a guy they think is... Honestly, people have him in the 2nd round. This is not a bad pick. Take the flyer and hope maybe he pans out in a way more than you and I think he does. So, overall, it's a B pick for me.
I mean, for me, too, it's B. It's you know, I did just say he's just speed. I had him ranked 65th on my big board. I thought he'd go much higher than that, if I'm being honest. I thought there was the rumors about the first round stuff was way too much for me. Even early 2nd round, I think I would have called you crazy. But you might have this like one trait that actually makes you a great prospect. You got to take a chance on that. You know, this is not the Bengals taking John Ross at pick number 11 or whatever. Pick number 9, 11, one of the two.
It was pick number 8.
8. Okay, cool.
Yeah, makes you really want to cry, doesn't it?
But you take a chance in the 3rd round with just, you know, that one trump card might make you a good player in the NFL.
Right. If you can get one home run in these middle rounds, I mean, it makes all the difference. I mean, look at a lot of these elite teams out there. They got an elite prospect out of a later... I mean, Travis Kelce's a 4th rounder. You know, back in the day, the Bengals got Geno Atkins in the 4th round. You know, there's a lot. I mean, the 4th round, I mean, Jared Allen back in the day was a 4th rounder. I mean, there's guys, you know, in these middle rounds where if you can hit on them and get good production, I mean, you don't necessarily have to find an All-Pro or, you know, a Pro Bowler. That's awesome if you do. But if you can just find a guy who is a solid starter on your team, that could put you over the top.
Right.
Because chances are guys are going to have starters they find in the 1st and 2nd round most of the time. That's not super hard to do. There's enough consensus out there that you can figure out somebody in round 1 or round 2 unless you're just on an island by yourself. You could just go by the consensus and find 2 decent role players. But by the 3rd here, you know, we're looking, half these guys are like, is this guy ever going to start? We don't know. We just are basing it almost completely on traits, or he had a good career, but he's not that athletic.
So my only problem with this pick for the Giants, personally, Cease, all the receivers are 6 foot and under. Like, I would have liked... It's cool that they took Jalen
They
Hyatt.
had Kenny Galladay.
They had Kenny Galladay. They had Darius Slayton, but they have... So they're starting receivers right now. You have Paris Campbell, 6 foot. You have Sterling Shepard, 5'11". You have Wandale Robinson, 5'8". You have Jalen Hyatt, 5'10", 5'11". I would like to have different variants in the wide receiver room.
Daniel
personally.
Bellinger, man, their tight end.
Darren Waller.
Darren Waller.
I mean, I guess that is. You can throw to if you want to throw to a big receiver, it's going to be those. Cleveland Browns have taken Cedric Tillman, the wide receiver out of Tennessee. Also, back-to-back wide receivers out of Tennessee. Now, I have Cedric Tillman ranked higher than Jalen Hyatt on my big board. He had a big 2021 year. He got hurt this past season. Jalen Hyatt kind of stepped in with the speed role. He's different, though. He's a bigger outside receiver. I love this pick for the Browns personally because I think it's good value here and because they really don't have anything outside of Amari Cooper. I don't want to hear any more about Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Donovan
I don't want to hear
Peoples-Jones,
anymore.
brother.
No.
He's a deep threat. He ran track.
Is that the first pick of the draft?
Yes, it is.
Browns' first pick of the draft, yes.
Because they have no draft picks.
But I like it. I think they're getting a good outside receiver.
Fan, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's an A pick. They're the one, and that's pretty good. So good for them. I mean, I like Cedric Tillman as well. I think he's produced a lot. He's a bigger receiver. I think it's somebody to kind of pair with Amari Cooper, and somebody who eventually honestly can replace him once his deal is up here in the next year or so. So, I mean, they need to get Deshaun Watson more weapons. It was weird that they traded for him and they had less weapons than ever. They also traded, I believe, for the Jets receiver this year, correct? And they trade for somebody?
Elijah Moore, yes.
Elijah Moore, that's
Yes.
correct.
So they have a slot guy, so Tillman on the outside with Cooper on the other side. That's
And
not,
Donovan Jones as your 4 is not bad.
Zach Harrison to the Falcons is what we're hearing next. He's an edge rusher out of Ohio State. I think even Ohio State fans would say they were pretty disappointed with his career. He has a lot of potential and good traits. He's kind of got the size to be an edge rusher. He's got the athleticism, but he never fully put it together. I think if you're an NFL team and you see him, like, yes, you're not taking him in the first round, but you see the traits and you're kind of thinking, like, we can work with this. But like I said, I think Ohio State fans were sitting there expecting, like, this great player, and they never got that great player. He was just kind of good.
Yeah, he was just kind of good with it. I mean, like you said, he has elite athletics, and elite traits and measurables. But yeah, I mean, he just never produced the level they hoped. I mean, there's some questions about his motor, his worth ethic a little bit in that way, because I mean, the production just simply wasn't there when he had every opportunity to have it. So, again, if you're somebody like the Falcons, you go, I mean, he can be a rotational piece. Maybe we can motivate him or find something that went wrong in Ohio State. And, again, it's third round. He is athletically pretty elite when it comes to measurables. It's just the production's not there. You can't get it all in the third round. I like it. What?
Patriots?
Who's going?
They have the Patriots are taking a linebacker. I believe his name is Marte Mapu. I have to look up his name because Marte Mapu. He went to a small school. I have him ranked as the 24th linebacker out of Sacramento State.
Ooh, Belichick's doing it again.
He's trying to
Spotting the guy.
outsmart everyone here.
Cole Strange in it. David Asiasi.
I believe he's a guy who played multiple positions in his college career, and I think he's still learning the linebacker position. And I guess if you're going to trust anyone to teach someone football, Bill Belichick's the guy, but extreme reach here for the Patriots. And everyone can keep on telling me, oh, Joe, the Patriots can do what they want. They got Bill Belichick. They took Cole Strange last year, and Cole Strange was awful. He was awful. Everyone, at the first week of the season, everyone's like, oh, it's a good pick.
Remember when they drafted a tight end after signing 2 tight ends, and they just have 50 tight ends that now none of them are on the team?
Remember N'Keal Harry?
Yep.
Want to go through it? Yeah, let's just go through all the bad. Yeah. So, yes, it's definitely a reach. It is the biggest reach of the draft so far. I would
That's
have to
an
think.
F. That's a hardcore F.
I
could find
260
way better linebackers.
260 on my big board.
That guy was a middle, late draft pick to undrafted, some people thought.
Yeah, he had was it a good Senior Bowl he was at? He had a good Senior Bowl, and that kind of helped really put him on the radar.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man.
What a mess.
The one thing I'll say is Bill Belichick does turn some linebackers who you didn't think were good into good linebackers. Remember, Jawan Bentley's still there. He's been a really good linebacker for them. He was an undrafted free agent out of Purdue.
Yeah.
But that does not mean that you can still take them and use your draft picks on those guys.
He's also had a lot of really good linebackers through his time there. Teddy Bruschi, Junior Seau,
Yep.
Jared Mayo, Adalius Thomas for a year. It's like every once in a while he'll develop someone well, but it's like this is going to be the big question. How much? What is the landing zone for Bill Belichick? I don't think they'll ever fire him per se, but I mean, where he starts getting pressure towards retiring, quote unquote, or more likely just saying, Bill, we need to shuffle things up. We need to get a GM. Bill, we want you here. We want you to have a lot of input, but you got to give up some power, basically. I think that's what the conversations eventually going to be.
I think they're going to try to make him transition to the front office at some point and hand it over to someone.
Good Lord.
And
that's the part he's the worst at, though.
Right.
Would they even want him there?
Right.
I would much rather. I am fine with Bill Belichick being my head coach, but I think there just needs to be a GM. I think there needs to be a balance of power because that's when they were the best.
Right.
Balances.
When Scott Pioli and guys like that were there.
He just he hit on Tom Brady, and he's been swinging for the fences ever since.
Did he even draft Tom Brady, or was it the GM? Because they had a GM at that point still. Because that was like 2001, right?
That was 2001. I think they gave him full operations back then.
Interesting.
All right, so Zach Harrison is official. We're getting on to Marte Mapu from the Patriots, Sacramento State, and then the Rams will be on the clock. Yeah, 6'5", 274 for
That's
Harrison.
a massive.
That's a big edge.
Whew. That's nice.
And the thing is, like, I think there's a lot of fan bases out there that hype up everyone that's on their team, but there's also, like, I really appreciate a lot of the Ohio State fans were like, kind of like, yeah, we really don't get why people are mocking him in like first rounds like 3 months ago. Like, he hasn't done anything.
It's just he's big and strong.
There are, like, yes, there's a lot of people who just hype up their own players, but like I appreciate the people who are like, he hasn't done anything for us. Why would we tell you guys that, like, oh yeah, let's bump him up? Yeah, like,
right.
I see a lot of people like, oh, this guy, like, make excuses for every player, and it's like, I'd rather just get what your honest opinion of him is.
His biggest accolade was he was 2020 Big Ten second team. That was 3 years ago.
Rams, other Byron Young.
The Rams are selecting the other Byron Young out of Tennessee.
Ah.
Imagine filling out the wrong draft card with that. That'd be fun.
Wait, which Byron Young? Though, what do you mean? It's like you got two.
This guy is pretty athletic, but he's really raw.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to learn on some pass rushing moves, have more, I think, technique, and he'll be good. Like the value here for the Rams, I think this is an edge class that does have some value in the middle rounds where a lot of positions do not. So, yeah. Oh, look at the Patriots fans. Oh, Bill Belichick will figure it out. Yeah, sure, okay.
The Patriot way, Mac
Yeah.
Jones.
So, yeah, but I do like Byron Young. I think it's a good pick for the Rams. They need some more pass rushers. They've needed it for a while. And I think you're
Oh,
getting
they have
one.
tape on him. That's good.
That's why I was going to ask. Do they even have tape on this dude?
I mean,
It's even
he's
in,
no Mike Mitchell.
I mean, it's definitely not high depth, you know.
This actually is pretty good for FCS levels.
Yeah.
You can see everything.
I'm just trying to see, is it a different game or is this just the same game? Okay, there we go. There's a little lower. Man, that orange did not show up well on that tape. But yeah, I to this day will never forget the draft where it was the Raiders. They drafted what was it, Mike Mitchell?
Mike Mitchell, second round, and
Yeah,
Darius
out of Ohio University.
and that was Darius Hayward Bay, first round too.
Yeah,
Oof.
and like I will never forget the moment when ESPN just went, I don't even know who this person is.
Is the rumor? That one's not.
That's rumor,
The
unconfirmed.
Packers are rumored to take Tucker Kraft, which means they're going to be doing a lot of two tight end sets with Luke Musgrave, I guess. Okay.
Who are the Green Bay Packers? Like,
I think
it's just like
I think we got to make that bet that maybe
dude,
they're the
ever
worst team.
since Ted Thompson retired, it has been a shit show. Like, honest to God, like it's just been a mess. Brian Gutekunst, yeah, Gutekunst, terrible. Like, I mean, ever since the Jordan Love thing happened, it basically set the Packers off on just the stupidest.
All right, so it's official. It's going to be Tucker Kraft.
What
so
the hell?
So the offense is going to flip back. If you remember the first year that Aaron Rodgers was quarterback under LaFleur, where they're just going to hand the ball off a million times a game. But the problem is the first tight end they drafted can't block. So it's going to be two tight ends. I don't know. I'm betting on them to have the worst record.
Jesus Christ.
I'm betting on them to have the worst record. I don't care.
It's a good thing Ben's in Vegas. He's probably not watching this, but he probably
betting
just...
on them to have the worst record.
No, he's probably betting on them to have the best record because he
Yeah,
thinks
he's
they're coming up
probably-
first.
God. So their offense now is going to be... They barely got better at receiver. They're going to run a bunch of two tight end sets. And they got another big, slow defensive end.
So, can we officially say that Darnell Washington has a problem?
I mean...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could say that we was a guy who was honestly rumored to possibly go in the first. He's now midway through the third. I mean, there's definitely a medical question.
Are we sure there's not a video of him out there with the ball?
Yes, the infamous, is there a gas mask video? I feel like ESPN would have reported it at this point.
No, ESPN is Disney now, family friendly.
So it is Tucker Kraft, this tight end out of South Dakota State. Helped South Dakota State win the FCS championship this past year.
Dallas Goddard 2.0, baby.
Dallas Goddard 2.0, went to the same school. Loved the Jackrabbits, and a little bit better blocker than Luke Musgrave. I really liked him. He was I think my tight end number 5, so I'm pretty happy with this pick from the Packers from a value standpoint. I just don't get the strategy.
Yeah, I don't get it either. The floor's just going to keep trying to run the ball, and then they're not going to get enough yards. And
Yeah. Sorry, keep going.
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay, so the Packers are taking Tucker Kraft. It's rumored that the Colts take Josh Downs, the wide receiver out of UNC. More of a slot. They did lose Paris Campbell to the Giants, so he's probably going to slide in right in there with Alec Pierce and Michael Pittman on the outside. So that's good to get your young quarterback more help.
No, I love it. I think Josh Downs we've been talking about him being one of the best receivers, should have probably been in the second round. It's a great pick. I mean, a good weapon to help, maybe grow a little bit with Anthony Richardson. I'm going to give it an A. It's a good value pick, addresses a need.
I agree. I'd give it an A too. And I think the Colts, they'll have to make sure Anthony Richardson gets going. But if they run the ball and then have these receivers and kind of just use the pass off of the run like traditionally teams used to do, they could be pretty good.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think there's a lot of opportunity here. I think the Colts, again, like you said, they've had a decent roster over the last couple of years. Honestly, a pretty good one. And there's some aging guys, and I think, you get young at some key positions. Like, I think Josh Downs can be a great slot guy for you for the next, possibly, long term, like even past his rookie deal. So, great to see him finally get drafted. And I think it's a place where he honestly can really, shine in a lot of ways and have an opportunity to play meaningful time for a team that might be playing in meaningful games in the next couple of years.
I agree, and I mean you could have kept Paris Campbell, but like with how injuries that guy's had, like you can't even count on the guy to be healthy for 4 games this season.
And like, are you really going to spend money on Paris Campbell when you're rebuilding?
Go with Josh Downs, 44th player on my big board. I think he presents a lot of good value. I remember we talked about how a couple years ago Sam Howell lost all his weapons. Well, Josh Downs stepped up in Sam Howell's last year of eligibility. I think a comp to him has been Tyler Lockett. I think it's a fair, Tyler Lockett's mid-round pick. Yeah, he's a deep threat, can run after the catch a little bit, but maybe not the most dynamic player. He's not going to have the out-physical stuff for catches, not going to have physical people for catches.
Right.
I think that kind of fits.
And the Colts are having a pretty decent draft, a B draft so far, I think, with Richardson, Brents, and now Downs. The Seahawks have traded the pick to the Panthers.
Here we go. All right, movement again. Jonathan Mingo was the last pick, right? So
who the hell are they doing now?
Yeah, we'll give some shout-outs to the one Ole Miss fan I know who said that Jonathan Mingo didn't understand the hype with that. Again, a fan base being honest about their opinions of a player. Sometimes his fan bases are wrong, but we have someone named Fetus Nightclub. I think we've all heard of him. Bring out Rondo or I'm turning.
I'm turning?
I know.
Oh, okay.
Rondo is asleep on the couch.
Could you please ask that individual?
Yeah, he's actually
if he
having
got
a-
my text message.
If Fetus
That's
Night-
not how it works.
Yeah.
They don't, you can't just read it back into the phone.
You
Like, he's
could.
not sitting there waiting for us to respond. I don't even think he's watching the stream.
Well, you know what? He commented on it.
He commented on it.
So
Just now? On my comment of a comment?
Not yet, but
Nah.
he's at the club. He's probably not listening. He's at the club in Vegas watching this. I mean, wow.
At the club. Watching the NFL draft 3rd round. I like it. All right.
I'm hearing DJ Johnson.
For the Panthers?
That is what the current rumor
Who is it?
DJ Johnson.
Okay, DJ Johnson for the Panthers. We'll wait to see what's going to happen with that. This is pick number 80 for the Panthers, and I would say that's probably a reach as well. We're going to have to wait and see about that. That would give them a lot of reaches in this. So they get the Bryce Young. They give up a lot to get Bryce Young. Not really helping him out the most in terms of giving him players to work with. Jonathan Mingo, again, not really the range where I thought he'd go. I know people rumored that he would go that high, but just I thought it was a little bit much. And DJ Johnson is just let's go look at where he's at my big board, because that is going to be surprising, I think. He's number 174 on my big board from Oregon.
draft?
Fifth round pick. Yeah, sixth round pick. Got some athleticism to him, but I don't know. I think this is a pretty big reach if this ends up being him.
Yeah.
It's
Is-
officially
I'm hearing Oregon linebacker.
DJ Johnson. All right, DJ Johnson, edge rusher out of Oregon.
We'll see. Still not confirmed.
Not confirmed. We're not going to put that on producer Rob's head. But I thought the Panthers had a chance to come in here and really make a good push at this NFC South, considering the NFC South kind of stinks, and we're coming away with, I don't think what's a good draft. I mean, Bryce Young, you're trading up to get him, that's great, but still an outlier at the size-wise. He gets one injury that could change things, and then you reach on two different guys. I mean, hopefully for their sake I'm wrong, but I think this draft could have gone a whole lot better for them.
Well, yeah, and all the money that they spent in free agency,
I
right?
think it's impressive that he's out there announcing the pick and it's not even in yet.
True, clock's still ticking, and they're announcing the pick.
This guy's got connections.
Maybe he's just hyping it. No, that's it.
All right, DJ Johnson it is.
Cecil's upset.
What? I'm good, man.
I can tell you're upset, Cecil.
What am I upset about?
DJ Johnson.
No,
They took the whole ticker down because it's broken. Producer Greg pointed out the clock was still ticking when they made a pick, and they broke the whole ticker. I don't know how much I like. This Carolina Panthers draft, this regime. If this is what's going to happen, I mean, I know people were higher on DJ Johnson than me, but I think in most people's minds it'd be a reach here in round 3 for DJ Johnson. This comes especially with some guys who are still on the board. We saw Zach Harrison come off the board. He's actually more of the value there. But we have Adetomiwa Adebawore. Some people think he plays better interior. I would say we have KJ Henry out of Clemson. Brenton Cox, who does have the off-the-field issues that we talked about, kicked off of 2 college football teams. That's very hard to do, especially in the SEC. Andre Carter out of Army. He represents our country. He's good enough to suit up for my team.
amen.
Mike Morris out of Michigan. A little bit of a bigger edge, but I think he's pretty good as well. And that's why DJ Johnson's, I mean, he's way down there for edge rushers. So that was very surprising for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of a reach and everything, but it's okay. It's all right at this point.
Third round is a reach? I don't know. You get some good players third round.
We'll see.
Ticker's still broken on ESPN. Producer Greg broke ESPN.
They don't have as good as producers as we do.
It's true. I mean, he's got magic powers that way.
Still working.
That's right.
It's very hard to make, too.
All right, well, let's use this time to go over the best available while we have a little bit of time here. This is changed a lot through the night. The top 23 players off my big board right now. Darnell Washington is the top player left on my big board. Rumors of possible medical issues going on there, but he's a freak athlete, good blocker, someone to watch out for that. Keely Ringo, good athlete, but tight hips, might move to safety at the next level. If you want to move a guy, that hurts his value if you move a guy to positions. Clark Phillips, the corner out of Utah, a little bit smaller, but great ball skills and very good competitive, good in man-to-man coverage. Adetomiwa Adebawore out of Northwestern.
Love him.
Does he play edge? Does he play inside? Don't care.
Find a place.
He's 280. He runs a 4.4 40. Trenton Simpson, the linebacker out of Clemson, lots of athleticism and coverage potential, but he just reads things a little bit slowly. You kind of have to teach him the game a little bit better. Antonio Johnson, the safety out of Texas A&M, versatile guy. I would call him like the Walmart version of Kyle Hamilton. Bigger guy, can do a lot of different things. But at the end of the day, I think he can really help stop the run too, and I think that could really help. We have one of the McCourty twins.
Wearing an Oilers jersey.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. What is this whole Oilers thing? The Titans are really...
They're wearing the jersey for one of their games this year.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I hate that the Titans get to do that. They're not the Oilers. I mean, they are, but... You don't move across the state or, across the country, basically. You don't drive 1,000 miles away and call yourself the same team. Now I have to change the name.
There's been nothing.
What about the Lakers?
Okay, that was...
Minneapolis Lakers.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'll give it to you. You got me there. Lakers
There's no lakes
just...
in LA though.
That's right. And then they moved to
The
I'll
LA
see where there was
River.
no oil. There was no oil. All right, they're again milking the clock here, McCourty. We're gonna get on you for this one, but milking the clock here.
There are no leaks.
There's no leaks for the
Did
pick.
McCourty play for the Titans?
He's drafted by him.
Oh. I always was thinking Devin McCourty.
Does anyone hate the Titans? You know,
No.
what I mean? Like no one hates the Titans. They're a team that like
You
no
have
one,
to be good.
I hate the Titans.
You hate the
Rob,
Titans?
Rob hates the Titans.
Why?
No, I don't. I just.
You know, the Ravens
Does
used to hate
anyone
them.
in the AFC South hate each other?
They're not good enough to hate each other. You're right.
No.
Well, remember Andre Johnson.
They're the nicest
That is,
division in
like,
football.
The biggest thing that you can think
Yeah,
of.
Andre Johnson starts to punch people, so I don't know.
Like other than that, like what's it?
It's pretty mean of him.
I
How
think
dare he.
the Titans were cool when we were growing up. Steve McNair.
Steve
he's a
McNair was
cool
great.
dude.
Eddie George.
Ty J. Spears, running back
Ooh,
out of
that's a good
Tulane.
one.
They're obviously looking for
Uh-oh.
a third down back to pair with Derrick Henry because guess what? They take him off the field on every single third down.
Honestly,
something we were
I
very
think-
mad about.
I heard they're moving him out of second down as well.
Oh, okay.
So Derrick Henry will be exclusively used on first down.
So you run it on first down when they expect it. You get 2 yards because Derrick Henry falls forward. And then you deal with the second 8 with Ty J. Spears.
Yeah.
Okay.
So first downs and then the occasional second down in between the outside the 20 to the other 20. So within that 60 yards right there.
Well,
Nowhere near the goal line.
something we talked about on the podcast all year long is it just pissed us off that they kept on taking Derrick Henry off. It's 3rd and 3, and it's like, we're taking Derrick Henry off because we're going to pass the... your biggest threat, your biggest asset on the team, and you
Even if you're not going to give
take
the ball.
him
Exactly.
off the field.
Welcome to like the us screaming at the Tennessee Titans
Jack about
organization.
football, I understand.
Right. It's like
If it's 3rd and 7, sure, it makes sense.
take
But
them all. If it's 3rd and 5 or less,
If it's 3rd
half
and
the
7,
time
leave him in
keep
and give him
Derrick.
the ball.
sometimes, yes.
Unless Derrick Henry's just tired as hell, if it's 3rd and 5 or less, keep his ass out there. If he just dashed him for 5 yards, leave him out there. Hit him again.
Nothing leaking again.
So no leaks for the Buccaneers pick. It's in. I will say for Ty J. Spears, very good season. He tore up Cincinnati's defense.
Yes, he did.
tore up USC's defense in that Cotton Bowl.
Dexter Jackson.
And we have Dexter Jackson making the pick for the Bucks. Lots of creamsicle jerseys. They're wearing those jerseys this year too, so it's a throwback type of year.
That's why Tom Brady's
I
retired right there.
don't necessarily like the Buccaneers draft. They take Yaya Diaby out of Louisville.
Yeah.
I just really think they got Cody Mock, which is cool, but are they going to play him at tackle? They really need to protect the quarterback, whoever that is, but I don't know.
Do they need to protect the quarterback if you don't even know who he is?
Well,
Of anything, how do you protect someone if you don't know who they are?
that's a good question. That's a good question.
Well, ooh, we do know who it is.
Do we?
Is it Baker?
Or
Baker.
Kyle Trask?
Or
Kyle
Baker.
Trask.
It's Baker.
I don't know. I'm just kidding.
So Diaby
It's Baker.
I don't know.
So-
You heard it here first. Controversy.
Diaby was player 215 on my big board. I think Yasir Abdullah, the kind of the hybrid player for them, is actually better. Not really seeing what they see here. Another reach for them. I got some good players in Mock and Cansey, but overall, I don't see this draft class for the Buccaneers. I think they're going to have some pain ahead of them.
Right? And the Seahawks have traded their pick now to the Broncos.
Those teams have traded a lot recently.
Yeah, they're trading a lot.
Must have some.
Russell Wilson's going back.
Broncos moving around a lot.
Yeah, Sean Payton's being aggressive in his first draft. Can't blame him. See if he drafts someone like Taysom Hill here. Favorite
Actually
player.
trades for Taysom Hill.
And like the Derrick Henry thing we talked about yesterday, or a couple minutes ago, sorry. It's also good to give a Hall of Fame quarterback and take him out and take the ball out of his hands, put in a glorified tight end at quarterback.
That's right. No one will ever expect it.
That is true.
No one would ever expect you to not let Drew Brees throw the ball.
So we're a couple picks away from the Bengals, like 8-9 picks away from the Bengals. So still some opportunities. Darnell Washington on the board. I wouldn't even be mad if they went Keely Ringo for the value of it, even though they just got DJ Turner, because you could say
Right.
DJ Turner slot, and then you can make him outside. Clark Phillips, Adi
Clark
Tamiwa,
Phillips, yeah, Tamiwa.
Trenton Simpson at this rate. Maybe you don't bring Logan Wilson back because Pratt took an easy deal, but
Yeah, it's possible.
gotta
I mean,
get
you got Blake Freeland left at offensive tackle. If you like
Right,
him, I
right.
think
DeJuan
we're in that range. DeJuan Jones is there. I mean, if anybody probably will know what's going on, it's probably Bengals are one of the closer ones probably to them.
Mhm.
There are a lot of connects between the Bengals and Ohio State to this day, due to the Brown connection, the players, all that stuff. So, I think Dave Lapham of the Bengals is the one who reported that DeJuan Jones was almost 390 pounds. So, we'll see where the Bengals feel if they're at with that, honestly. I don't think it's a horrible pick at the end of the third if these other guys are off the board, if they go for DeJuan Jones. I mean, it's a lottery ticket kind of. If he gets his weight back and gets his shit together, he could be a good right tackle.
it's a rumor that the pick is Riley Moss, the corner out of Iowa. I'm a little bit lower on him than consensus. He struggled against good wide receivers in college. That's a red flag for me.
Yep, usually not a good sign for your draft stock.
Including Wan'Dale Robinson, who is now on the Giants, but not limited to him. There's other ones. He was rumored to be moved to a safety. He's his confirmed pick. I think he'd be better safety because he uses his eyes well, he anticipates well, but he isn't the greatest in man-to-man coverage. Move him to safety where you don't have to deal with that as much.
Yep.
So I've heard that. I would like that more. But he is, I would say, around 130 on the big board.
Yeah.
161.
Not there yet.
Cornerback number 22. With guys like Clark Phillips still on the table.
Yep. Not what
Keely
you
Ringo
want.
still on the table. I'm not seeing that.
Yeah. But we'll see who the Broncos have. Broncos pick we've already announced. We're waiting for the Dolphins up next, followed by the Los Angeles Chargers.
What happened to the cool logos we saw yesterday? Oh, there they are.
They're in the back
Yeah,
there.
they're in the back.
Kansas City is really lucky it didn't rain. I mean, imagine if it actually got in a rainstorm. Did they have a plan B? Was there a
Yeah,
canopy?
that'd be more. It's canopy over the
They
states.
would
The fans
just
get
use-
wet.
They would just use what's his name's ego to cover everyone. The tight end, Travis Kelce's ego.
Ooh, yep, there we go.
Then they're covered.
Approved.
I did not say it.
It came from Greg, who I did not expect.
Oh, look at that. The ESPN already has him listed at safety because Mel wants to move him to safety as well. I'm with him. I think he's a better safety than a corner.
Look at this oversized
Oh, he
shirt
looks like
he's
a
got on.
loser.
What is going on there? What's
Okay.
up? This is my older brother's shirt.
He looks like a guy that says he's an entrepreneur for a living.
Oh, you don't have a job. Got it.
Damn.
All right, so that's official. 2021 third team AP All-American.
If anything, he looks like someone that would go pro in something other than sports. before he can say it.
He works for Enterprise.
Whoa.
That is exactly.
Wow.
that is
We don't talk about that on this
that is
podcast.
exactly
It's
what
not
made me
sanctioned.
Think of that because of Cecil.
Pretty good ball skills. Good, like I said, good anticipation for Riley Moss. We'll see how he does for Sean Payton in Denver. As you said, Cecil, the Dolphins are on the clock. The pick is in. The only pick they've had so far is Cam Smith, who's a corner. We're kind of wondering how he's going to be on the field. It's good to get that depth that you mentioned. But I might like to see maybe an offensive lineman who's maybe fallen here, or maybe a tight end. They need a tight end after they lost your boy.
Ooh. Maybe a tight end. I think also they could go. I think an interior defensive lineman would be good. Oh,
Okay,
running back.
that's-
They kind of weren't in a great spot of running back.
Yeah.
They have Raheem Mostert still there, or is he gone
Yeah.
now?
Jeff Wilson.
Jeff Wilson. So Devin A. Chain out of Texas A&M, my number 3 running back on the board. He is small, but he actually runs well in between the tackles. He's versatile. He can split him out in the slot as well. But the name of the game with him is speed and quickness. Good receiver as well. Not going to offer much in pass pro. You don't want to be a short yardage back. But he is very, very fast, very quick, and very elusive. Love the value here for the Dolphins. I think he can really help this offense out. I think he could help Tua out of the backfield as a receiver more than anyone else on the roster at the position right now. Love the pick for the Dolphins.
I do too. I mean, they had some guys who, honestly, were just old school running backs, not much in the pass, catching way. So you find a guy who can't help your quarterback, I think, rotate in. And I think, Mike McDaniels gets a guy, he drafted versus just, holdovers that are kind of aging running backs from the 49ers that they didn't want anymore.
What does this mean for Jeff Wilson fantasy owners?
Probably negative. But
Yeah.
they'll probably rotate them like the 49ers do, so there's no telling.
You're playing Russian roulette if you're an owner of a
Hope you enjoy that
Dolphins,
one.
Dolphins
Rob.
running back, yeah.
You didn't know.
I had a feeling.
No, you did not.
Sure did.
No way.
Yeah, I did not think that the Dolphins were going to go into next season with just Jeff Wilson as their sole back.
Well, no, they have Mostert.
Okay. Mostert's like 31 now.
The Chargers take Deion Henley, the linebacker out of Washington State. He's a former wide receiver I believe from Utah State who transferred in to Washington State.
Is he playing receiver?
What?
Is he playing receiver for the Chargers then?
No, you might.
Then it's a
could.
bad pick.
Okay, well, I will say the Chargers do have some pretty bad linebackers. They've struggled to stop the run. I don't know. It was Nevada. Sorry, not Utah State. Got my Mountain West was messed
I
up.
got it.
But the
Calls himself an expert.
6'1", 220-pound player, good range. He just needs to work on continuing to be a good linebacker. Like he can run ball carriers down. He just needs to read plays faster, and he needs to shed blocks
Better
faster.
at the position.
Also, Washington State. Did you say Utah
Yeah,
State?
you've said three.
I said Washington. He's at Washington State. Transferred in from Utah State, but I
Oh,
meant
gotcha.
Nevada is where he
You said
transferred
the
in
wrong
from.
School, and we've said he needs to get better at the position that he's picked at.
Exactly,
All right.
because he moves positions.
Sounds
This
like
is why we're not giving
Chargers
producers. This is why we're not giving producers microphones next year.
Cut off!
They lost the privilege.
Yep. I'm going to give it a solid D.
Really? Okay. I give this pick like an A.
You like him that much?
I think it's within the range. The linebackers are pretty bad, and I think getting a guy who has some coverage potential at the position, I think is good.
Okay.
He just needs to be able to read plays quicker, which is obviously a big part of being a linebacker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. We got a linebacker who can't read plays.
Well, they could take in first round most years.
Position
That's
that
true.
he's picked to play at.
All right, so the Ravens on the clock.
They aren't. We'll see who they
It's,
inevitably sweep up out of the diamond in the rough.
Maybe they'll pick a receiver that can't catch.
okay, so the producer isn't understanding things here because we have Anthony Richardson, who's a bad quarterback who got taken 4th overall. So it's the same thing applies to other players, other
Yep.
positions.
Who do you think they go with here? I wouldn't be surprised if they go with Abdeware.
I mean, just because they take all the good players.
Yeah, well, one, and I think they could use somebody like him. He's kind of that tweener. Like, I think the Ravens could find a way to use him.
Definitely could.
Maybe offensive line depth, like
I could say I think corners would be
corner.
Would be
They
very
have
nice.
not gotten a corner yet.
Okay.
The real thing is, are there really that many? I mean, I guess there's Cam Phillips, but like they need kind of more of an outside guy at this point.
Yeah, I mean they could.
Why don't they have a second rounder again? Where did that second rounder go?
That's a great question.
Did they trade that for something?
I'm sure they did. I don't think they
Just
lost. I
trying to
don't.
think who.
There was no
Like,
sanctions
yeah, they
against
didn't
them.
have a
Or,
sanction. I'm just trying to see what they got, who they traded away that second rounder for.
How about ask Lamar if he wanted it or not? And say go for it.
tampering because they were talking to Lamar when he said he didn't want to play for them.
Oh, was it? Maybe it was part of the switch when they said Hollywood Brown, possibly. Maybe it was a conditional thing. I don't know.
Why would they give up? A
Maybe
pick?
did they trade up last year? Like, why is producer figure out why the Ravens don't have a second round pick?
I'm on it, boss.
You got it.
You got to be strict with fair with them.
Gotta have a firm hand. Well, we're waiting. And I love local commercials on national televised events.
Sohan and Sons waterproofing. You got a free ad on the GameHouse.com watch
Congratulations!
party.
You've bored me enough. I will say your name on the internet.
We are free for commercial jingles.
I will do. Well, we get to make the jingle.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Their
You just-
second and fifth round picks were dealt to the Chicago Bears in exchange for linebacker Roquan.
Oh yeah, Roquan Smith.
That guy.
Yeah.
I knew that off the top of my head, by the way. I didn't
Oh,
know.
did you? Is that why you didn't say anything?
I was just waiting to see if you would notice.
Notice that you knew it.
Uh,
I put it in my head.
Trenton Simpson to the Ravens. So another great value pick for the Ravens here. Not as good as maybe we I guess feared, but
Do they need another linebacker though?
oh, you can never have enough linebackers. I think there have been a lot of fans who've been upset with Patrick Queen's play. So maybe they think that he walks after rookie deal, right? His rookie deal's after this year, next year.
Next year.
same year as the.
Same year as Joe Burrow, right? Yeah.
But that's right, he was a first round pick too. Yeah. Back into the first round. That was one of the mock picks I got.
You signed a long-term deal to Roquan Smith.
That's the thing we talked about with the Bengals. You can't really afford to pay two off-ball linebackers more than like $10 million a year, so he's probably gone.
Yeah, probably.
So maybe not a bad pick for them.
They committed a lot of money to Roquan Smith.
Number 36 on my big board. Got the athleticism, got the coverage potential. He just needs to read his keys better as a more specific way to say he needs to learn how to play linebacker more.
We had a lot of linebackers need to learn how to play linebacker this year.
That's why the linebacker class kind of is not very
You
good.
got to coach them up.
Coach him up.
49ers with their first pick.
49ers on the clock with their first pick. Cease. Been some Trey Lance trade rumors going on.
Yep.
Don't know if Brock Purdy should be good for the start of the year. He's in a huge cast right now, but he'll be good by the start of the year.
He's fine.
I
Doesn't matter. He could honestly probably keep it on. They still wins probably 9 games.
think I could start for the 49ers and win two games, maybe.
Yep.
Maybe 3. We're being lucky.
Follow the checkdowns.
That's right.
Alex Smith.
Well, who do we think let's talk about some 49ers needs. They're not going quarterback. Receiver, and they don't really look like a team that'll be going that way. I think they're going to try to rebuild in the trenches a little bit. I think Trenton Simpson will be someone they probably wanted. I think, they lost a linebacker in free agency. Also, secondary help for them is always a big thing. So we'll see where they go, but, I think they're a team that likes to rebuild in the trenches. Also, maybe right tackle after McGlinchey left, so a couple places they could rebuild here.
I think they could. Yeah, I think those are all good. I remember they lost Emmanuel Mosley to the Lions, so corner could be an option here too. They're announcing the pick. Okay.
They're in there. They're ready to go. Any leaks?
No, but they sent apparently 102, 164, and 222.
What?
That's the rumor right now.
Oh, they traded up to 87 overall. Okay. Joe Staley. All right. He's in good shape right now. Jair Brown, a safety out of, or Jair?
Jair.
I said it right the first time.
Spell again. Another one. The spelling's a little bit tricky.
It's all right. It's part of our tradition at this point. But yeah, a safety out of Penn State. Joe, what do you think of the pick?
Good value. Another guy who didn't test well, but he's a very good football player. Instinctual, comes down and plays in the box very well. I don't think you should leave him in single high coverage or anything like that, but he can play maybe split coverage deep and play underneath hook zones if you need him to. Very good player. I think the athletic testing really hurt him. I think he could have gone maybe second round if not for that, but I think the 49ers strike me as a team who don't really care about that as much.
Yeah, I don't. I think they're a gritty kind of football team that I think, they needed some secondary help, and they get it here at this pick.
I put a poll up on the Twitter.
On the Twitter?
What round will Darnell Washington be picked? And the overwhelming response is the 4th round, 63%.
At this rate, third round's half over now?
Yeah.
I put 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th, 7th.
Yeah, I think there's a chance the Bengals take him in the end of the 3rd if they really like him and they just roll the dice. But otherwise, I feel like a lot of teams that were tight end needy have already selected a tight end at this point. And, somebody's just 4th round's kind of that point where you're like not just necessarily going off need like we said. You're kind of just going off the potential value and kind of swinging for the fences for some prospects. So I could see the 4th being a good place where he goes. Because basically the only team that really needs a tight end at this point that's looking for one are maybe the Chargers and the Bengals, I guess, are kind of the only teams that maybe have a need for a tight end.
I heard the Cowboys were looking for one.
They already-
Cowboys are still looking for one. That's the problem. Jaguars pick is in. Is this Maurice Jones-Drew? No, he's too tall.
It's Fred Taylor, the other one.
He's too tall still. I mean, geez, Fred Taylor, possible Hall of Famer. What do you think, Cease?
They didn't do anything.
Right, but like the winning doesn't matter if you're running back.
It sure does.
Speaking of running backs,
Tank
Tank
Bigsby.
Bigsby. All right, so getting more of a bigger back, but he's still some wiggle. But bigger back.
A good
to go with
old fashioned
Travis
Auburn
Etienne.
big back. All right.
Yeah, but going with someone to kind of help. Travis Etienne is not a guy you can give 25 carries to. Bigsby could be because he's bigger back.
Right, and they also have James Robinson is still there, or is he gone?
I remember they traded him to the Jets, and now I forget he signed
right.
somewhere. He's in no man's land.
Yeah, he's forgotten now.
But
yeah,
running backs named Tank, automatic move up at least 15 spots on your big board. You can't beat that. That's too
true.
good.
You want-
It's like Juice Scruggs at center. You move him
Yep.
up as a big board.
Juice, Tank, these are good football names. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a B. I like it. They could use a good kind of power back to tandem with them. Jaguars draft. What do you think so far? We got Anton Harrison the first, Brenton Strange in the second, and Tank Bigsby in the third. I'm gonna give it a B- because there's nothing wrong with any of those guys. I think they all kind of got picked a little earlier than they should have.
I had a C+ before this pick. I'll move it up to a B- as well. Anton Harrison's a little bit early for me because of the power issues. Brenton Strange, there was better tight ends on the board that we talked about that we thought maybe should go. And they already have Evan Ingram. I guess maybe they don't value him as much or need a second one. With this pick specifically, I do like it just because I said you can't give Travis Etienne 25 touches a game. So help make
you
him.
can.
You can. It's not going to last very long. Get someone who's a little bit bigger. Having multiple running backs is not a bad thing. The Jaguars are well on their way to possibly winning a second straight AFC South title and maybe another playoff game.
Watch your mouth.
See, I don't think they win another playoff game unless Calvin really changes the dynamic of the team. I think that's really their big pickup of the offseason was Calvin Ridley.
Remember when Mattress Mac put money on the Chargers at halftime and then they lost? Because I remember that.
Yep, that's right, folks.
All right, the Rams are up again. They
have 10 picks left?
Yeah.
Holy moly.
They haven't picked in the first round in 7 years. We got 10 picks this year.
Great draft for that.
F them picks, but you know what? Everyone's talking bad about them right now. I would trade a Super Bowl right now. The Bengals could trade the next 20 first round picks. I wouldn't care.
I would not do that.
You get a for sure Super Bowl?
A for sure Super Bowl for 20 first round picks?
I mean,
Put it on,
never had one. How?
put that on the Twitter.
I mean, that's straight up assuming your team is going to be fucking bad for literally pretty much almost 25 years.
Let me finish this.
Yep. That would be a good one.
You have 10? What about 7? Do you have 7 first round picks?
I would commit to my team being bad for probably 7 years to win a Super Bowl.
Okay.
So I'd say 7 first round picks.
What's the over under for guaranteed Super Bowl on first round picks you give up? 7.5 under?
I would do a guaranteed deal. I'd try to go for 6. Keep it almost a half a decade.
Okay.
You'd say 6? Because 6 is really not that long.
It's a lot.
6 years for a Super Bowl?
But here's the thing: you're trading for good players too. You're not
Right.
you're not just like they're void. So I don't know. I think that's the difference.
Yeah, that's true. If we're trading for people versus just not existing.
But anyway, they got a Super Bowl out of it. I don't care. Like that doesn't. You can make fun of them for not having picks and for the F them picks thing. I don't care. They got a Super Bowl.
They did get one.
And it
Barely.
Arguably should have been Bengals Super Bowl, but questionable PI calls seem to be a theme. Seem to be a
Yeah,
theme in the
I
Super
get
Bowl.
I'm gonna cry.
Please don't.
No, it's gonna make me cry. As Dallas is up with the next pick, so they're gonna disappoint.
Yikes.
But Michigan players next on the big board. Ryan Hayes, offensive tackle. Michigan.
No, see, it continues to
What are
go.
you gonna do if they do that?
I'm actually gonna see who the next. It might be Ryan Hayes, who the next Michigan player is on my big board. Mike Morris, the edge out of Michigan, I guess. I would be okay with that. It's a better value,
I
but
would laugh my ass off if it was that.
a lot of Rams fans there.
Yeah.
And I don't think they would actually make the trip to Kansas City.
St. Louis people.
They still hate him, probably.
Some of them
Most
do.
St. Louis people hate. All right, well, the pick is in for the Rams now.
Nothing.
No leaks here this time.
Nada.
Kobe Turner, the defensive lineman from Wake Forest. I think this is a pretty solid pick. I think it fits with what most people had him going. Again, I think they're taking what they think is the best player available. Started his career off at Richmond. I think that's something to note. But Cecil, this Rams team, there's not a lot of hope next year. I guess I think there's a chance they upset some teams next year and like make things difficult. But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team this is a multi-year rebuild we're looking at, honestly. And they kind of are in that weird place where they've got some holdovers from the old Super Bowl team, and it becomes a thing that's hard to go, well, we're just going to blow it up, right? It's hard to just blow up a team. But honestly, they're kind of close to needing to do that. And, I mean, the thing is the only person I'd really consider keeping from that team is Aaron Donald, long term here. Honestly, Matt Stafford, I would just try to get out of all this stuff and start the rebuild while you still have some good years of Aaron Donald possibly left. Because who knows how much longer, because he's already mulled retirement a couple times. Just rebuild the thing and give them, the Eagles were able to do it in like 3 years. They were able to win a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a format here. You've just got to be...
Only this is defense. That's the only thing that's known.
Cowboys are going defense is the rumor right now. Drew Pearson is at the podium about to announce it. The first number 88 in Cowboys history before they've passed it down to every solid receiver they've had.
Huh?
And he likes to play with the crowd, as usual.
That's it. Also, don't forget to subscribe to NFL Plus, the streaming service you used to be able to get for free.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now they're all standing for this one.
Marvion Overshown, linebacker, Texas. Could have gone out last year. A little bit of an unrefined linebacker, former safety, and brings the athleticism to the position. Needs to keep on filling out his frame. Solid pick. Maybe my favorite pick so far, but that's almost by default.
So what are you giving it grade-wise? B?
B. Yeah, B.
Sure. Yeah, I think he's kind of an undersized guy, but it's the right range. They need some guys that kind of have that more hybrid pass coverage kind of look, so Micah Parsons can focus on the kind of front seven there. So I'll give it a B as well.
Yeah, I still think it's a very below average draft for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
But this is a position of need too. Like they took Micah Parsons thinking he's linebacker. His best position has been edge rusher. So
That worked out. That was a happy accident.
a happy accident. And Leighton Vander Esch was actually okay last year after the neck injury. I thought his career was going to be somewhat over. So this is not a bad thing because outside of him, they don't have much at linebacker. So. Nope. And they do have Dan Quinn as defensive coordinator, so hopefully he gets the most out of these guys.
Yep. And now the Buffalo Bills are up. Buffalo Bills have had a pretty decent draft so far. You had Torrance, Cyrus, and then you also had Dalton Kincaid. Or Osiris Torrance, I should say.
Osiris.
Can't forget the O.
Another good
He's
name,
Irish.
Osiris. Yeah.
Yep, Osiris.
They're flying through these picks now.
Yep,
Yeah,
pick is
there's
in.
Nothing on this one either.
That's the best way to have not have picks leak.
We're
is
at
just
that
go through
point
real
where
quickly.
everyone just is ready to go home. They're like, all right, we got a pick. Cool.
Still got tomorrow.
Yeah, big day, a long day tomorrow. Is that Justin Bieber? This guy's hyped
I think it's a TikToker.
up. Of course. Wow, he is shaking. I think he's foaming at the mouth. Somebody may want to check on that kid.
That's easy.
Please-
He earned a spot in Bill's
Please don't be
Mafia.
a Make-A-Witch kid. Influencer. Wow.
Dorian Williams, linebacker out of Tulane. Love this pick for them. He's a guy who has good coverage abilities. Ty J. Spears gets a lot of headlines from Tulane season, but that defense was really good for Tulane. Needs to keep on adding to his frame at 228 pounds, but he, I think, makes plays all over the field, and with the Bills losing Tremaine Edmonds, I mean, go get a guy who may be able to fill in for him, even not this year, but down the road maybe.
Yeah. What'd you have, a third-round grade on him?
Fourth, but early
anywhere
fourth.
at the end
Yeah.
of the third.
The Bengals have traded with the Chiefs.
Oh, what?
Bengals trade out of 92 with the Chiefs. And the Chiefs were how many
2
behind
spots?
3.
them? Okay.
All right. Let's see what.
This won't come back to burn us like it always does, will
Yeah,
it?
I can't wait.
Man, they're showing highlights of Dorian Williams. He's just all flying everywhere. It's
It's
awesome.
flying around. 220 some pounds.
The
Easy to do and not as easy to do in the NFL.
the Bills truly, I think, have day 2 have one of the best drafts.
Oh yeah, I think so. I mean, that Osiris Torrance pick was absolutely great. I mean, the best offensive guard in the draft, probably first rounder. Why are you shaking your head, Rob? What is it?
Not just Bengals fans are very upset that they would trade with the Chiefs.
How dare you? How dare you? I mean, it's fine. I mean, as long as they don't take a person I really like, I'm gonna be really mad if like somebody wanted the Bengals to take.
Darnell Washington.
I mean, honestly, this one they take
Bengals
Darnell
are
Washington.
getting pick number 217.
Woo!
6th or 7th.
That's
Okay,
a
Bengals.
6th.
Yeah, Bengals getting a late round pick for the move up of 3 spots. I guess that makes sense.
I mean, it's fine.
Is Kobe Turner on your big board at all?
I just checked. He was not, so I must have missed him from my notes.
Okay.
So I
Sorry.
definitely watched his tape.
Couldn't
Just
find him.
Come on, Joe.
I don't know.
Come on now.
Need better organizational
I'll see
skills.
several picks
You're gonna have
behind
to
because
run
I've been
this by
sitting here
yourself
looking for
next
Kobe
year.
Turner.
Okay.
You're not that far apart. There's only 1 pick since then.
All right, come on, give us a pick. Any leaks? Anyone?
Just more pissed off Bengals fans.
We got to think it's going to take 20 minutes to announce this pick because they're in Kansas City.
They're
gonna
actually
play it
going
up.
to put out 5 more Lombardi trophies out there to announce how good they are. Just in case you were wondering, they are all amazing.
Wait, you spelled Wake Forest with 2 R's?
That was a typo.
Okay. I was like, I've been spelling it
Now.
for my whole life.
Yeah, the Bengals are getting the last pick of the 6th round.
Mm,
Very good.
very great.
I mean, maybe it helps them get a punter.
Could be. There really hasn't been much talk about the kickers and punters in this draft, even comparison to the last couple. So I don't know if there's going to be anyone. Watch the Chiefs are going to get added Tommy Wise, aren't they?
I'm going to be pissed when it happens. but
Holy heck! They're bringing out the whole youth choir. Jesus.
probably- Oh my gosh. This Kansas City draft has been too much.
Didn't do anything for the Cecil hating Kansas City train.
It would have been cool if they got 5th. You know?
Yeah. Cecil, producer Ben, who's in Vegas right now, said he would chug a can of Skyline chili if the Bengals won the Super Bowl. Will you match?
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Can I cook it beforehand?
No, you got to drink it straight from the can.
Mm.
It's pre-cooked.
Pretty
You're fine.
It's pretty cooked.
Yeah, I want it warmed up.
Even I would do that, and I'm.
You
weird
can
about
heat it
this.
over the fire, but it's got to stay in the can.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's very
If he does it, I'll do it.
I think I'd rather drink it cold than have it heated in the can. How are you gonna hold the can? Yes.
Tongs.
Yeah.
That couldn't go wrong at all.
Yeah.
All right, it's my turn to get a drink. Cecil, you got to fill this dead air time.
All right, so we're here. The Chiefs are still. I think it's something with the military, so we do respect the military. Thank you for your service.
Again, we are a pro Bear Arms podcast.
Yes, something like that from our house to yours. Hashtag Gamehouse. Hashtag subscribe. Hashtag like.
They don't pick Andre Carter, I swear. After all this.
They're finally reading the selection. It's Wanya Morris.
Okay. Offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. Obviously, Anton Harrison got all the love at left tackle for Oklahoma. Wanya Morris started his career at Tennessee, transferred to Oklahoma. I think he's a solid player. Does have some experience at left tackle, but I think the value's there. This is a good pick because the Chiefs were trying to start Lucas Niang at right tackle, and he might still start there, but he's been limited his whole career, whether it's just being a backup or being injured. So get a guy who can play right tackle and get a good value in him.
Yeah, I think it's a B pick.
Steelers are getting a good one.
Oh my God. Who is it?
According to sources, they are getting Darnell Washington. The
Oh.
skid will end.
Why? Didn't they already take a tight end?
They have Fryermuth.
No, didn't. Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking.
I think it's fine. I mean, if his medicals are that bad, there's a chance he barely ever plays.
No, we're mad. Bengals aren't good.
So Wanya Morris to the Chiefs. The rumor is, we didn't hear, it is Darnell Washington to the Steelers. Do have Pat Fryermuth, but I guess
think if the Bengals really
this is
wanted him,
fine.
they wouldn't have traded down, right?
That's probably true.
True.
Probably.
Why would the Bengals trade for an end of the sixth round pick if they really wanted a guy?
Well, they have someone targeted for the end of the 6th round they really want.
I'm putting a clip in.
They have someone who's like, we want this dude.
I'd rather have that guy in the end of the 6th than a guy I want in the 3rd. Steelers on the clock. Pittsburgh Steelers.
Can they make one bad pick for us, please?
I mean,
this might be it. I mean, he's fallen for forever.
I'm still not saying it's a bad pick if they take Darnell
No, I
Washington.
think
We're not going to flip on him just because he started to fall.
oh, we're flipping. We're flopped.
flip flopping.
I'll tell you
Hey,
something. If
I
Kansas,
started
if Kansas
with,
City
oh,
took
no.
him, Cecil will be out.
When I said it, that was my initial reaction.
I'd be out in the yard shouting, waking up the neighbors.
If you wake up Joe's neighbors,
I'd be like, what's the name of the guy in the Goonies? The monster guy goes, "Hey, you guys!"
The Steelers have selected Darnell Washington. Sorry, I don't mean to upset your Goonies thing.
No,
but
you're fine.
Ari has tweeted it out, so it is official. Chunk?
No, Chunk is the kid. I'm talking about the monstrous guy
Oh, I
that's
don't know.
there. When's the last time you watched the Goonies?
It's been a good 10 years.
I
Honestly.
saw it 2 weeks ago.
You don't remember the name?
No, I don't remember it. It was honestly not as good as I remember it being.
Yeah, I think they try to be like Indiana Jones for kids, but I don't know.
Who wants to limit a PS5?
None of us own PS5s?
I need to borrow it for somebody. He's not buying a PS5. Just play one game.
I am. It's called College Football 14, 25, 24,
Two
20.
games.
College Football 14.
I'll buy a PS5 to play College Football 14, yeah.
What if I told you could play with a PS3?
So, it has to be said, the Steelers just keep on keeping on
Just
with this
keep
draft.
on
They will
keeping
not
on.
let up. They're just taking this
Man.
draft outside the woodshed and beating it up.
Yep, they're doing a great job.
I hate him.
Still doesn't matter though, because Kenny Pickett's their quarterback.
Well, what's impressive about the Steelers is this new regime. I mean, they've had the same front office for a while, and they get a new regime. And this new regime, second draft, they've killing it. That's not easy to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, the pick is still in. But yeah, have we heard anything else about what in the medicals they didn't like about Washington?
Nothing. All Keely Ringo and Darnell Washington and Hyatt before he got picked have been Twitter's #1 searches. It seems like for every team.
Yeah, Ari just said medical concern. That's it.
It's a medical concern.
That's why he dropped.
Wow.
Apparently, it was pretty.
Yeah, I mean, there were some
Significant.
guys like that one defensive tackle I think from Michigan a couple years ago with the heart.
Maurice
issue.
Hurst.
Yeah, Maurice Hurst.
But we heard about that on draft night.
Yeah.
The first night of the draft. That's why he was falling.
Yeah, we didn't really hear anything about Darnell Washington, and they're not even describing what it is.
15 trades on day 2 of the NFL draft, most since 2010.
There have been a lot. There haven't been any gigantic ones. It's just like teams moving 3-4 spots every time. Darnell Washington. Yeah, I mean, the Steelers have had the best draft by far. But it's okay, as the Cleveland Browns would tell you, winning the draft does not mean you win anything in the regular season.
Right.
So, for those keeping track, Darnell Washington ended up going in the 3rd round, which is not what our populace thought.
Ah, are you telling me Twitter was wrong?
Hey, we're talking about the loyal TGH audience here, not just randos.
Not just randos. And we do appreciate your viewership and your
Cardinals?
answers to our poll.
The Cardinals are going with Michael Wilson, wide receiver out of Stanford. A lot of people were high on him because he is big, 220 pounds, 6'3", I believe, 6'2". I'm not. He didn't play a lot in college because of injury. I don't think the tape was that good when he did play. It was more about, hey, he ran good routes at the Senior Bowl. And that's fine, but I'm not very high on him. I'm going to give this pick a pretty low grade. The Cardinals otherwise have killed this draft, but they're taking a guy that you have to get healthy first, and that's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have the Panthers taking Darnell Washington, not Steelers.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's kind of a reach. Like you said, there's just not very much variance in the receivers. It's if you want a slot guy, he's there, ready to go. But, if you're looking for kind of a bigger, guy you can kind of play on the outside, it's just not really worked out so far. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's just I think it's a C. It's not great, but some people saw him as a riser. But, yeah.
But good. The Cardinals keep on trading down and getting more picks, so give them credit for that.
Yeah,
They're setting them the new regime for them. They're setting themselves up well for the future, even if not every pick has been 100% great, which I think they have. Honestly, they have been until now.
Again, if you have like a 40% success rate, you're a pretty good GM. So, especially, sometimes people say, it's better to get more picks because to be honest, a lot of people see like past the first round or so, it's just throwing darts at the board and hoping something sticks, basically. That's all it is to them. I think there's a little more to it, but I think the reality is it gets way harder after the initial round or two. And at that point, you might as well have 5 fifth-rounders because...
Oh, Bengals are potentially trading back again?
Bengals possibly trading back
With Detroit?
with Detroit.
That is one rumor right now.
It's a rumor. We'll wait to be official on that one.
Apparently the Bengals just don't want anybody here.
No.
It's looking more and more likely that they have traded with the Lions.
Lions are trading up, according to Tom Pelissero.
One pick.
Heard it here first.
No, okay, so the Lions traded up with the Cardinals, who are behind the Bengals.
Never mind.
Hmm.
Not hear it here first.
Bengals pick is in.
I'm not hearing anything.
I'd be okay with...
I'm just seeing really pissed off Bengals fans.
All right, everybody, let's just hold arms.
Look at the Bengals logo. I haven't seen that one yet.
I think I like that one.
I like any of the non-B logos.
Oh, my.
I need Tommy Waugh. Come on. Come on down.
If they get Tommy Waugh, I'd be pretty hyped.
Or running back, maybe?
Yeah, if they take Zach Kuntz at this point, I think it's a little bit of a reach, but, he's just... That's kind of off the charts. Kalen Ringo, Phillips, even Blake Freeland, I'd be very happy with at this point too, as a somebody at right tackle they could hopefully develop.
Took Michael Wilson.
The Cardinals took Michael Wilson before the Bengals.
People are asking for DeJuan Jones and Roshan Johnson. Those are the top two right now.
DeJuan Jones would be good value. I think you can maybe try to get him to start at right tackle to start the year before Collins gets back. If
He's
he
just
plays
so
well, keep
big.
him there. I think it's fine. The long arms, like you can't. There's no power player who can get through him.
Right.
Bengals fans are very upset that Darnell Washington went to Pittsburgh.
I know people are. The thing is, reality is we can honestly keep probably going with random tight ends because they're so undervalued in the NFL.
Irv Smith's the best one we've had since Tyler Eifert.
Yep. Honestly.
He just can't stay healthy.
Yeah. It's okay.
He's on weekdays. We're keeping him in a bubble.
We'll see who this is. At the end of the day, it's the third round. It's not going to make or break our entire career.
Tom Pelissero's reporting that Cardinals are sending 96 to Cincinnati for 122, 130.
Well, it seems like they're announcing a pick.
96 is the next pick. So the Bengals will pick twice in a row.
Oh.
I'm not seeing that from Pelissero right now.
That could be fake, though. Maybe a fake Pelissero. Maybe we're getting into fake Twitter.
Oh, fake Twitter.
He does have a blue check mark still.
It was a blue check mark.
Okay.
Okay.
Pay for those.
What is the pick?
There's a lot of confusion
This
around
man.
this one.
This man.
This man needs to tell me a pick.
No.
Hey,
Give him
he
his
is-
time.
Yeah, he is a
People are
veteran.
making the sign of the cross.
Are people praying? What is going
Well,
on?
so he's obviously served in the military, so it's got to be Andre Carter. Out of Army, I think you have to.
What?
Andre
Oh, apparently the Bengals did have back-to-back.
It's Andre Carter, the
Why did the Bengals
Army
have
attrition.
back-to-back picks?
They just traded for 96.
Okay.
That's what you said.
Oh my
They're picking
gosh.
95, and you said they just traded for
I
96.
I hate when I just want to know pick. Just please read the pick.
Yep.
Please
Get the
read-
Browns fan off the
please
screen and
read
read
the
the pick.
I can't. I'm horrible.
Read
at-
his lips. Read his lips.
I can't read it. Why are we turning away? Somebody's happy. Jordan Battle.
Jordan Battle, the safety at Alabama.
Hey, that's
I like the
that
player.
feels good.
Like the player. Bengals fans will not like this because I was told Nick Scott is the greatest thing on God's green earth, and he has not been. But Jordan Battle's a solid football player. We thought he was a possible first-round pick heading into the season. Didn't play out that way. Brian Branch outplayed him. But a bigger safety you can play in the box, I would compare him to maybe Von Bell, who's been with the Bengals in the
Nick
past.
Scott is God's gift to the earth.
That's what I've been told. So,
I love Bengals Twitter. So what's going on? Are the Bengals picking back to back, or is there some kind of craziness
Apparently
going on?
they traded out of that pick.
What?
but the Cardinals had the pick at first, I thought.
All I'm saying is, somehow the Bengals potentially had 95 and 96,
Okay.
and then they traded one of them.
My brain hurts.
It is very confusing right now. I don't understand because I wouldn't care, but it was Tom Pelissero who tweeted it out. So maybe he just meant the Cardinals instead of the Bengals.
The only thing I've seen from him is the Lions are trading up is the last tweet that he has.
No,
Cardinals send 20. Yeah, he isn't tweeted about it unless he deleted it. Maybe he deleted.
deleted it.
Roderick Martin.
Broderick Martin out of Western Kentucky. We'll get to that in a second. See, that's the Lions pick. For the Bengals, another B pick. Like the value's there, not a clear need. I think it's more of a need than Bengals people will think. But a solid player. I mean, it's not the Steelers draft, but I really like the Bengals draft. A solid B all the way around. I don't even think there's debate that you can make at this point that it's at least a B.
Yeah, I mean it's a good draft. It's a safe draft. I think it's one that so far there's not been any like home run like amazing picks, but in a draft like this, I think that's what you can hope for. So, I mean, again, I think that's exactly where he was supposed to go, the safety prospect. And I mean, he's got a high ceiling. It's just the production wasn't there as last year, and Brian Branch, like you said, outperformed him. So, I mean, at this point, I would have liked them to maybe go back to the defensive line, go to Abdulware. But I mean, it looks like a lot of teams he's falling out of favor with as well. He's been very high on our big board all night. Darren Washington just got drafted. I don't think the Bengals wanted him. So, I mean, we'll see kind of what happens from here. But, I mean, the Bengals are kind of have their own draft board, it looks like. And it's a little different than what the consensus is. And that's okay because it's not like there's not some massive disconnect on the board. It's just they're not taking like these guys that we normally understood as great value picks at this point. They're taking guys in the range we thought. And, as long as they've got a plan and development, I'm okay with it.
That's the rumor for the Commanders.
Ricky Stromberg is the rumor for the Commanders. A lot of people don't like him as a center prospect. They just, I guess, don't see the athletic traits. But you turn on the tape, and he's just dominating SEC defensive lines. He's been a starter at Arkansas for a couple of years now. I would love this pick for the Commanders. They need some interior line help as well, and they've obviously addressed the secondary. But this team isn't going to go anywhere if they don't get some help for that offense. So their starting quarterback right now is either Sam Howell or Jacoby Brissett. I don't mind trying to protect those guys, give those guys a chance, because I don't know how much of a chance those two guys have overall in at winning a lot of games this year.
Here's a question I asked. If you want a talking point.
Right.
When Snyder sells the team, are the Commanders going to rebrand again? They already did it once in the last couple of years. Maybe the new owner could get a better team name.
I would. I don't think they will. I would rebrand. I think they could. I think being the Hogs would be really cool.
I was still for the what was the pilot one?
Red Tails.
The Red Tails.
That was cool.
That sounded so cool. That would be one of the most unique names in sports.
Yep.
I agree.
And it would be the exact opposite of the issue they recently had, which was
True.
But then with the Commanders,
Dude, Bengals Twitter is just so angry.
they are very upset.
spoilt.
I'm So yeah, taking best player available is not fun for them, even though they've gotten 3 good players.
Dude, I feel like we talked about Jordan Battle today specifically, and
Yeah, we
we
did.
were talking about him going late second, early third.
Yeah, I thought he's 4th best safety in the class. There's other guys who I don't like as much as him who've already went. So he's at the very least going to be a good special teams player for a while. So I guarantee you that much.
Right. No, absolutely.
So
Yeah.
far, our Twitter poll for would you trade? Now this is how I worded it. Would you give up 20 first-round picks in exchange for the right players to win 1 Super Bowl? Is 100% yes.
How many?
Hot seat, Cease.
20. That was the original when I.
Okay. That's fine. I mean, people can disagree with me. I am a man, and I'm allowed to have my own opinions. I'm saying 20 years of almost guaranteed nothingness is a tough pill to swallow for 20 years.
You're not a Muppet.
Imagine 20 years of your life you just go into
But
NFL
it's-
Sundays with no hope.
But it's not 20 years of sucking. It's 20 years of no first-round picks, and
Which-
I think that's about what the Broncos have traded away at this point.
Would you rather go win 1 Super Bowl or go to 15 straight AFC championships with no Super Bowl?
1 Super Bowl. Do you
Yeah.
think the Bills that went to 4 straight, they'd rather have 1 than go to 4 straight?
1 and 4, yeah. But if you're a fan of a team who's lost historically, like you're a Lions fan, you can say 15 NFC championships.
Okay, I think it depends on the context then.
That's true, yeah, true. Well, speaking of the Browns, they're up next.
But I still feel like even then you're gonna feel like you're in the 7th circle of hell. Like it's gonna get old. I know it sounds bad, like winning the AFC championship, but like it's going to get old. You're gonna want to get over the hump sometime.
True. So it was Ricky Stromberg, the center out of Arkansas for the Washington Commanders. Like that pick for them. They need to get better on the interior. A little small reach, but you get a center who I think could be pretty good for you in the 3rd round. Go for it. Cleveland Browns on the clock. Their only pick so far sees Cedric Tillman. And that was good because they really have Amari Cooper at wide receiver, and we're all done hearing about Donovan Peoples-Jones from a fantasy perspective or a Browns fan's perspective, saying that he's good.
Are you ready to get barked at again this year?
Yes, that is true. I got barked at the last. I've heard people say that maybe Browns fans aren't so bad. Our producer Greg has some friends who are Browns fans who think that maybe the Bengals are bad. I was barked at.
It's a bad take.
I was barked at by.
You need to get out of Dayton
Listen,
with
I'm
all those
pretty-
Browns
I'm
fans.
pretty unbiased when it comes to my sports teams. That's a bad take.
Yeah, Browns fans have been pretty rough to deal with on Twitter, in person, and what makes it worse is we have to deal with them a ton.
Yeah. I'll be honest. Bengals Twitter does need to check itself, and it is frustrating sometimes.
Yep.
And I think a lot of that is bandwagon people. I'm going to be honest. There are some diehards out there, but there's just a lot of people who've come out of the woodwork over the last couple years, and they are just the most toxic people possible.
All right, I got a hypothetical for you.
One second. Siaki Ika goes to the Browns. Nose tackle for Baylor. He's very big. Started his career as LSU. The problem with him is his motor is not always on. I think it's a good pick, 3rd round. If the biggest thing you're talking about is getting his motor going, I think that's something that Cecil would say you could coach up. Hopefully.
I don't know. I don't think you can coach up motor.
You can't make a player want to work harder?
I think, sometimes you have to be a self-driven. I think that's a big intangible of motivation. I think you can, as a coach, give someone technique, teach them skills and try to keep them hyped up. But ultimately, they've got to choose and want to get better.
That I agree with. All right. What's the talking point here?
Bengals can win 1 Super Bowl, but in exchange, you have to spend an entire year, that entire season, living with 4 people: a Steelers fan, a Browns fan, a Cardinals fan, and a Cubs fan.
I'd fucking love it. I'd sit there and talk shit to
I'd
them
gloat,
the whole
yeah.
time.
All right, San Francisco 49ers have a couple picks in a row here with
I'd do it
picks.
for 5 years in a row.
I didn't think about it like that. Yeah, you're right. That would be the
No,
best.
you got to sit with them.
Oh boy, they took a kicker in the 3rd round.
No fucking way.
49ers,
no. Wow.
Joe,
Come
what kind
on,
of take you got
bro.
on this guy?
I don't.
He kick, field goal. Look at that mustache, though. That's a sick-ass mustache.
Jake Moody is a good kicker, not a great kicker. He's not Nevin McPherson's territory that was coming out
Why
of
is he
Florida.
playing in the 3rd round?
He's picked in the 3rd round
Are you celebrating he kicked a 52-yarder?
because
That's the tape?
the 49ers are dumb.
Yeah, Robbie Gould's getting old, and
They're going to go into this season with
Like, if
Brock
you
Purdy at
don't-
quarterback.
If
So
you really
let's.
don't need anything. Why aren't you trading back?
Why did you take him with
I
your
would-
first
I
of
would-
3 picks coming up at the end of the round?
I would never take a kicker in my life. Why do people in fantasy football take a kicker in like the 12th? Because they want their guy.
Abolish all kickers. Abolish them.
No, I kind of like it. It gives me an edge over the people who draft kickers. What are you doing? What are we doing?
In the 3rd round?
What are we doing?
This is their second pick in the draft, and this is in the 3rd round.
Oh my
They're a
God.
team that I would say has a lot more question marks heading forward with Trent Williams' age, with the quarterback
John Lynch,
position.
what are you doing?
You could have gotten a kicker in the 7th round. No one would have made fun of you.
49ers Twitter is losing it.
I bet. I would lose it too. A 3rd round kicker? A 3rd round kicker?
Do you guys know the gift where the guy's like standing on the edge? Like,
Oh,
Yeah.
there's at least 2 or 3 of those right now.
Oh, man.
Right to jail.
Go right to jail.
I guess
Player, right to
the
jail.
49ers did trade pick 102 to the Vikings. So they only have one more 3rd round pick, but still awful.
Had to get the guy.
Had to get their guy.
What's happening with Robbie Gold?
That's the question you're asking right now.
I'm
They
kind
just
of
picked a
curious.
kicker,
at
and
this
that's the
point.
question you're
Didn't
asking.
he signed somewhere else this year?
Did he?
I think so.
If they didn't have Robbie Gold, would it matter?
I mean, maybe. I mean, if they think this kid's gonna be never miss, but I remember watching him miss in college, so I don't know.
All right.
And to your point, Joe, he wasn't kicking caps off of Gatorade bottles.
It's true. You got to have highlight reel shit like that. All right. Well,
Looks like league Twitter is gone.
I think the Raiders are taking I think they're taking Trey Tucker out of Cincinnati, the wide receiver. That's the wrong Cincinnati out of wide receiver. This is a
yeah.
possible leak.
I saw one person say that, but okay, now there's 2.
That's
That's weird.
I don't.
Did
I
he
didn't.
called out wrong?
I didn't even watch his tape. He was pretty so far down the board.
3's a party, man.
He didn't produce a ton. Tyler Scott at least has speed.
Yep.
The Raiders, I guess maybe they're afraid to take the guy who has speed. If that's the case, that's not something they're usually known for. But
They're going the opposite approach these days. They're going with the slowest people they could find.
yeah,
Well, there are some big names that might still be here at the end of round 3, which are surprising.
yeah. I think we saw a couple trade ups at the beginning of the 2nd round today. I think we might see some more trade ups at the start of round 4 because there's plenty of names that can help you win right now. Keely Ringo, whether you think he's a corner or a safety. Aditamiwa, he must have some
There's got to be
background.
some weird stuff going on.
Like, I know he wasn't the greatest tape player,
But like, I don't think there's a character thing. I mean, he's at Northwestern.
I have just no idea. I mean, he's just
There's got to be
guys that big should not be able to move that fast.
Yeah, I think it has to have something to do with people are afraid of his positioning. That's got to be it. That's all I can think of. And I swear to God, if the Steelers get him in the 4th round, I will freak out.
Tom Downey has clearly been watching the show. His exact words were, "Raiders drafted wrong, Cincinnati Bengals wide receiver."
That's who I got it from.
You stole from him?
Yeah, I told you. That's why.
We're not claiming that. Our legal team has not claimed that.
I'll give him credit.
Come on, Tom.
He's a nice lady.
We do not. We are not. Again, once again,
come
we are
on,
not.
kid, It's 2023. We can't talk about gender, dude.
And Joe has been suspended from the stream
Don't
for
people
an
pour
entire
Bud
1
Light
minute.
all over you.
We'll see you back at 11:09. What is going on? What is going on in this draft?
They get the Creed. They get Creed Reunited for a halftime show.
NFL draft show.
There have been, I forget, there was like big bands playing.
There was Fall Out Boy is the
Yeah,
one
Fall
last
Out
night.
Boy was the big one.
Mhm.
The biggest one, I should say.
All right, let's see if
Raiders.
let's see if the unnamed source ends up being right.
Unnamed. We don't know who it
These are
was.
conditional picks at this point, right?
Yeah.
Correct. Conditional picks. They did take the wrong Cincinnati receiver.
Trey Tucker.
That is shocking.
Those poor Raiders fans not realizing what they just did.
That's what I'm talking about with these fans, man. Just
That's
saying.
what I'm talking. Somebody said they're actors
So-
on Twitter. Be like, who are these fan
So-
actors?
So I get that, but at the same time, how many average NFL fans know these players anyway? They're just
Zero?
cheering. That's the thing. They're going to an event that it's all about drafting players, and if you watch college football, you might know some of them, right? If you
Right.
study them, you might know a lot. But there's a lot of people who don't know these players.
I don't disagree. I'm just saying the level of excitement.
Mob
Right.
psychology. If everyone else around you is cheering, you just start cheering.
Yes.
Whoa! Yeah. No. Sorry. Let's try and test my theory.
Zach Taylor says that Jordan Battle is an A+ character and leader.
I think he says that about every pick.
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah.
But that is kind of what they want.
It is what they want. It's high. I mean, I'll give them this. They do high character guys.
Nowadays, yeah.
Yeah, and it's worked great. I mean, in the Zach Taylor era, it's really worked well. And I mean, it's
People find your draft profiles from February.
Interesting. So 49ers pick is in, being announced right now. No leaks
it's another
here.
kicker.
Cameron Latu, the tight end out of Alabama, probably too soon for him. He was not that good at Alabama. He took over for Jaleel Billingsley, who transferred to Texas to be with Steve Sarkisian, who left. A little undersized for to be like an inline blocker, a little bit slow. Not a huge fan of this selection.
John Lynch, are you okay?
And yeah, I think that's the real question got to be answered here.
Where is John Lynch? Is he?
Trey Tucker on your draft board.
No,
Wait, what? He wasn't even on your draft board?
no, I saw he's so many receivers that I.
It's the fourth player that's not been on his draft board.
Mm-hmm. Some of those should have been on. Trey Tucker, I should not have watched. He's not.
No.
You can only get to so many players every year. I got to 30-something wide receivers. And 31 wide receivers. He was not one of them.
The Vikings are up and the pick is in. Vikings at this point, maybe. What do you think they go here? I mean, they need talent all over the
This is last pick
place.
of the night, I think, too.
This is the last pick of the night.
Thank
They're-
the Lord.
Cecil is done. with
You know,
these
I
random
love
things.
being with you guys, but sometimes, being on a stream for this long, it's good to be able to sit back and relax and check Twitter and charge my phone.
It's a watch party. You can always. Oh, Robert Smith's making the pick for him.
Oh.
It's for me.
You were given the Raiders guy shit. This guy was only a 2-time Pro Bowler. Think about that.
I'm trying to tone down my shit talk.
He's been very rude to
That's
some
not what
people on
gets
TV
views.
today.
What?
True.
It's not what gets views.
Well, what we'll get views is when he chugs a can of Skyline,
We're doing it.
Oh, God.
shotgun style. I'm not doing it. You and Ben agreed to it. Some people are saying, not me.
Some people are saying.
He's still talking.
Well, you know what? I'll give him a little credit. It is the last pick of the night, so I feel like he's got
Hype
to.
people up.
They did the skull chant. He's got to, he's got to announce it's the end of the first or end of the day or whatever.
Say, get off my lawn.
Is their only pick so far Jordan Addison too?
Yes.
Interesting.
Are those twins?
Mekhi Blackman, corner
It's not
USC.
terrible.
The needed corner, not a terrible pick. There's better ones on the board,
B
but
minus?
yeah, B minus pick. That's a fair grade.
Yeah. I mean, it's okay. I mean, like you said, better corners.
Mm-hmm.
Kai Blackman is kind of had some decent games with USC, and some people kind of expected more out of him, but he didn't really produce the level they hoped. So
We had a Texas Tech defensive player get drafted in the top 10.
Mhm.
That's something I never thought I'd see after the way they play defense. And now we have a USC defender who their defense cost them a chance to play for the college football playoff. We got him drafted in the third round. And we had Chuli Tuipulotu picked by the Chargers. A good pick by them. We actually didn't even cover that, I don't think, tonight. But they they have 2 players picked in the top 3 rounds, and they give up like 40 points per game.
I mean, think about all those times you had Oklahoma players, right? There's been a lot of good Oklahoma defensive players.
True.
And they've given up 30, 40 points.
True. Okay, it's probably worse that the Northwestern has 0 wins on American soil and are going to have, by the end of the draft, I think they'll have about 3 or 4 guys.
We hope. At this
4 or
rate,
5 guys.
who's to say?
I mean, I have no idea. All right, see, so this is the official end of the 3rd round. Back tomorrow, it will be the rounds 4 through 7. We will not have a stream for it, so let's just get into it. Let's go with your best drafts through the first 3 rounds.
Best drafts, I got to go, obviously, with the Steelers, the Eagles. Third, I think those are honestly the only 2 A drafts I've seen so far. I think there's a couple guys that are just straight Bs right now. I mean, you've got, I think the Bengals are a B, the Colts are a B. I like, the Ravens. The Ravens has had a decent draft as well. So I'd say those are kind of the ones that have been good. The Raiders are one that has been questionable. I think the 49ers have had probably the worst draft at this point after a reach and a kicker. I mean, that's just not going to work for anyone. I think the Lions have honestly saved their draft. I think they're at honestly close to they're working towards a B with some value picks.
Yeah, I'll say I like some of the ones you do too. I like the Texans draft. I didn't mind giving up the draft capital to get Will Anderson just because they have so many picks because of the Deshaun Watson deal. And I feel like you need to get impact players now. They got Tank Dell for the slot. I like that as well. The Bills. Did you say the Bills? I don't know if you said the Bills, but the Bills.
I didn't say the Bills. I do like them, though. But, yeah, I'll let you have it.
And the Bills, the Dalton Kincaid, Osiris Torrance, Dorian Williams. I think that fills a bunch of needs for them. Dolphins with limited picks, Cam Smith and Devin Achane. Some ones I don't like. We said the Lions, you said the Lions redeemed themselves, but the Raiders, the Bears.
Yeah, it's
the Bears have been the trade downs give them some good points, but that's about it. The Packers for me, the league was higher on Lucas Van Ness than I was. They got Luke Musgrave, and that's cool, but then they followed it up by Jaden Reed, and then they picked another tight end, which I don't know how the offense is going to go next year. There's a lot of confusion there. And I'll say the 49ers. You don't take a kicker. No, not in the 3rd round.
Don't ever do that.
Not in the 3rd round.
I will automatically fail your draft.
Yeah, I'm about to give him an F. I don't have him an F right now, but I have him as a D. So.
I think that's fair.
All right, any final thoughts, Cease?
No, I mean, it's been a pleasure. Another year in the books. Obviously, they still have the day 3 picks, which just follow gamehouse.com. We'll have, picks for that and grades and all of that, but no stream tomorrow.
Nope.
But it's been another great year sitting here and going through all the draft with everybody.
Yes, appreciate you guys all watching with this. Next year we'll be back with a more professional setting. We'll still be laid back and make all our movie references and have stupid conversations, but more professional setting next year. But was happy to kind of dress down this year and have some fun. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you next year.
See you guys.